trimmed in. Hey, you made it back. You made it back.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw you this morning and I was not awake yet to function and...
We got back last night.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Well, good deal.
Hi, Alex.
Hi.
How's the live streaming going? Are you live streaming right now?
I just turned it back on.
What's that?
I just turned it back on literally like 2 seconds ago. I can hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hey, come here. Hey, Hannah. What's up, girl?
Those markers. I think we're gonna be here a little bit.
Oh yeah, I should get my markers out and go right on
I need
cars.
to redo my car. Some of my stuff.
Absolutely.
Hey, do you need anything to like? Do you need like towels or anything, like paper towels or tissue? I use tissue.
I use tissue too.
Okay.
Toilet paper or whatever, because that other stuff just comes off so easy.
I'm sure you got water, right?
Oh, yeah. I got it. Yep.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So
Yeah, I need to make a couple phone calls. Also, I can step out so you can.
Oh no, I don't even mind. No, I don't even mind. My people are good. Dead Crow and everybody. I'm about to use a restroom. Simon's about to make a couple phone calls. So go ahead and do what you want. I mean, if you want me to mute it for your phone calls.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna make.
I can step out too.
No, don't worry about it. It's still windy. You probably won't even hear the phone call. So guys, I'm gonna mute this. Hold on. I'm gonna actually let me type it in my chat real quick.
Actually, I have to go find Ron. My notes that I need are in his Jeep.
Okay. All right, guys, I'm gonna use the restroom, and I'm gonna mute this audio real quick. Audio's back live for a second. It's 11:11. Make a wish, everyone. Make a wish. Okay, muting again. Simon's my audio's live, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. So, it's on or off? Audio's on or off?
On.
Okay.
Go.
So I don't care. So what I was thinking is, okay. So if they're going to start using "not your body, not your choice," how about we make a sign like that with your little fucking babies? Instead, because AB 22, 23 is done. We got your little baby sign. What if we put on the sign, "Not your body, not your choice," and have the baby on there? The baby is saying, "Not your body, not your choice." That's what they're starting to say to us now. Instead of "my body, my choice," it's "not your body, not your choice." It's not yours. It's not your body. You don't have a choice. Well, that's what the baby's saying too. It's not your body, bitch. It's mine.
Okay.
The baby has a choice too, right?
Okay.
If that's true,
Okay.
then it equates for the baby too.
Okay.
So I'm thinking we can change that sign on the back of Eddie's thing and do something like that with the babies.
We need different sticks. Those freaking sticks, those back scratchers make it impossible for people to store these things.
It makes it hard to put it on Eddie's thing too.
And also the baby itself makes it hard for people to store them. So it's like one of those things where, you know, we could make them.
I'm just trying to think.
You know what?
how
We
to
could
do
make them without the stick in general.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is that I could somehow we need to use the babies, because that's what I was wanting to do. Is I was going to put it on my car, "Not your body, not your choice," and like try to make a baby. And I'm like, oh wait, we got little babies. We got a baby with a sign already we could make it up so it looks like the baby is saying, "Not your body, not," even if we put the baby in the middle of the sign.
Yeah, with the chat bubble. Oh, in the middle of the sign, but
In the middle of the
that'd be
sign,
hard
"Not
to
your
strap
body,
it.
not your."
Well,
I'll figure something out, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know how many. I'm just saying I want to make at least one for the back of Eddie's truck.
Okay.
Hi.
How many in your vehicle?
2,
There's 2 here,
and then she's got her
and
own
I've
vehicle.
got my own vehicle.
Oh, okay. Well, you can share there.
Okay.
That's peanut butter, or if you can eat peanut butter.
Yeah.
You good?
Okay. So you're on by yourself, right?
No, I got 2
he's
in
got
my-
somebody else in here with him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm in a different.
I'll
vehicle.
share these
Oh,
with.
well, here,
I'll
you're-
share these
I
with.
was just talking.
You got chocolate chip?
Yes, she does. I see.
I do. You want to switch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll share one bag with
Okay.
him.
Let me see
Okay.
if I got. I tried to. Okay. Here's 4.
Okay. I'll just share these
That's
4 with
chocolate
him.
chip and raisins.
I just
Okay.
need a smaller one.
Okay.
If
I
you have
think I
chocolate
got
chip.
one.
Because I can't
Chocolate
eat
chip
4
and raisin
cookies.
in there.
Thank
Thank you guys
Thank
for
you.
what you're doing.
Can I give you a hug?
Yeah. So much.
Thank you. But anyway, that was just an idea that we could play off of somehow. But once I hear them start chanting shit, I like to chant it or get it back at them.
Yeah. Put it back at him. Yeah.
Well, because if you say it, you gotta have it everywhere. It goes for the baby too. If it's your body and your choice, and it's not your body and not your choice, well, that's the baby too. It's a human. It has a body. It has a choice. And everything wants to live. So there's the choice. Okay, I gotta get back to my thing, but I
like that idea.
Throw that at you.
I'm gonna take you guys out and show you guys these grounds. It's pretty cool. This clip's really strong, so it's hard to get in sometimes. All right, boom. There we go. The inside of this place is really cool. It's got a lot of history.
So, I got one of my mods right now putting together a PDF to add to the brochure with links to people who put the message out.
Okay.
Okay, with the QR codes on it and everything else. Clickable links. That way that can be printed out as well.
QR codes for like Cash App and stuff, or like the...
No, QR codes for your YouTube channel.
Oh, I don't even know how to create one.
It's a QR code generator online. You just go in there and put the link in there, it creates a QR code.
Is it a website through YouTube, or is it a third-party website? Or
It's a third-party website.
Third-party website, okay.
But what I'm going to do is put on there. That way, if somebody prints those brochures out, they're going out door to door. They can have that with that, like a little pamphlet, little deal.
Okay.
With more information, so people can get the fucking news of what we're doing.
4.
Because hey, I mean, you've got the People's Convoy, right? Problem is, people try to contact the People's Convoy, but also I'm gonna put all the state links on that list.
Because people can get us in the chat too.
Right. Now put a QR code on each one of those links where they can just scan it, boom, go their deal, and they can contact maybe even the concept that we have an email for the leads for each state. That way it makes it easier for everybody to be able to contact and get a hold of people and everything else, and then they can...
What they should do is email the People's Convoy Proton Mail, and then CC is state lead. You know what I'm saying? That way we're all still on the same page with what's going on. But then also have an email for the state leads, and then have them CC'd in all the emails, right? That way everybody, like the main group is informed, and then
there'll be a state email. There should be a county email for each group, because you need 3 leads, a couple leads in each county, that they can rally their people in their county.
Okay, and then CC everybody.
Yeah,
together.
build a tree.
Yes.
Okay.
I like it. That's really good. The only problem is getting people on Sasnack on what the heck a QR code is.
He might not know, but he don't have to know what the QR. I'll make it for him.
Right.
It'll be on the PDF.
10-4.
Here's your link that they can click on it if they just got the PDF, clickable links. Or if you print it out, they got a QR code right beside your link where they can just scan it and go straight to your YouTube channel.
I like that. That's perfect. And making it as easy as possible for people at home to get involved.
Because you got some people who are very electronically inclined,
yes,
and everything else, and
a lot
of people don't want to do the work. They want everybody to do the work for them.
Well, we'll do some of it, but they got to make a decision once we give them the information that they need.
Exactly.
And that's
what I'm saying.
Hey, veterans before refugees. I like
that. People say, I try to contact people, I'm trying to get hold of people at People's Convoy, and they can't do it. Or they don't get anything back, or a message back.
Yeah, I mean, just getting the live streamers to their attention, they can reach us in chat all the time.
Right, and then we can give them the information.
Okay. We'll talk later, bud. Hi. Don't mind me, I'm just showing the history in here. This is what we're trying right here. The world. But we're starting with this country on a different continent that the communism normally comes from. Some people call it North America. We're currently in Wyoming in North America in the great state of United. Take a little trip through the woods. I like that one. That one's cool. Can you guys read that well or no? There we go. So April, it looks like April is the month they get a lot of snow. It doesn't calculate it from 1940 to 1997, data collected by the National Weather Service at the Sheridan County Airport. It looks like, what was it, 1997 they stopped from that one, so around here is when it starts to recollect the data. That's kind of interesting. Did you get the video call going?
Yeah, well, we used Messenger. Do they have Wi-Fi here? No, it wasn't ringing on her end. It never rang.
They do. Ask the lady at the desk, though. I have no idea what the info is on it.
Oh, hey, they're passing out cookies.
Yeah, I got some. They're delicious, too, yeah. Oh. Buffering, transmission error. Pause the screen and read that if you'd like to. Fort Phil Kearny. I like how it's got a color picture and then a black and white picture next to it. For most of them, at least. And you know, what is this? I didn't even really check this out. It's a bunch of barbed wire. I don't know who these people are. It should, maybe this is...
Did you see there's free Wi-Fi?
Yeah. Who are these people right here? Do you know? They should have like a... Okay. We'll just ask her about the barbed wire. Hey, who are those people that are on the barbed wire plaque?
The people on the barbed wire plaque.
Yeah, there's like a plaque with barbed wire on it, names in between it.
Well, they're probably ranchers that acquired or created that type of style of barbed wire.
Oh, really? Huh.
And it gives a year.
Okay.
They do that.
Interesting. So I guess she said that they created that type of barbed wire. Maybe each strand is the wire from their ranch. So they probably made them themselves. And
Look, that's really different. This one.
yeah, I think
That's
like,
an old style. This
yeah.
is regular. Look, oh, that's an Italian.
So Big John was the first one, kept it simple, keeping it simple, silly. And then Champion Crandall's, or Crandall's Champion, he put some effort into his, and that was in 1879. Wow, a long time ago, and he's got barbed wire like that. That's really crazy. And then, this is cool. I like to check out what they did. So it looks like they just used the wire as a pinch and then wrapped this around twice. Like once around here and then once around there and looped it. Huh. This one's just like a little hook and then a hook. What am I looking at? This one right here. It's like a little hook and a hook. And each one has like a little different design. This one's just looped and then looped around the other wire. And then they did a little twist on these ones. This is what you kind of normally see, to be honest. So this guy was way ahead of the curve. Or maybe I'm just... There's a lot of different designs here. So yeah, it looks like it was buffering real quick, but... Let's highlight this one for a second. This one doesn't even really seem like it's a barbed wire. Although it does kind of have some bite. And then there's these ones. They probably dulled these down a little bit too. I mean, nobody wants to get poked with a rusty nail. So, wow. Interesting stuff. I mean, these are the first barbed wire styles in the country. Or at least in this area. Ranchers in this area, I should say, to be more accurate. But howdy. Thank you. All right. I don't know why I'm sitting in my passenger seat. I don't know where Simon is. Oh, I know it feels... Alright, so let's see here. Is this still? No, okay, it's not muted. So I want to show y'all these stickers again. I'm pulling them up on my phone right now, my other phone. Y'all can read backwards. Alright, so here's the thing, look. Let me show you on this side here. Wait, real quick though, I need to do something else. I'm gonna pin, I need to go back to my chat here. I'm just gonna pin Nightbots. There we go, message pinned. And we're gonna go back to these decals. These are permanent decals that Karen Reed made for me. Alright, so I'm gonna have a bunch of these, and if you guys want to buy one, send $10 to my donation links and include your shipping address and which sticker you'd like. Alright, she sent me these stickers just as like kind of like a idea of what they look like. I like the real eyes, real eyes, real eyes. It's kind of a tongue twister, but it's relevant. Let me focus in here, trying to get a good focus on it. There we go. That looks good. All right. So there's ones in the back there under the media is the virus. She put "Let Freedom Reign." It has the Statue of Liberty holding an umbrella with raindrops. That's crazy cool. And she even has I'm just gonna skip over to the other one real quick. She's got "Let Freedom Reign" is on this one as well, right there. And it's got the peoplesconvoy.org with an American flag behind the mountains with a truck coming out of the mountains. It's amazing. And she's also got a "Let Freedom Reign" one with an eagle and an American flag wings. Let freedom reign, baby. So $10 donations or more, depending on how much you want to donate, you know, to help keep me afloat out here, and also give you guys something in return for you know, your donations. And Karen Reed is going to be mailing these directly to you. All proceeds go to my PayPal links, though Karen is definitely on board with this. If I need to show you the email, I can. Alright, so let's go back to, this is so cool though, look at that. peoplesconvoy.org, and it says "Let Freedom Reign" on the bottom. I love that one. It's so good. And it's like, you can't really tell, but it's like shiny. It's like a shiny blue. And America, that's a nice one too. Mandate freedom. Here's a better. Make vaccine manufacturers liable again, is what that says. Lockdowns and mandates are un-American. I like that freedom one too. I can't read what the bottom of that says. It says the further society drifts from. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to read it through my screen here. The further society drifts. I can't see because this focus is so weird. It's like trying to see it on a screen. If I get it in a different area, if this will work better. these are all permanent stickers. $10 a sticker, and we'll get you one mailed. All right. Make sure you add your shipping address and the sticker you'd like and your donation in my PayPal in my links. I could almost take a nap.
I got you, have I?
Yeah, you
yes,
actually did.
Alex.
Yes,
right? Yeah,
yes.
I got you already. I to forget which ones I've got.
I'll take that trail mix though.
You can have it.
Thanks,
Thank
sweetie.
you.
I love trail mix. So now she's gonna put me in a munching mode.
What's going on? You got some trail mix?
Hey Wizzy! Hey Wizzy!
We're fine then. He was eating when he passed me last time. Or I was eating when he passed me last time. Now I need something to drink.
Hey! No, not really.
Yeah. As long as I can eat a good.
Oh,
Do y'all want to look at the decals that Karen made for me again? They're seriously probably the coolest decals I've seen. Thanks for the info, Hooper. I'm actually checking the Ohio stop, where they have planned for us in Ohio. And after that, I'll check the Weather Channel app. If I remember correctly, this is right outside of Cleveland. It's actually a agriculture. Well, let's see. Jay Coney says, "Is this a truck stop that we're stopping at for the winds?" It's not a truck stop, but it's a travel center. There's like grills and history and like an agriculture section. When I'm trying to pull this off my magnet. So it's not exactly a truck stop, but it is a travel center.
Want to see something cool?
Oh, he's on the phone. I forget he's got this little earpiece. He like walks around like he's talking to himself. You guys want to see those decals that Karen Reed made for me? She's actually letting me sell them to get donations for out here, to give something in return for you guys' help. They're super cool. I'm showing them again, I don't care. Look at that. These are gorgeous. The glare is real. You know what? I got a better idea. How are you? I'm good, thank you. So Karen Reed, I'm calling you. If you're in the chat, Karen, I'm calling you right now. It's off my other phone. So these stickers are for sale, $10, and if you send $10 with your address, your shipping address, and what sticker you would like, just give a short description of it. And Karen Reed, the creator of these, is going to send them to you. Press this one. There we go. She made Let Freedom Reign stickers. And just for verification purposes, let me, I'll pull up my email stating that she said I can sell them. So just so you guys know. Okay, so she's saying 2 for $10. I thought she said two $10. Okay, so my bad. Okay, so I read this wrong. I'm glad I checked this again. So you guys are saying, so just a thought. Money coming in today, you can show the stickers and just tell everyone they can pick 2 for $10 donation today only. I can mail them out by Thursday. They would just need to include their shipping address with their donation. Sorry so many emails, but didn't want to just put it out there without your permission. So that's really beautiful. So you guys can get 2 of those stickers for a $10 donation. Let me just pull those stickers back up again. I don't want to show any information. So if you guys send me a donation, a $10 donation, she'll ship you two stickers. So this is the first set of them. And you know what, let me take my case off because this case is giving a glare. 1 second. Okay, so I guess I read that email wrong. You guys can pick 2 stickers. Why is this so glary? 2 stickers for $10. And Karen will send them to you. Include your shipping address and the stickers you would like. Send me a $10 donation and Karen will ship you, Karen will ship you 2 stickers for your $10 donation. That's a shiny blue one and it says Let Freedom Reign. Two for $10 donations, y'all. Send a donation to my PayPal with your shipping address and the stickers you would like, and Karen will send you 2 stickers for your donation today. Today only. Today only. So get your decals now. These are permanent decals. Okay, so if you would like to get some artwork for your car,
Where's the guy with the markers? I need that white marker when he's done.
he's in that white Jeep over there.
White?
Yeah, couple cars down from you. Couple cars down from you in the white Jeep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I love these stickers. I can't get enough of these. I can't wait to put some of these on my car. 2 for $10. Send a donation to my donation links with your shipping address and the 2 stickers you would like. Again, there's Lady Liberty, and it says Let Freedom Reign on the side with an umbrella. She's holding an umbrella in rain. That is a beautiful idea. Two for $10, y'all. Two for $10. I can't get enough of the Let Freedom Reign ones. Those ones are just gorgeous. These stickers are the best ones I've seen. They really are. I mean, look at that. That's just so awesome. Two for $10, y'all. Send me a donation to my links, and Karen Reed will send you 2 of these decals for $10. That's amazing. It's seriously amazing. All right, so get your decals today. I've highlighted that for like an hour here and there. We also went in and looked at barbed wire earlier. I'll get this up here. All right, y'all. So Let Freedom Reign. Looks like we've got. Oh, this is my CB. Yeah. So Karen, thank you so much for those decals. Wow, super impressed. I did not expect anything that elaborate and that detailed and that amazing. Wow. You know, we've had Danielle Nicole with her umbrella, the transparent umbrella with the lights in it and all the cool sayings. You know, Karen Reed actually even mentioned in the email, you know, use them for the capes or whatever. Or, you know, she got the inspiration from Danielle Nicole's umbrella, I think, to use those decals in the idea with the capes. So super inspirational stuff going on. You know, we're bouncing ideas back and forth. I love it. Shout out to Spider again, who has made me a thumbnail with an NFT digital artwork. I think it's called NFTs, yeah. And he made me a thumbnail with Let Freedom Reign with an eagle, and it's a cloud raining red, white, and blue rain. I think that is just so artsy and cool. The red, white, and blue rain is my favorite. It's just, I love the red, white, and blue rain. I can't get enough of it. You know, we are out here. We really, really need y'all's support and love. We are going back to DC, and we're doing things different. And we learned a thing or two since the last time we were in DC. So, also, the Johnson & Johnson and the Pfizer just got a new FDA guideline. Check those things out. Extremely, how do I put this? Corrupt system that we have with the algorithms that they're using old software and old algorithms to fact check and censor this breaking news regarding the new FDA guideline with the Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer vaccines. And Karen is in the chat. Karen Reed is in the chat. She's the one that made those decals for you guys and everyone in the convoy. And I just love them. I love them so much that I'm going to show. Karen, I did get your email. So she said 2 for $10. And she will email them today. Today only. Today only, she's willing to ship 2 stickers for a $10 donation to my donation links. Okay, so if you guys would like a Let Freedom Reign with an eagle and a flag as wings, that is amazing. The Faith, Family, and Freedom heart with a cross in it, that's an amazing decal. This one is my favorite. Peoplesconvoy.org with a flag, the mountains, and the truck. Got trees, and it says Let Freedom Reign around the bottom of the truck. Although you can only read Let Free. America. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what those say, but Karen, maybe if you could send me a better picture of all these. So today only, get two decals for $10 by sending a donation to my donation links. These are just gorgeous stickers, y'all. I mean, the Lady Liberty with an umbrella and rain coming down. Lady Liberty is holding an umbrella, and it says Let Freedom Reign on the side with raindrops coming out of the cloud. I mean, that's just gorgeous. She said she'll send better pictures when there's no kids around. So, I mean, you also have a choice from these ones too, y'all. 2 for $10 by sending a $10 donation to my link. Include your shipping address and the stickers you would like for your $10 donation. All donations go to my PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App, and include your shipping address and the stickers you'd like, and Karen will ship you 2 of these stickers of your choosing. Today only. I hope I can get, she said she's gonna send better pics, like especially with the, like this picture is perfect because you can see each individual sticker. Like these ones, I really want to see the Let Freedom Reign ones in full, right? Those ones are gorgeous. They need highlighted. And then the Freedom ones right here. You guys can get 2 of these decals for $10 by sending a $10 donation link with your shipping address and the stickers that you would like. I mean, I just can't get over this one. I just love it. I apologize about the magnet being in the glare there. Let's put my finger on it. That helps. Okay, so the peoplesconvoy.org with a flag in the background of the mountains. You have the mountains, the trees, the truck coming down the road, and then below the truck it says Let Freedom Reign, R-E-I-G-N. 2 of these stickers for $10, y'all. They're not even really stickers, they're more decals. And then also, back to the last one that we have a picture of, Let Freedom Reign. We got the People's Convoy one, and then Faith, Family, and Freedom. That one is 11.5 inches to give an idea size. So are you talking about this one right here? That's a huge sticker. Permanent vinyl. These are seriously the coolest decals I've seen. Like, if you don't think these are the coolest decals you've seen, I don't know what you've been looking at. I'd love to see the decals you got in mind. I mean, let's go, baby. I mean, look at that. Let Freedom Reign with an eagle and flags as wings. Like, that's just amazing. Oh, so you can put those on shirts as well, too, huh? Wow, that's amazing. So you guys can put these decals on shirts. You can put them on your cars. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you for that. 2 for $10. Donations go to my donation links. Include your shipping address and the stickers you would like. No, they're different material. Okay, Karen, can you explain a little bit better there? Only some of them go on shirts, or what? Oh, so you iron them on vinyl? If you guys have ordered these stickers already, come back into my chat and let me know that you've ordered them so I can check my PayPal links and get you guys some stickers ordered. I mean, that's just amazing. This is the email from Karen regarding those stickers. Or those decals. 2 for $10 donation today only. I can mail them out by Thursday. They would just need to include their shipping address with their donation. Sorry, so many emails. Yeah, so 2 for $10 donation today only. She can mail them out by Thursday. They would just need to include their shipping address with their donation. So I don't even care. I'm gonna go back one more time. And she said she's gonna send over some better pictures, so maybe I can get a better view of these stickers, and I can actually download them and post them on my my YouTube separately. I mean, that's just gorgeous. I don't know what's going on here, but looks like we got a little gathering out here.
Hey, Vern! Do you need any decals for your truck? Bro, come check them out. I don't know if you can see them because of the glare and stuff, but one of my subscribers, Karen Reed, can you even see that?
I already got that on my truck.
Well, you got the Let Freedom Reign one with Lady Liberty holding an umbrella with Freedom Reign? She's got the Freedom one, and then she's got, look at this, she got the People's Convoy.org.
Who's doing it?
Karen Reed.
Dang.
And it says Let Freedom Reign.
Because my sister makes them, and she's in Indiana, so I'll be able to put some more on in Indiana.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, well, she for a $10 donation to my channel, she's mailing 2 stickers for $10 to whoever sends a $10 donation to my cash.
No shit.
And today only, and all they have to do is put their shipping address and.
But I wouldn't put it in the chat though.
No, in the donation, right? In the note with the donation. Yeah.
As long as nobody else can see it.
Yeah, it's in your own personal.
You got to tell them that so they can find out.
Okay, yeah. So the timestamp's probably about like an hour-ish. I don't know. Can you see these on your stream?
Probably not.
trifocal, or probably not. Yeah.
Well, let me just read some of them. One of them says Media's the virus, peoplesconvoy.org with an American flag on it.
In the mountains with the
With
truck
the mountains in the
coming
back
up.
row. That's a good one.
It is a good one. It's like a shiny blue.
Then
And it says "Let Freedom Reign" on the
America
bottom of it.
Beautiful. Is that what it says?
It's hard. She's gonna send me a better
Mandate
picture.
freedom.
She's gonna send me. She's got look, "Let Freedom Reign" with an eagle and a flag as wings.
And it's got that one.
These
The
are
rhino.
gorgeous, huh?
Yeah. So tell them what it's up.
All right, so she was kind enough to make a bunch of decals. These are permanent decals, and they're gorgeous. You can come check them out on my stream or whatever, then come back and hang out with Vern later or whatever have you. But $10 for 2 stickers, and she's willing to mail them out by Thursday. You just have to add your shipping address and the stickers you would like on the note, just to give back to people that are donating to these live streamers and stuff, or at least my channel in particular, because she did do it for me, so I appreciate that. And I need help, and a lot of people need help. I'm sure Vern needs donations as well, but we're trying to find out ways to give back to the people that are helping us out.
That lady is doing.
She did. That's very, very nice of her, and she did a bang up job. Like, I was very impressed. They're probably some of the coolest decals I've seen. Not even just because they have kind of my slogans attached to them.
Right.
But,
that's a good deal. Yeah. So
yeah.
if you guys want to donate over at his site, that's what she's sending out for a $10 donation.
Today only. 2 for
Today
$10.
only.
Yep, 2 for $10. So thank you guys. And I was like, Vern, maybe you need some decals. I appreciate you shouting me out on your stream there. But
I don't actually need money as of now, because when we get to Ohio, after that stop, I'm heading south going home. So
going to make some money.
just going freaking home.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm like getting with like this with people. Freaking stuff I won't say on here.
All right. Well, I love you, brother.
When we get back to Ohio, it's not that far. I'll just jump south from the house.
Oh, dude, shoot. I don't know what you're going through, bro, but can I give you a small little hug?
Oh yeah. Of course. They're asking if I'll be back, then I don't know. I told them I'm going to go home and get some time with them. A little bit of 30, that's not fair.
Yeah, go meditate. Get that energy, that negative energy out of you. I like to go to rivers and, your shirt post falls.
I like nature too, but I realized recently doing some wood turning is really a way to kind of
Meditate, kind of get into what they call it, a flow state kind of deal.
I don't know. You just like you could literally walk up behind me and make me throw shit because I'm so into it. You walk up behind me and just touch me because I'm like
So
into it.
zoned in.
Yeah.
They call that the flow
It's
state.
supposed to be a meeting.
Oh, is it? We're going back to the camp.
U-Town. Back to the new truck stop back
That
there.
was all the meeting was about?
And that's where we're going to stay tonight.
That was all the meeting was about?
Yep.
Okay. So we're leaving now?
Yep.
We're leaving.
All right, we're leaving. Hey, guys.
About a mile through that big old nice truck stop we
But
passed.
we're rolling through
Okay.
Sheridan when we go.
Yeah, but we're taking the local scenic route to let the town know we're here.
Nice, nice. Hey, you need decals for your truck, Mud Pig?
What kind of decals?
Well, one of my subscribers made "Let Freedom Reign" decals, and she made it so the Lady Liberty is holding an umbrella, and it says "Let Freedom Reign" with a cloud raining onto the umbrella. And she's got like one that says "Let Freedom Reign" with a eagle with an American flag as the wings. And she's got one that says thepeoplesconvoy.org with a flag behind the mountains, and in front of the mountains is a truck going down the road that says "Let Freedom Reign."
I'll have to see them. They
Dude,
sound pretty neat.
they are cool. They're so cool. I love them.
All right, well, we'll look once we get up the road here. I think we're going to try to get out of here in pretty short order.
Okay, 10-4, man. Nice dually. That is a nice dually. That is a nice dually. Yeah. We're going to that truck stop we passed back there. Yeah. We're leaving right now, sweetheart.
Yep.
Karen, I actually extremely love them. It's not about liking them. I think they're the most amazing thing anybody's ever sent my way. No offense to you, Danielle Nicole. I really love your umbrella too. But those are just phenomenal. Literally phenomenal. Honk, honk! Yeah, man. Come on in.
Well, we're a day behind schedule now.
Yeah. Sounds like we're gonna be staying at the other place overnight, huh?
Well, so we're stopping at Casper tomorrow, so we have a super short day. Today, another super short day tomorrow. Another short day the next day. Another short day the next day.
Well, they might just say, you know what?
So we're not gonna get to DC. I'm not even gonna. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to get to Ohio with you guys. That sucks.
Here's your water's over here if you'd like that.
Oh yes. Well, this is a new bottle, so if you want it, you can have it. I got my open bottle here.
Oh no, I think that's mine.
This one's yours? I had an open one here in the center.
Yeah, but you had the Poland. No, you had this.
I had two bottles. I had one open and I had another.
But you had this brand, didn't you?
I don't remember. Maybe. I might have finished it. I think I finished my other one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could be. Oh, I'm so bummed, man.
Yeah, delays like this are kind of weird, huh?
And I can't find my notepad. I had a little notepad that I had at the airport.
Mine down there. Yeah, I don't want that getting stepped on. Can you hand me that?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I had a notepad with a whole bunch of notes inside at the airport coming back from Denver, and it's gone, completely gone. I don't know where my stuff is, man.
Hopefully it will turn up. Do you have a lot of luggage or no?
I have a backpack and another duffel bag, and while I was waiting here, I emptied both of them completely out, and I looked completely through both of them. I looked in all my pockets, my pant pockets, my sweatshirts. I looked through everything completely, and it's nowhere to be found.
Sorry to hear that, man. Must be frustrating. Is this your microphone or is this mine?
I think that one might be yours, maybe. Yeah, because I didn't have a strap on mine. Okay. So, yep, that one's yours.
Let freedom reign, baby. That is REIGN. We got some decals made. Karen Reed made some decals. Oh my gosh, they're beautiful. Just saying.
need to grab on anything. As we're going through town, I can talk to the people going through town.
We're going to go ahead and get in line so we can let Eddie and Lori out. I'm going to switch this back over here since I'm going to be driving. See what I'm doing.
Oh shoot, I need to make sure that my bags are back in the back of Ron's car. Completely forgot. I took them out.
Oh. Check the lights. Have her check her blinkers. Check her blinkers. All right. Okay, thank you, Karen Reed. I see your comment about the new pics. Daniel, Nicole, sometimes God will remove things from you, maybe to help you expand on what can remember, or maybe to start all over. It's all in the plan. I love you, Danielle, Nicole, and Karen Reed. You're amazing. Cooper, hello, how you doing today? Just heard that India has kicked out their COVID mandates. I appreciate that.
Play these people a song while we're waiting.
Hey, go ahead. Go ahead. Us three are going to go together.
Give you one that's not going to get your stream in trouble for copyrights.
Yeah, I know, right?
Let freedom ring!
On Telegram, baby.
On Telegram. Oops, this thing's still playing. Why is it still playing?
Alright, let's roll these windows up, Cameron.
Yep. So I did a, I got somebody teach me about Telegram because I recorded some stuff, but it's not, I don't know where to find it. I do not find it. Last thing I have on here is from Washington, D.C.
I love honking my horn under those overpasses. Toot, 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 toot.
Yeah. Oh, this is what, okay, I need a streamer. I need somebody to print a bunch of stickers that says all mandates.
A stop sign with all mandates.
No,
on it?
just all mandates, just a sticker. We can put them on stop signs as we're rolling across the country.
Oh,
I just need a sticker that says all mandates.
Hey. Yo, Karen Reed, a sticker that says all mandates, and we can put a sticker that says all mandates on stop signs rolling across the country. Bam. A bunch of them. That would be amazing.
Yep. I think that's fantastic. But it needs to be just like that. A white background, big black bold. Like that's what we need right there. We need stickers.
Stop all mandates. I love that.
Yep, all mandates. That's a statement right there.
I'm on it. I'll send with the rest, she says. That's amazing. That's amazing. Karen Reed, you are awesome! Where's my megaphone at? I'm pulling out the megaphone for this, Karen. Everyone, just so you know, Karen Reed is awesome! Who is awesome, Simon?
Karen Reed.
Who is awesome?
Karen Reed.
Karen Reed, we love you. She is making us stickers and decals and all of the amazing things that we need. Oh my gosh. Karen Reed, Simon, say we love you, Karen Reed.
We
please.
love you, Karen Reed. Simon says we love Karen Reed.
Simon says that all of us in the convoy love Karen Reed, and it's just a fact.
It is a fact. Thank you. From Simon Says.
She is making us stickers that say all mandates so we can stick them on stop signs. Stop all mandates.
Hello, Wyoming. Hello, Wyoming. Anybody here love freedom? If anybody loves freedom and values privacy, we are the People's Convoy. ThePeoplesConvoy.org. We are rolling across the country from sea to shining sea. We're standing up for your freedom, for your children, your grandchildren, and every future generation. To live free in the land of the free, the home of the brave. How are you, gentlemen? I love those flags, young man.
Yeah, let's go. Freedom, baby.
Nice
freedom.
flag, young man.
Freedom.
Let freedom reign.
Freedom.
We are the People's Convoy, ThePeoplesConvoy.org.
We love freedom. I just gotta let them know what we're here for.
We're standing up for your rights as American citizens. It's time for the government to end the COVID emergency declaration.
It is time.
It's time that they end all mandates and respect our medical freedom.
The time is now.
They respect the Constitution. They respect our Bill of Rights. It is time we remind the government that they work for the people.
They work for the people, baby. Let's go.
Their number one oath of office is to secure the rights of the people they represent. And
they represent us.
That. It is time that we remind them of their duties, of their job, of their oath of office, that they respect our rights as citizens of the land of the free.
Simon, who do they work for?
They work for you.
They work for you.
And me.
And me, all taxpayers across this country. This is great.
And remember, folks, a forced prick is medical rape.
Forced prick is medical rape. Coercion to get vaccinated against your will to keep your job is medical rape.
The Constitution applies equally to every single American, and that does include our doctors, our nurses, our military, our college students, teachers, children. We are not free in this country until every single American is free, folks, and we must stand together as a united people, the United States of America, and unite for freedom and justice for every single person in this great nation.
Coercion to get vaccinated against your will to keep your job is medical rape. Somebody told me I should chill out on that. I'll say it again.
About medical rape?
We do not consent. We do not consent to what is it? Experimental vaccines. EUA, emergency use authorization, can go out the window. We do not consent. Nuremberg, the Helsinki Accord, the Belmont Report. We do not consent.
We believe in human rights. We believe in ethics. We believe in science. We have doctors. We have nurses who are speaking up. Science does not support wearing a face diaper over your face. The government does not get to decide who is essential and who is not essential. Every single job is essential. Every American is essential. Every human being in this great nation and around the globe is essential. And what gets injected into their bodies is a human right. This is not, the government does not get to decide who is essential and what gets injected into your bodies.
We do not consent. Their just powers are derived from the consent of the people, and we do not consent.
We pledge our allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. We are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for every single American. And that includes medical liberty for every single person in this great nation. We will not be silent, and we will never stop standing up for freedom. The government and the media want to divide us, folks, by race, religion, and politics. This is not about right or left. This is not about Republican or Democrat or Libertarian or Independent. This is about freedom, folks, and it is time that together we stand united as a united people of the United States of America, and we unite for freedom.
Freedom, baby.
Yeah, and I kind of want to go grab my, where's Ron? Is he ahead of us or behind us?
He's ahead of us. By like,
wonder if I can
3
run up
cars.
there and grab my, some notes out of my bag.
Yeah, go do it. Hurry up.
I feel like I have time.
Yeah, sprint up there. ThePeoplesConvoy.org. Fighting for your medical freedom, our medical freedom, and future generations of medical freedom. We also don't like high gas prices.
Losing freedom and privacy is a national emergency.
Tell them, Simon.
This is the Emergency Broadcast Network. Simon says we are losing freedom and privacy, and it is our national emergency.
We love Simon. Let freedom ring. That's RING on Telegram.
A man who believes in freedom will do anything under the sun to acquire or preserve his freedom. That is Malcolm X. Albert Einstein said everything that is really great and inspiring is created by the individual who can labor in freedom. We are the People's Convoy, folks. We'd love to have you join us as we unite across the country and we stand up for freedom. ThePeoplesConvoy.org. We would love to have you join us. Rosa Parks said, I would like to be remembered as a person who wanted to be free so other people would also be free. We're standing up for you, folks. Thanks for your support. Thanks for coming out to support freedom. George Washington said, liberty, when it begins to take root, is a plant of rapid growth. General John Stark said, live free or die. Death is not the worst of evils. We will never be silent, folks. We will never be quiet. We will never stop standing up for freedom, for you gentlemen, and your rights to live in the land of the free, the home of the brave. Benjamin Franklin said, they who can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. George Orwell said, if liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. Bob Marley said, it is better to die fighting for freedom than be a prisoner all the days of your life. Folks, we are the People's Convoy, thepeoplesconvoy.org. Thanks for your support. We'd love to have you join us. It is time, folks. It is past time. It is high time that we stand up and unite as a country for freedom, including medical freedom for our doctors, our nurses, our military, our teachers, our college students, our federal employees that are losing their jobs, they're losing their careers, they're losing their retirements. Because this is no longer the land of the free, the home of the brave. If we value freedom, folks, if you value privacy, it is time we stand up together as a united people of the United States of America, and we unite for freedom. Thanks for your support, folks. We love America. Václav Havel said, when a truth is not given complete freedom, freedom is not complete. Malcolm X said, if you're not ready to die for it, put the word freedom out of your vocabulary.
Hunter Thompson said freedom is something that dies unless it is used. Folks, if you value freedom, it is time we stand up together as a united people of the United States of America, and we unite for freedom, including medical freedom for our doctors, our nurses, our military, our teachers, federal employees that are losing their jobs or losing their careers. Folks, it is high time that we stand up together and we unite as a people of the United States of America, standing with our brothers and sisters in Canada, in Australia, in New Zealand. We are uniting the people of this great land, united for freedom, folks. United we stand, divided we fall. We will not let them divide us. This is not about race, religion, or politics. It's not about right or left, Democrat or Republican. This is the United States of America, folks, and we must stand together and unite for freedom. ThePeoplesConvoy.org, ThePeoplesConvoy.org. We are a peaceful movement, folks. We're rolling across the country from sea to shining sea. We're standing up and we're calling on every single American to get involved, to stand up together as a united people and unite for freedom, including medical freedom for every single person in this great nation. That is a human right. God made us free, and it is time that we stand up together and demand freedom, demand the government work for the people, and we stand united for freedom, including medical freedom, folks. For the People's Convoy, ThePeoplesConvoy.org. It's time to join us and unite. Together we stand. United we stand, divided we fall, folks. We must stand together as a united people, united for freedom. If you value freedom, my friends, the time is now to stand up as a united people and unite for freedom. We are the People's Convoy. We are a peaceful movement. We're rolling across the country for freedom. ThePeoplesConvoy.org. ThePeoplesConvoy.org. It's time that you join us, folks, that you stand up together. We can fight for freedom. It is time we demand the government work for the people. They respect our Constitution. They respect our Bill of Rights. It is time we end the COVID emergency declaration. It is time we demand the government respect our rights. They respect the Constitution. It is time that together we demand the government work for the people and they do their job to secure the rights of the people they represent. That is their oath of office, folks, and we must stand together and demand that they do their jobs and demand freedom, including medical freedom. Thank you for your support, lady. We love you. We love the great state of Wyoming. And we are calling on every single American to join us as we roll across the country from sea to shining sea, as we head towards Washington, D.C. to drain the swamp, to demand accountability, to demand the government work for the people, that they respect our laws of the land, that they restore the Constitution, that we end the COVID emergency declaration, that they are abusing their powers of the government. They are not doing their job and respecting the laws of the land. Go to our website, folks, ThePeoplesConvoy.org. ThePeoplesConvoy.org. We are a peaceful movement. We are rolling across the country from sea to shining sea. We are demanding freedom. We're demanding accountability. We're demanding the government do their job and they respect the laws of the land. And it is time that every single American stand up together and unite for freedom. Demand an end to the COVID emergency declaration. Demand medical freedom for every person in this great nation, including our doctors, our nurses, our teachers, our military, federal employees that are losing their jobs, they're losing their careers. Folks, it is time you get involved and you join us in this fight for freedom. We are the People's Convoy, ThePeoplesConvoy.org. We love you people. We love the great state of Montana. And it is time that you get involved, that you join us in the fight for freedom. ThePeoplesConvoy.org. It is time that every single American say enough is enough. And it is time that you get involved, folks. It is time that we stand together as a united people of the United States of America. And we unite together for freedom. United we stand, divided we fall, folks, and the time is now for every single American to get involved and to stand together. This is not about right or left, Democrat or Republican, folks. United we stand, divided we fall. We must not let them divide us, and we must stand together as a united people of the United States of America. We are the People's Convoy, ThePeoplesConvoy.org. Join us, folks, as we roll across the country from sea to shining sea. We are joining the country. We are uniting the country. We are a peaceful movement, and we are standing up for freedom for every future generation. or your children and your grandchildren. We must stand together and unite for freedom. William Faulkner said we must be free not because we claim freedom, but because we practice it. Our founding fathers said, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. The time is now, folks. We must live free or die. We must never tolerate mandates or medical tyranny. We will live free.
Beautiful.
It's been a while since I've done that.
Medgar Evers said freedom has never been free. Franklin D. Roosevelt said, in the truest sense, freedom cannot be bestowed. It must be achieved. Folks, we are the People's Convoy. We are a peaceful movement rolling across the country from sea to shining sea. We are standing up for freedom, for medical freedom, for privacy rights. We're demanding the government respect the laws of the land, that they respect our Constitution and our Bill of Rights.
Good job turning the bullhorn that way towards the residential area.
Yeah, right.
Privacy rights is a good point. It's an easy, simple, direct message. I like how you put that.
It is. It's medical freedom and privacy. Both of them are under assault.
Yes. You're good. I love you, dude.
Maximilian Robespierre.
Hang it out the window though, my ear's getting weird.
Said the secret of freedom lies in educating people, whereas the secret of tyranny is in keeping them ignorant. William Faulkner said we must be free, not because we claim freedom, but because we practice it.
Oof.
Nelson Mandela said, for to be free is not merely to cast off one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others. Benjamin Franklin said, without freedom of thought, there can be no such thing as wisdom, and no such thing as public liberty without freedom of speech. Patrick Henry said, the liberties of a people never were, nor ever will be, secure when the transactions of their rulers may be concealed from them. Hunter Thompson said, the freedom is something that dies unless it is used.
Here's some good ones from Abraham Lincoln. Maybe I could just talk to your crowd instead of being on this.
Okay.
There's nobody here at the moment. So Abraham Lincoln said, no man is good enough to govern another man without his consent. And he also said, those who deny freedom to others deserve it not for themselves. And Nelson Mandela said, when a man is denied the right to live the life he believes in, he has no choice but to become an outlaw. Herbert Hoover said, freedom is the open window through which pours the sunlight of the human spirit and human dignity. Soledad O'Brien said, I've learned that fear limits you and your visions. It serves as blinders to what may be just a few steps down the road for you. The journey is valuable, but believing in your talents, your abilities, and your self-worth can empower you to walk down an even brighter path. transforming fear into freedom. How great is that? Johann Wolfgang von Goethe said, "This is the highest wisdom that I own. Freedom and life are earned by those alone who conquer them each day anew."
That's amazing, dude. You're so... I love the vibes you bring, dude.
Martin Luther King Jr., "Freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed." You have a pen? I'm going to highlight. I'm going to mark a couple of these.
I wish I had a highlighter for you.
That's one I need to be saying over the speaker. Adlai Stevenson said, "My definition of a free society is a society where it is safe to be unpopular." And Brigham Young said, "True independence and freedom can only exist in doing what's right." Hubert Humphrey said, "Certainly one of the chief guarantees of freedom under any government, no matter how popular and respected, is the right of citizens to keep and bear arms." Jim Morrison said, "Friends can help each other. A true friend is someone who lets you have total freedom to be yourself, and especially to feel or not feel. Whatever you happen to be feeling at the moment is fine with them. That's what real love amounts to, letting a person be what he really is." Sounds like a true friend. A. Philip Randolph said, "Freedom is never given, it is won." These are some good ones. Ronald Reagan said, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same."
Well, everybody at this truck stop is giving us love, by the way.
Here's a nice sign. Sheridan, Wyoming. Let me get a picture of this sign.
Sure, yeah.
Around so people can see this amazing stuff. Are we going to this truck stop? We are. We must be getting gas here. I bet that's what we're doing. We're getting gas.
No, we're gonna be. I think we're gonna be at this truck stop all night.
It's 1:11.
Because we went backwards.
You see the time?
What does that mean?
1:11.
Well, I know what 11:11 is. Let's make a wish. What's 1:11?
I don't know, but I look at the clock like almost all the time at 11 minutes past the hour.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know what that means, but it's significant to me somehow.
It means you're doing a good job. Yes, me.
John F. Kennedy, "Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty."
The survival and the success of liberty.
That's one of JFK's most famous quotes.
Libertad.
Yep.
Justice and liberty for all. Liberty, baby. Got my liberty torch out the window right now.
JFK also said, "The rights of every man are diminished when the rights of one man are threatened." He also said, "Conformity is the jailer of freedom and the enemy of growth." Yeah, some really, really good stuff. Here's a good one. Malcolm X said you don't have to be a man to fight for freedom. All you have to do is be an intelligent human being.
Just get staged somewhere. We'll park you in a minute.
Okay, 10-4.
Malcolm X also said nobody can give you freedom. Nobody can give you equality or justice or anything. If you're a man, you take it.
All right.
Alright, I think I might jump out too for a little bit. Go hand out some pamphlets.
Okay. Yeah, give it to all the truckers, dude.
Yeah, I need to go talk to these truckers. I've got a few pamphlets left in my backpack. You don't have any left in here, do you?
I do have some.
Do you really?
Yeah. You got my truck.
That would be amazing.
Get a sickle, son.
We've been honking like a mother, though. I mean, just hand out pamphlets if you see them open, I guess. Yes?
There's waterfalls and all that. There's a big national, big, what's it called, but there's a national forest. It's like an hour and 20 minutes away.
Oh, really? Because we're staying here for the night.
I know, yeah. So I'm going to pull off and go to the bathroom, get ready and stuff, and then once Eddie's gonna park, we're taking my car.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because the dog, I'll just push my shit over and she can have the back. And then
Okay. Anybody else coming, or just us so far? Or?
That's just us so far.
Okay. Okay. Hey Simon! Hey Simon! I'm gonna go with them to a waterfall. Is that cool? Hey, how you doing?
That was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Wake up! Sure, why not? Wish I'll go over to Gillette and do that. Good God.
They're very receptive over here.
Oh, yeah, they're nice people.
Oh, extremely nice.
All Wyoming's like this.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, you love to see it. It's a burst of energy, man. It really is.
All Wyoming's gonna be like this.
10, 4,
I've lived here all my life. So.
Oh, okay, so you're local here.
Yeah. I was born about just over that mountain.
Okay.
Oh, really? Yeah. Little town called Gillette. What is that? Or not Gillette, but Graven. I live in Gillette now.
I should go to the Bighorn, what is that? Park or whatever? The National Forest?
You got a waterfall over there or something?
Yeah. The falls.
Yellowstone, we got Teton.
A Bighorn. That's what it was. Bighorn.
Bighorn.
Bighorn. And then I saw another thing to go to that was like a falls that was in it, and so I'm like, oh, that's it, I'm going. I've seen pictures, dude.
That's pretty cool.
Like it looked like a canyon on both sides and like a river going through it, and you can go up top or you can actually go down the river. Like you can go on top of their tubes or what, but you can go down the river.
Yes, sir. It's a good spot.
They said go down the river. It's a better view. You can see because you can go up top and do it. Oh my God, I'm going.
Okay, let's go.
Well, did y'all hear about the, I guess, the GOP thing going on?
Wait, GOP.
Yeah. I think James O'Keefe is going to be there. Like to hear what that fucker says, or what he said.
They're coming here?
That's what I'm saying on the video. I don't know. I need to look into it. I think somebody was.
Actually, you know what? I gotta cancel on the waterfall trip, dude. I gotta get this Media Blast podcast going. I think actually now's a good time for me to get Oreo and.
Hey, I'm not just real crazy because it's like an hour and a half away. And so,
yeah, I was just thinking about that.
Lucky, did you save room beside that thing for this other one?
All right. Well, hey guys, I'm gonna run in real quick and grab some like coffee or something.
Yeah, as long as it's beside it, so I can use the generator, right? $10-4.
10-4. All right, I'll be back, guys. Hang tight.
along, you got a copy? Tag along. Stephanie.
Could it be because DC sucks? Ding, 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 you win. Not if it's sucking. DC is sucking all this wind.
I knew it was something like that. Well, it looks like to me that there must be a shortage of drivers because most of the trucks I've seen have a little piggyback on them. And that's just like making them do work in the half. What in the world was that? Okay.
Get you a pizza?
Yeah, I ended up getting pizza.
Dude, you need decals for your truck, bro?
Hmm?
Do you need any decals for your truck?
Decals?
Decals. Look. One of my subscribers made Let Freedom Reign sticker. Okay, so you get 2 for $10 if you donate $10 to my links, my donation links. And this one's got Let Freedom Reign with the eagle, and American flag is the. This one's got the peoplesconvoy.org with a flag in the background with the mountains and the trees and the truck, and it says Let Freedom Reign on the bottom.
Yeah.
You can tell it's like a shiny blue, so it's a very beautiful sticker.
Yeah.
Custom for this.
Now is that on your like go to your?
She's gonna if you add your shipping address and the stickers you want in the note of the donation.
Okay.
She's gonna ship it to you.
Okay.
And she can ship them by Thursday. She's got these ones too, like Freedom with American flag in it. And she made one right here. It's the Statue of Liberty holding an umbrella, and it says "Let Freedom Reign" with the raindrops because umbrellas and rain clouds are made. So she's got blue and red ones.
Okay.
Realize. She's got all types of good. The media is the virus.
Yeah.
Oh, and these ones too.
Okay.
Dude, you could slap a couple of them on the back of your. That'd look good back there. You've already got a couple up on the top. You could add a couple on the bottom too.
No, oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like this one right here, this blue one. That's a big one. It's like 11.5 inches, and it would fit perfect right there.
Yeah, probably would.
So I don't know if you want to support your boy. 2 stickers for $10. You could give me cash in person and then just give me your shipping address and the stickers you want, because since you're here. For anybody at home, that's what they would need to do is.
I mean, that's why it'd have to be shipped by.
Oh yeah. Well, I could ship them. I could ship them straight to my house. Or maybe the business I'm going to have her ship them to anyways.
Okay.
Because she's shipping me a bunch of them anyways, and we can get them along our route.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So get them when we pass through Ohio.
Yeah.
Or when we're in Fort Wayne or something.
Yeah. I'll just give you $10, and then that'd be because that'd be the easiest thing, wouldn't it?
Probably.
Here. On my way. Two, right?
Yeah, you want one of the blue ones, and then you want the eagle one with what Freedom Reign?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Or,
I'm not picky when it comes to that.
I'll tell you what, I'll let you pick.
Yeah, I want that one you were saying that's got the...
Well, the flag and the mountains. And
yeah, that's what you're talking about, right?
That's one of them. And then the other one that has an eagle with the flag as wings. But she's sending me a bunch of them in Ohio, so I can disperse them how I'd like. And I can let you take a pick. Take your pick when we get to Ohio.
Okay, yeah, that'd be cool.
You know what I'm saying? So I can count you in for 2 stickers. 2 decals. And they're permanent decals. They're for outdoors, too, so they're not going to be coming off easy.
I mean, they're like a sticker, though, right?
Yeah, decal sticker.
Decal sticker,
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I guess James O'Keefe is speaking here today.
Really?
Yeah, Project Veritas. Just the line, parking park sticker, engine Sheridan, they said it.
what time is it?
I'm not sure.
So James O'Keefe from Project Veritas is speaking here today.
Yeah.
Can you guys in my chat figure out what time he's speaking here in Sheridan, Wyoming? Thank you, Eddie.
I'm loading new pictures. Karen sent me some new pictures of the decals that she made. She put them on a grid so people can see them. I just finished eating a sandwich. But I'll tell you what, these are some gorgeous stickers. Trying to get them to load right now. Don't have really good service on this phone. As soon as they load up, I'll show you guys. You guys and gals, you patriots. I decided I was going to stick around here for the James O'Keefe speech and try to get a Media Blast podcast going. This is still loading. Let me exit out of it and try it again. I think she sent a bunch of pictures this time, so it takes a little longer to load them or something. Try to clear off my screen while I'm waiting, I guess.
Well, just wait right there, because anytime that block file in by the 4 years and we don't go on, we can't have that. But just wait a second, they're pulling all of our vehicles out of there, we go park them up here on the end or something. Over there by the creek truck or something there.
Yeah, James O'Keefe is speaking in Sheridan, Wyoming today. Can you guys look up and see what time he's speaking? And where, for that matter? These pictures are still loaded.
Right here, monkey, and side by side right here. Go back out toward the get here.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay, here we go.
Copy.
So, these are the stickers that are available for 2 for $10.
Yeah, you got a copy. Put it right here, back it in that middle one right there, and monkey can back up in this right here on my right, and the other one's on the other side there. Yeah, if you listen, I was. Well, back it in this middle parking place. They're going to come down here and park the rest of them because they're going to put all them cars.
These are two different.
Block us all in back there. We ain't getting blocked in.
These are 2 different stickers right here. 2 for $10 if you donate into my PayPal or my Venmo or Cash App.
You park right there in that middle one and do the same damn thing. And you can put the camper right here so that the doors are facing each other. Okay.
Wow, these are gorgeous stickers. 2 for $10.
Ben, do you have a copy?
If you donate to my Cash App links, make sure you put your shipping address and the 2 stickers that you would like. Maybe screenshot a picture and circle it, or just explain through a description. I'm sure that I'll know what you're talking about. America the Beautiful. And I really love this Let Freedom Reign one. 2 for $10. Add your shipping address and the 2 stickers you would like in the note of the donation. Oh my gosh, she added this one. Force prick is medical rape. Oh my gosh. Lori! Lori, come here! Lori, please drop what you're doing and come look at this sticker. It's amazing. Oh, Lori, come here. Yo, look what she made. Look what she made.
Oh, no way. Oh, dude, that is so cool. Oh, and is it for the windshields?
Yeah, it's decals for the cars.
Oh, I love it. Who made that?
Karen Reed.
Karen, you're awesome.
Oh my gosh.
So cool.
It is so cool.
Oh my gosh.
Did it screen lock on it?
It did. It went off, but I got
still
to
see
it
it?
very well. Yes.
I'm
Oh my gosh, that is so awesome.
What is this?
So we can put them on our window. Now we need to get shirts.
Look at this. Guys, hold on. Look at this.
That is so neat. Here, let me hold the phone.
No,
This
it's
one?
fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Now that I'm set up. Force prick is medical rape. Oh my gosh, Karen, you're amazing.
Isn't that neat?
That is so cool.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
and did you see this one? Check this one out.
Oh.
Let freedom reign.
Oh, with your rain on there.
Oh yeah. It gets better. There's a couple more. There's a couple more.
I like that.
Look at that. She made let freedom.
Real eyes, real eyes, real eyes. Oh, I love it.
And look at that. The ones on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
You know how I put my thumb out my window? I've been calling it the Liberty Torch, telling people that I'm holding the flame of liberty until the Lady Liberty returns.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
And she made a sticker.
That is so cool. And you know what? I'm going to say something, and maybe it doesn't even mean anything with that, but the symbolism of, in Christianity anyway, of the umbrella.
What's that?
This is just something I'd heard before. Like, so the father is the head of the family, right?
Okay.
So he's the umbrella for any attacks that come at the family to take the arrows or whatever.
Really?
Yeah. He that's how my dad had described it. He's an umbrella. And see, it depends on how good your umbrella is, on how safe your family is too.
Interesting.
So it has a whole symbolism to me that the Statue of Liberty would be holding that to protect us. Just saying. And we're kind of trying to do that too. So
I was highlighting your wrist.
Oh yeah, isn't that cool? Dude, that looks so cool with these out flowing. I see yours too.
I know.
I gotta go see where we're going.
All right. 10-4, y'all. All right, so 2 for $10. 2 for $10. Add your hold on, let me shut my door. Add your okay, there it is. Your shipping address and the stickers that you would like. In the note of the donation. And if you do go ahead and if you send those donations, make sure you come back in the chat and let me know you did so, because I would need to check those. Beautiful stickers. Karen, you're amazing. Those 2 footers are for me though. Wait, which ones? Are you talking about these ones? Because I can't see the... Are you talking about these ones? Are these the 2 footers that are for me? Because I can't see the... Well, maybe if I take my sunglasses on and focus on it. I can't... Those look like they're big. Are these the ones that you're talking about, Karen? These are the 2 footers for me? Yes? Okay, so these ones are for me. These ones are off limits. Okay, so these ones are off limits. You guys can't have those. But you can have one of these. 2. I think. Right? I mean, that's... You can see how shiny that is. Wait, I'm looking at... What time is Project Veritas speaking? Hey, MM. This is my favorite. I just love that one. Those are off limits. It's actually, you get 2 stickers for $10. If you donate to my donation links, you'll get 2 stickers for $10. Add your shipping address and the 2 stickers you would like in my donation links. This is 2 for $10 today only. Wait, was there one before that? No. Again, these are 2 different stickers right here. These 2, this one and this one, are 2 different stickers. The red ones, lockdowns and mandates, are un-American, is a different sticker than the freedom one. It looks like it might go together. Also, the mandate freedom one is different too. So 2 for $10 if you donate to my my links. Add a shipping address. That one's off limits. Shipping address and the stickers you'd like. Real eyes, real eyes, real lies. Left Freedom Reign. REIGN. Got Lady Liberty holding the umbrella, right? Oh, I think that's the last one. So again, one more time. Those ones are off limits. You can't have those. But these ones, yep, 2 for $10. Add your shipping address and the sticker that you would like in the description or note of the donation. Eddie bought some. The truck ahead of me bought. He claimed 2 of them already. I'm checking my donation links right now, seeing if you guys have ordered some. Looks like we might have had some orders. Nope, just a donation. I had a donation come in. Darlene, thank you very much. I think I might have just banned Shady. Shady, if I banned you, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think I just banned Shady. Hold on. Yep. Oops. Sorry. Shady, you are now unbanned. Can you say something in the chat for me? Yeah, I see you. Sorry about that. I hate seeing those spams in my chat, so I went ahead and blocked it on my Prism because they don't get taken away in my Prism, and I don't know if a mod has taken care of them yet. Those freaking porn spam things. Have a good day at the wedding. Okay. So 2 for $10. Add your shipping address. No, I didn't see the info on O'Keefe. Something about 1 p.m.? It's already past 1 p.m. though. We are lucky enough to have Karen Reed, who made these decals that are permanent, and told me that if people donate $10, they'll get 2 of these tickets. 1 p.m. See, it's already past 1 p.m. though. It's like 2 p.m. Okay, thank you, Shady. Ooh, I can't afford $100 a ticket for that. Those ones are off limits. 2 for $10. Add your shipping address and the stickers you would like in the description of the donation. Karen was lucky. We were lucky enough to have Karen make these stickers in honor of my Let Freedom Reign and the idea I have with my Liberty Torch. You know, this is my Liberty Torch. If anybody doesn't know, it's my thumb. It's my thumbs up. Let me focus in on that. My thumbs up, right? It's not thumbs up anymore. I'm holding the torch of liberty for when Lady Liberty returns. Let Freedom Reign, R-E-I-G-N. And she made decals with that inspiration. So beautiful, beautiful work. Beautiful. 2 for $10. Add your shipping address and the decals you would like in the description of the donation. So I'm gonna go ahead and type in my donations again. I mean, look at that, seriously. $2 for $10. Add your shipping address and the stickers you would like in the description. I am so looking forward to putting one of these on my vehicle. Yeah, these ones are off limits. You can't have those. I can't believe the artistic expression that y'all are showing me right now. Like, I am beyond, like, I can't stop looking at these. I just want to put one in my car already. Like, seriously, you guys are going to see these on my car. There's probably going to be one of those on each side of my car. I'll probably have a red one on one side and a blue one on the other. Either that or two blue ones because I have a red car. That'd actually be better. Two blue ones, one on each side. One by my gas cap, one back by my taillights. That one I have no idea where I'm gonna put, but it's gonna be somewhere cool. Yes, RV, when donating to me, you can leave a note and a message, and in that note and message you put your shipping address and the 2 stickers or decals that you would like for your $10 donation to my channel to help keep me afloat out here and keep convoying. I really like this one too, the Freedom one. Oh, it's so good. I love it. Those ones are off limits. Those are 2-footers, and those ones are off limits. Like that one's shiny. Like that one's reactively shiny. You can't really tell from a picture because you can't reflect the light in different angles, but $2 for $10, y'all. Donate to my Cash Apps or my PayPal or my Venmo, and you can have 2 of these stickers, whichever ones you like. Add your shipping address, and except for those ones, you can't have these ones. Force prick is medical rape. Those ones are off limits. Can't have those ones. There's only a couple, and they're too much to ship because they're big. But any of the other ones, 2 for $10. Add your shipping address and the stickers you'd like in the note and message of the donation that you send. And please let me know that if you've ordered one in my chat. That way I could go ahead and check those links immediately. These are car decals. You can put them on your laptops. You wouldn't do whatever with them. Yes, I would love 2 of the Lady Liberty in that shiny blue. I want so many of them. Looks like they're going in the store. They're gonna pop up there. What are these guys doing? They all might be going to the... Probably moving us over. I don't see any cars parked over here. I'm actually going to follow them for a second, just going to see what they're doing. Yeah, they all went in. Oh, no, they went. No, they went.
I'm gonna read some of Simon's notes. There is no such thing as a little freedom. Either you are all free or you are not free. Walter Cronkite. Everything that is really great and inspiring is created by an individual who can labor in freedom, by Albert Einstein. I'm going to repeat that one again. Everything that is really great and inspiring is created by the individual who can labor in freedom. Education is the key to unlock the golden door of freedom, by George Washington Carver. Again, number 9, everything that is really great and inspiring is created by the individual who can labor in freedom, by Albert Einstein. I love that quote. That's such a good one. These are Simon's notes, by the way. The secret to happiness is freedom, and the secret to freedom is courage. Liberty, when it begins to take root, is a plant of rapid growth, by George Washington. Money won't create success. The freedom to make it will. Live free or die. Death is not the worst of evils. General John Stark. True success, true happiness lies in the freedom and fulfillment, by Data Vawasi. They who can give up essential liberty to attain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Let me repeat that again. That's by Benjamin Franklin. They who can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Freedom, to walk free and own no superior. I would like to be remembered as a person who wanted to be free so other people would be free also. Rosa Parks. If liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. George Orwell. Number 26. It is easy to take liberty for granted when you have never had it taken from you. It is easy to take liberty for granted when you have never had it taken from you. We cannot defend freedom abroad by deserting it at home, by Edward R. Murrow. If you're not ready to die for it, put the word freedom out of your vocabulary, by Malcolm X. Freedom is something that dies unless it is used. Hunter S. Thompson. Number 53. Without freedom of thought, there can be no such thing as wisdom, and no such thing as public liberty without freedom of speech, by Benjamin Franklin. Let me say that one again. Without freedom of thought, there can be no such thing as wisdom, and no such thing as public liberty without freedom of speech, by Benjamin Franklin. The cost of freedom is always high, but Americans have always paid it. And one path we shall never choose, and that is the path of surrender or submission, by John F. Kennedy. The cost of freedom is always high, but Americans have always paid it. And one path we shall never choose, and that is the path of surrender or submission,
by John F. Kennedy. The secret of freedom lies in educating the people, whereas the secret of tyranny is keeping them ignorant. Maximilian Robespierre. Let me say that one more time. The secret of freedom lies in educating people, whereas the secret of tyranny is in keeping them ignorant. Wow. I'm reading Simon's quotes that he has printed off. The liberties of a people never were nor will ever be secure when the transactions of their rulers may be concealed from them. Completely butchered that. The liberties of a people never were nor ever will be secure when the transactions of their rulers may be concealed from them, by Patrick Henry. You know, it's kind of hard reading this old school lingo, like the way they talk and they write from back in the day. Simon's done this a lot. He's got highlights and he's got things starred and crossed out. He's been reading these for a while. This one is by Martin Luther King Jr. Freedom is never voluntarily given. Freedom is never voluntarily given by this oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. Martin Luther King Jr. Freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. Martin Luther King Jr. My definition of a free society is a society where it is safe to be unpopular. Freedom is never given, it is won. If liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. George Orwell. In this case, they don't want to hear the fact that we do not consent. The rights of every man are diminished when the rights of one man are threatened. You don't have to be a man to fight for freedom. All you have to do is be an intelligent human being. By Malcolm X. Nobody can give you freedom. Nobody can give you equality or justice or anything. If you're a man, you will take it. Malcolm X. Freedom of teaching and of opinion in book or press is the foundation for the sound and natural development of any people. Albert Einstein. Big ups. I need to read something that one of my mods sent me earlier. I'm going to flip this around. So You guys want to read this with me? Let's see if we can get a better angle on this. All right, so it looks like the World Health Assembly agrees to launch process to develop a historic global accord on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. This better not happen. So they're trying to use tobacco as used to protect people from pandemics. Since when did they go from tobacco to pandemics? All right, look. If they do this, that's a one world order. No. The WHO, no. That's when we talk about big pharma being corrupt and having power over our politicians, right? Why do they have this type of authority to deputize medical boards such as the WHO, all right, to control what goes on getting injected into your body? Our bodies are our most sacred home. We live in our bodies every single day. And when somebody breaks into your home without your permission, right, it's breaking and entering. We do not consent. They should be charged as criminals. All these politicians that are lobbying into this, they all need gone. This is now or never. We are on our way back to DC. This crap is being voted on May 26th. All right? We need all the unity we can get. If we can get 1% of this nation to stand up, that's 3.3 million people. All right? We can do it. Pack your cars. Take the time off of work. Quit your job. Quit your job.
Get involved. All right? If you can take a layoff, shoot. Where is Kevin when you need him? I gave him the definition for what he would need to do. So it's eluding me. But you can take a couple weeks off of work and still have your job when you return. It's some type of layoff. I forget the actual terminology right now. I used to have it in my brain, but anyways, the time is now. Get involved. They're trying to create the WHO having the authority to tell you how to live your life and what to inject yourself during these pandemics with. All right? We've already seen them with their tyrannical responses with the J&J, the Pfizer, the Remdesivir. Okay, we've seen it. We've seen the lies. We've seen them bury information around natural immunity and pre-existing treatments. Okay, so they can have so that they could actually implement their emergency use authorization. The time is now to stand up and get involved. It wasn't yesterday. It's not tomorrow. It's now. Start calling your representatives and demanding a response. Tell them to vote no on this. Say, hey, look, we are Americans. We can govern ourselves. We don't need the government telling us what to inject into our bodies or the WHO telling us how to respond to pandemics. All right? Knock it off. Knock it off. These people are evil. They are trying to destroy our country. What don't you guys see about this? A lot of you do understand the severity of these issues. We need to be sharing this type of information right here and explaining to everybody, getting everybody in the horn. Look, 65 people that are in here right now, if you each tell 10 people, right, that's 650 people that can get informed, and they could also, and those 650 people could tell 10 more people, which amplifies it to 6,500 people, okay? And it just goes up from there, all right? We need to be telling everybody in the world about this kind of crap. This is a World Health Organization. This goes to everybody in Russia, Australia, New Zealand, France, Canada, United States, Mexico, Africa, China, Taiwan, Japan. The list goes on. Great Britain, okay, all of them. This is all hands on deck. This is all hands on deck. It's time to shut this crap down and get freedom restored to the forefront of any type of response revolving these vaccines, what gets injected to our bodies, even the economic responses. There's a lot to talk about. It's not subject to just those issues. Gas prices. We supply 70% of our own fossil fuels. Why are we getting jacked up $3-4? Biden, you suck. Biden, suck my nuts. Okay? Get out. Impeach him. Impeach Kamala Harris too. She ain't nothing but a little hoe. I've seen her little videos trampling around with 2-3 girls, just slobbering all over these musicians. I've seen it. I shared a video on my Facebook the other day. She's a hoe. She's been sleeping her way to the top since day one. She's a scandalous little hoe. It's time to stop this crap. I'm going to reread that. I'm going to put it in my chat. I'm going to pin it to the top. Now you guys can read that message or that article.
Russian disinformation? Senator, that's not a question that I'm equipped to answer. It was in the public news. It was you may have heard of it, the Mueller investigation. It was a $32 million investigation that went over a couple of years. Horowitz was an investigator general, and he looked at the FBI's activity in the beginning of this. And what the FBI concluded was that there were FBI agents throughout this period of time who concluded that, yes, the dossier was full of Russian disinformation. So let's say it is Russian disinformation. You say your new Disinformation Governance Board is going to help the public with disinformation. You claim it's not going to be about domestic, it's going to be about foreigners and those evil Russians. So here's my question. The FBI concludes that the Steele dossier was full of Russian disinformation. CNN propagated this disinformation gladly for years and years. The difference, I guess, between your opinion and our opinion is that, as despicable as it is that CNN propagated this disinformation, I wouldn't shut them down. I wouldn't lecture them. I wouldn't put it on a government website that CNN's wrong for propagating disinformation. The problem you have is you're not even willing to admit, I mean, we can't even have an agreement on what the FBI said was disinformation. How do you propose that you're going to have an office of disinformation governance if you see the problem in even determining what is disinformation?
Well, Senator, because our work is not focused on disinformation writ large. Where we, the Department of Homeland Security, become involved is when there's a connectivity between disinformation and threats to the security of the homeland.
Well, that's when the Russians might be considered that. You mentioned the Russians the other day when you tried to pivot away from this being about censorship. But let's say it is the Russians. I know you're not going to ever agree that the Steele dossier, which y'all spent so much money on, was disinformation. But it was, and the FBI concluded. But let's just say there's an imaginary disinformation. You've discovered tomorrow Russian disinformation that's going to hurt our national security, and CNN's broadcasting it. What are you going to do?
Senator,
Are you going to tell Putin you shouldn't do this?
Senator,
what are you going to do?
Senator, let me explain what we do in the Department of Homeland Security with respect to disinformation, and frankly, what we've been doing for nearly 10 years across different administrations. The cartels propagate disinformation that Title 42 does not apply to a particular community of migrants from a particular country.
How are they propagating this?
If I may, through social media, and what we do through U.S. Customs and Border Protection is actually communicate via social media and other channels that is false, that we do apply Title 42.
So let's say there's Russian disinformation as well. Are you going to take to social media and broadcast that people are broadcasting something incorrect about what you think is Russian disinformation?
Senator, let me emphasize.
Well, you said the other day Russians, and now you're saying not so much the Russians, you're saying the cartels.
No, I'm not. Senator, you're mischaracterizing my statement.
Then what are you going to do if there's Russian disinformation? You're going to broadcast something on social media?
Allow me to share when we become involved in the Department of Homeland Security. We become involved when disinformation poses a threat to the security of our country. It is when there's a connectivity to a threat to our country. It could be a connectivity to violence. And what this working group does, is precisely what I would think you would want it to do, which is to take a look at the disinformation work that our department has done and ask the following questions.
You're liars.
Do we have policies? Do we
That's
have
the question.
guardrails? Do we have
But here's the problem. We can't even agree. We can't
No
even
question,
agree
statements.
what disinformation is.
I guess.
You can't even agree that it was disinformation, that the Russians fed information to the Steele dossier. If you can't agree to that, how are we ever going to come to an agreement on what is disinformation so you can police it on social media?
Senator, I have 2 points, if I may finish. Number one, that what this working group does, because it's not an office, what this working group does is ensure that there are guardrails, definitions, standards to make sure that the free speech rights, the civil liberties, and privacy rights of individuals.
So do you think COVID disinformation threatens our national security?
And number two, if I may, Senator, and number two Is it your proposition that when the cartels spread disinformation with respect to our immigration policies to try to lure vulnerable migrants to our border illegally?
I think you've got no idea what disinformation is, and I don't think the government's capable of it. Do you know who the greatest propagator of disinformation in the history of the world is? The U.S. government.
Yes.
Are you familiar
Felon
with
Rand Paul.
the Pentagon Papers? Are you familiar with George W. Bush and the weapons of mass destruction? Are you familiar with Iran-Contra? I mean, think of all the debates and disputes we've had over the last 50 years.
Jeffrey
in our
Epstein.
country. We work them out by debating them. We don't work them out by the government being the arbiter. I don't want you guardrails. I want you to have nothing to do with speech. You think we can't determine, speech by traffickers is disinformation? You think the American people are so stupid they need you to tell them what the truth is? You can't even admit what the truth is with the Steele dossier. I don't trust government to figure out what the truth is. Government is largely disseminating disinformation. So I do have a question, and here's the question. So the Russians, maybe some cartels. What about COVID disinformation? Is that in your bailiwick for your disinformation governance board?
Senator, you would have to give me the details.
Okay, here, I've said a million times that cloth masks don't work. YouTube takes me down. They're a private company. I can have that beef with them. What about you? You're going to look at that? I often say that natural immunity from having had the infection is equal to the vaccine or better. You going to take that down?
Well, first of all,
those are very specific.
Senator, first of all, it's not for us to take it down. And second of all,
are you going to put information out there saying that I'm spreading disinformation?
Yeah, and then they will, and they'll have Facebook take you down or YouTube take you down.
To make those determinations.
So public health won't be part of the disinformation governance board. No COVID disinformation. Yes or no?
Senator?
Yes or no? Is public health going to be part of your censorship group?
Somebody allow me, because you're presenting hypotheticals that are vague.
That's not hypothetical. It's not vague. This has been going on for 2.5 years.
A specific one on immunity from previous infection.
I answered your question, but let me answer the last question that you posed. Do not, under any circumstances, accept a vaccine at a FEMA overseen vaccination center, because they are actually peddling fentanyl.
What?
Now, should I sit back and take that, or should I actually
what about remdesivir?
Disseminate accurate information? That's what we would do. Should FEMA issue accurate information that the vaccinations that we are administering in the sites that we oversee actually are the COVID-19 vaccine?
I have a greater respect for the American people.
Experimental COVID-19 vaccine?
Figure out the truth. And if you think the American people need to be told there's not fentanyl in the vaccination, feel free to say it. But the thing is if you are going to go around saying that you are the arbiter of information and of disinformation, I think you have no clue. If you don't have the perspective history, knowing that disinformation, the largest progenitor of disinformation in our history has probably been the U.S. government today.
When we met last March, we were beginning to see the drastic implications of the Biden administration's horrendous immigration policies. Within 45 days of you being confirmed as the Secretary of the Department, this administration has halted border wall construction that was already funded by Congress.
Interesting.
Eliminated the Remain in Mexico policy. Implemented catch and release at the beginning of a global pandemic, which allowed thousands upon thousands of illegal immigrants to enter our country. Canceled asylum agreements with Central American countries. Since all of these actions, America has experienced the worst immigration crisis on our record. Last month, there were over 220,000 migrant encounters at the southern border, which is almost a 30% increase from March of last year, and a 542% increase, 542%, think of that number, from March of 2020. Last month's figures brought the total number of encounters to over 2.4 million since President Biden took office. This doesn't happen by accident. Furthermore, the FY23 budget does not request funding for a new border wall and does not include a significant amount of new agent positions. In fact, Mayor Bowser's budget for Washington, D.C. requests 347 additional police officers, which is more than DHS is requesting for the entire border, which is almost 2,000 miles. CBP's mission statement is,
have a good day,
quote,
Jay.
protecting American people, safeguarding our borders, and enhancing our nation's prosperity. Mr. Secretary, I am thoroughly disappointed. I am thoroughly disgusted. I am thoroughly disturbed about your performance. Just a month ago, the department announced that it was rescinding the expedited removal border policy, which helped the department effectively deport hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens. I, along with 77 other members of Congress and with the support of every Republican on this committee, wrote to you expressing adamant opposition to this decision, a letter to which I welcome a response, a timely response someday. The administration has also announced its decision to eliminate Title 42, which has allowed the department to expel over 500,000 illegal, undocumented aliens. Officials have even acknowledged that revoking Title 42 will lead to a sharp increase in illegal migrant crossings, drawing criticism and concern from Democrats and Republicans in both chambers of commerce. Officials within your department have predicted an average of 18,000 migrant crossings a day. Everybody think about that. 18,000 migrant crossings a day. I'm not saying it, it's officials within your department.
That's just the ones they document.
18,000.
18,000 a day.
Title 42 is lifted, which is roughly 3 times the already record-setting rate you've been setting since being confirmed as secretary. You've broken the records, Mr. Secretary. When you were asked during an interview whether you thought the administration's policies were encouraging illegal immigration, and I can't believe that you said this, you stated, I don't think that's the case at all.
Wait, back this up.
I don't know how you can look at us. Immigration, and I can't believe that you said this. You stated, I don't think that's the case at all. I don't know how you could look at us straight in the face and say that to us. I don't think that's the case at all. Just look what's going on and process it. Does this administration have a plan for border security? Does this administration have a plan for the health issues that come with all the undocumenteds coming over? Does this administration have a real plan for the huge increase in fentanyl and the flow of drugs? Does this administration have a plan for the huge increase in illegal crossings that are going to occur in our very near future that are going to change the very substance, structure of our nation? How can this happen while you and the administration are failing to recognize the border crisis? I hate to say this, but I wish that you would resign. I do. I wish you would resign.
Impeach him.
I recognize the young lady from...
I'm going to look up this new Pfizer data real quick. It's timcast.com. This is where I'm looking at the Pfizer data, or going to look at it. I gotta find it though. I hope you don't have to be a member to find it.
Can't find it. I seen him talking about it on his podcast. You might have to be a member. You might have to be a member to check it out, guys. Hold on, let me try to search it a different way.
Major news breaking just earlier today. The FDA has announced that they're going to be restricting the J&J vaccine for only...
So this is Timcast. I'm going to post a link to his actual
Major news breaking
podcast in the chat in a minute.
The FDA has announced that they're going to be restricting the J&J vaccine for only certain individuals who have to be over 18, and you otherwise cannot receive other vaccines. So we'll get into this. This is because of the blood clot risk. Now, there's something really funny that's happening in this story, which we can focus quite a bit on, and that's Twitter is using old fact checks to restrict this breaking news, which is dangerous because this news is coming out, the FDA has issued a new guideline, and if they are restricting that news, people could get hurt. That is the problem with censorship. So we'll talk about that, but my friends,
Okay, hold on, let me put the link of this in the chat. And I'll come back to it. I mean, I'm going to be listening to this for a while, so. I'm going to be listening to this for a while, so. I'm going to be listening to this for a while, so. It's an echo.
About that, but my friends, there's also Pfizer data which came out. Now, I hate to say it, but I'm fairly confident that if we actually showed the data on what the Pfizer dump was, we would get banned instantly. I'm not even exaggerating, it's that insane. So what we'll do is we're going to save that for the website segment, which comes up after the show, and with apologies, I suppose, because I don't know how else we'd be able to actually have these conversations, because we're actually going to be showing Breaking 911 on Twitter is getting restricted, censored, for showing what is literally true from the FDA, because these systems are completely broken, which brings me to a big announcement. First, let me just say Elon Musk is expected to be the new CEO of Twitter, at least temporarily, which is huge. He's brought in more investors. We'll talk about that. Timcast is now officially operating on Rumble infrastructure, timcast.com. It is now faster, stronger, and better, more resilient against censorship, and it's just the first move we're making in supporting and implementing new infrastructure to make ourselves more resistant to censorship, but also...
So follow me on MindPod on Rumble, just in case. It's a backup channel that I have. MindPod, I'm going to put this in the chat real quick. MindPod, one word, on Rumble. All right, here we go.
Systems that are. This is going to put market competition on all these other services like Amazon and Google. So it's one step. It's good. One of the concerns we definitely had in the past was, even though we were doing member segments on our own website at timcast.com, we could still be censored. They could come and say, "Oh, we don't want to host these things." Well, we're making these changes. There's a lot of news to go through in terms of censorship. PayPal is currently under fire for censoring a bunch of independent news. So we'll talk about all of that. Plus, we've got news about this teacher who was fired for violating the Parental Rights in Education bill. So, needless to say, I think today is going to be really, really interesting, and this J&J stuff is particularly fascinating. Joining us tonight to talk about all of this is Ashley St. Clair.
Hello.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I am an author of Elephants Are Not Birds, which is a book to combat a lot of the liberal transgender anecdotes going on now, and I am now the senior culture contributor at The Post Millennial, so check out that stuff with a whole crew of people at thepostmillennial.com.
Right on.
I'm Seamus Coughlin. I make cartoons called Freedom Tunes. We just uploaded one today on the left leaving Twitter and the fact that they need an alternate platform now. If they invented one, what would it be like? I think you guys will enjoy that cartoon. Also, I'm thrilled to hear that we cannot say what the science is now telling us because that would be anti-science. This is Twitter.
I want to know more. Hey, I'm glad we're working with Rumble too, man. We've been working in the back, behind the scenes with decentralizing servers, and Chris at Rumble, Chris Pavlovsky's been fantastic to work with. Their crew is amazing. I'm really happy to be involved in this upgrade of the internet and heading towards Web 3.0 and beyond. I asked you before the show, Ashley, about your last name, St. Clair. If there was a St. Clair, turns out there is, Claire of Assisi. I didn't know much about her, but she was an Italian saint and one of the first followers of Francis of Assisi.
That's really cool. There's a St. Timothy as well.
Yeah.
I went to St. Patrick's
center
Catholic school growing up.
I was going to ask Seamus. Which one is it St. Timothy who's the one of gastrointestinal distress?
I think it is. We talked about this a little while ago. Yeah, I believe so. I can double check. I don't want to spread misinformation.
And I've noticed since I've been working with you, gastrointestinal, man, the better I feel in my gut, the better I feel in my mind.
Well, I often...
Yes, that's it. I have one video with Sherry O'Connell on Rumble. It's just my backup channel. In case I get censored on YouTube, y'all will have a place to see me.
That's a blueberry powder extract.
Tim, I think that's spreading scientific misinformation.
I don't know if I was a Catholic boy, but I went to a Catholic school growing up called St.
But I'm
Patrick.
very excited to have Ashley on this evening. We're having a lot of fun talking over the show, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, my friends, before we get started, you must head over to surfinginternetsafe.com to get your virtual private network Virtual Shield. You'll get it 50% off. A virtual private network gives you a basic layer of security as you browse the web to protect you from hackers, spies, governments, corporations. They want to siphon off your data. Virtual Shield is an excellent way to protect yourself as you browse the web. And an additional shout out, because Virtual Shield is our first sponsor, so in these trying times, cancel culture and the culture war, you definitely want to be supporting companies that are getting behind the work we do and are fearless in that sponsorship.
And boycott the other businesses that are supporting negative
Allow you to
stuff.
browse the web safely, securely, and anonymously. Lets you browse the web so that big name internet service providers and other third parties will not be able to monitor and sell your internet activity and browsing history. While using their VPN, your traffic is routed through secure and encrypted servers, so any restrictions, censorship, or blocks on your internet are bypassed. Completely free for 30 days. It works for Mac, Windows, iPhone, iPad, Android, and Chrome. Virtual Shield does all the work. It even
I'm gonna try to post a link to my Rumble in the chat. Y'all can look at my pants for a second here.
Business plan allows you to add as many
Oh, wait.
employees as you need. Virtual
No, I
Shield
can't do it on this. I'd have to do it on my phone, and I'd have to have my stream.
50% off lifetime discount. And again,
I don't think I have
shout outs to
Rumble
Virtual Shield for being
installed
our
on this
first
phone.
sponsor and sticking through all of these years, despite all of these smears and all that cancel culture stuff. But don't forget, head over to
Oh, I do have Rumble on
timcast.com,
this
become a
phone.
member. Because as much as, I hate to say it, the world we live in is dreadfully censorious. The reason why this Elon Musk news is so good is because we may be taking back some ground in our ability to communicate. But there is a story coming out right now. Many people believe that the Roe v. Wade leak was to cover for the Pfizer data release. Well, our journalists started looking at the Pfizer data, and the news that's coming out is so shocking. I am extremely confident that if I cite even one data point from this data, we would be banned instantly. So how about we'll talk about the FDA's new announcement on the J&J vaccine.
I'm trying to share this link, but it's not even letting me click on the video. Are you guys having problems clicking on the video that I have posted on my Rumble? I'm gonna have to share that later.
FDA's new announcement on the J&J vaccine and the censorship around that news that's coming out is so shocking. I am extremely confident that if I said even one data point from this data, we would be banned instantly. So how about we'll talk about the FDA's new announcement on the J&J vaccine and the censorship around that, and then we'll go to timcast.com for the news that they're not going to let us talk about. It's unfortunate. But we can still do it on timcast.com and what I refer to as our little speakeasy, the members-only segment.
Oh, so it's members only.
Articles up. So if you're not happy with the way YouTube runs things, don't worry. We have more infrastructure stuff.
So if you want to find the Pfizer info dump, you're going to have to find it on your own accord. If maybe one of my mods have the link to that, we can at least put it in the chat.
Happening as we move forward. We can't do it all at once, but I mentioned we are officially on Rumble's infrastructure for our website, so they can't take these articles down. One step at a time. We're working as hard and as fast as we can. As a member, you are making all of that possible. So don't forget, smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, and let's take a look at this
and
major
follow me on Rumble.
Update from the FDA. Today, we limited the authorized use of the Janssen COVID-19 vaccine to those 18 and over for whom other authorized approved vaccines are not accessible or clinically appropriate, and to those who elect Janssen because they would otherwise not receive a COVID vaccine. So that last part's particularly interesting. But the news is that it's over the blood clot risk. U.S. restricts use of Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine over rare blood clot risk. The FDA said the shot should be given only to those who request it or cannot receive other vaccines, and you have to be 18 and older. My understanding is that the data on this is not, I don't think it's new, that we've known about the risk of blood clots for some time. It was actually taken off the market for some time. So I'm wondering if, I suppose my issue initially that we can jump into here, how many people should have gotten this FDA warning some time ago if we knew about the blood clot risk?
Yeah, I mean, well, if this is something we knew about, everyone should have been able to know. They should have been able to make an informed decision about what they were putting in their body and the risk it posed to them. Because this information was kept from us, because we couldn't really accelerate the dialogue around the vaccines in order to get the best information about it, because anyone who contradicted the narrative was told that they were not trusting the science, there are serious consequences.
Yeah, and
we're talking about human lives here.
Right. In a society, in an ideal society, immediately everyone should know if there's a problem like this. But in hypersensitive, censorious
Well, let me pause
areas,
this.
you can't. That's the big problem.
Are you guys having trouble hearing this at all? If so, let me know. Actually, real quick, I'm gonna try to link this phone to my car so it will play louder. Yeah, I think I need to pair a new device. I don't think I've ever done this here. Oh, what's up?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yikes.
The battery isn't pop out, is it?
No. Hey, what are we doing here, by the way?
I think
are
we're
we sleeping here?
I think so.
Are you serious?
We'll know more later, I guess.
I just assumed we were getting gas here, but...
No, because of the wind, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know this, right?
Well, I knew the wind, yeah, was an issue.
Yeah, so, I mean...
So we're...
I mean, these RVs and these trailers, man, they can get blown off the road.
Let me go talk. Let me go find it. Let me go see then.
I mean, it's a real risk, man. I've seen trailers get tipped over, like wrecked going down the road, dude.
Yeah.
And when you're in a convoy like that, that could be a 20-car pileup, dude. Local traffic going by too. It could be bad. I mean, they're doing a good. They're doing a good thing.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I just assumed we were going to a campground or something. I didn't know we were going to be
You know, it'd be cool if we could go back to that. Well, no, it's probably too far down the road. I was gonna say maybe it'd be cool to go back to the place we're just at, but
yeah, the rest area.
Yeah. But
yeah, this is nuts. I didn't realize we were just stopping here or whatever. Maybe I'm gonna look up hot springs, man. Is there anything like that around here?
I don't know.
Let me look it up.
Let
me get in here out of the wind.
Well, I'm listening to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt.
No,
you.
go ahead. You can get in, but I'm gonna be listening to Tim Pool.
Okay.
This will give you a good opportunity to.
Yeah, I've never heard
get used to him. This is the one I sent to you,
thing,
or told
where,
you about.
let's say today, a man gets in a rocket ship and flies off, and he screams, "I'm going to the moon," and we're like, "Oh wow, that was."
Immediately, everyone should know if there's a problem like this, but in hypersensitive, censorious areas, you can't. That's the big problem with censorship. Like, not censorship in general, but just like misappropriated censorship or over censor. What are you gonna?
So I was gonna say the establishment likes to do this retroactive fact checking thing, where let's say today, a man gets in a rocket ship and flies off. And he screams, "I'm going to the moon." And we're like, "Oh, wow, that was crazy." And then we come on this show and we say, "Did you hear the story about that guy who got in the rocket ship and yelled he was going to the moon? Isn't that crazy?" A week later, the news comes out, he actually went to Mars. And what they'll do is they'll say, "Fact check false." We'll get flagged, and they'll write stories saying they spread disinformation about the man in the rocket ship who was actually going to Mars. So what happens is we can come out and talk about lab leak, for instance, in COVID. And we'll say, based on the current contextual information, our best assessment is this. A week later, the news changes. The fact checkers then take your old story and call you fake news based on information that came out a week later.
Yeah.
See the game? Let me show you.
That's not what happens to Fauci, though, ever.
Oh, right.
No, but they hid a lot of this information too. We knew about the blood clots. We knew about, especially
so just to clarify, do you know what they're talking about? Like these old algorithms that they have implemented in their code to flag misinformation.
Right.
So old code, based on old data, is flagging these breaking news stories, and that could create a risk for people when proceeding with getting vaccinated, and it could lead to death. Right? So that's kind of what they just talked about. I'm just kind of filling you in.
Yep. And call you fake news based on information that came out a week later. See the game? Let me show you.
That's not what happens to Fauci, though, ever.
Oh, right.
No, but they hid a lot of this information too. We knew about the blood clots. We knew about, especially with women, they were having issues with their menstrual cycles, and they covered it up, and all the headlines were, "It doesn't affect your period. It doesn't affect your menstrual cycle. The blood clots are."
For the first few months, that was the story. And then a few months later, they're like, "Oh, by the way, women are reporting issues with their menstrual cycles." Take a look at this from Breaking 911. They say, "Strange how the AP's tweet, same exact headline, isn't flagged as misleading." The AP said, U.S. regulators strictly limited who can receive J&J's COVID-19 vaccine due to a rare but serious risk of blood clots. The FDA said the shot should only be given to adults. Okay, so we know that. But take a look at this photo. Breaking 911. Posting an image, breaking, FDA restricts J&J COVID-19 vaccine due to blood clot risk. Misleading. Learn why health officials consider COVID-19 vaccines safe for most people. Here's the best part. That misleading tag linked to an April 1st fact check. So old information fact-checking a new breaking story.
And it could have been an April Fool's joke for all we know.
That's right. How are we supposed to know for sure? Well, right now, if you look at Breaking 911, they've actually removed the misleading flag on it. But they do give Breaking 911, according to NewsGuard, they give it a fake news. Here's where it gets even better. The headline used by Breaking 911 is identical to the New York Post. Now, I know they said the same as the AP. The AP's headline was different. It says serious but rare. Theirs doesn't, but the New York Post is identical. That's the problem with censorship. So now we have the story coming out from Pfizer, this big data dump, and it's actually quite alarming. And the problem is the people working at YouTube right now, the censors, many of them are probably not even in the U.S.
Probably not.
They have no idea.
China lobbyists.
So even
Right.
this,
100%.
even this story right now, breaking, the FDA has strictly restricted the J&J vaccine. We run the risk of getting banned because YouTube censors are looking at they got like a laminated placard and it says when to ban someone. They're like, if they talk bad about vaccines, you got to ban them. Well, they are. I guess I do.
Yeah, probably more specific. They have a Slack channel where they send it out, this article, and they're like, is this bannable? They're like, well, no, it's got this, but if, and then they cross-reference it with like, if they do it in this context, yeah, if it's in this context, no.
No.
And then they have to make individual decisions.
These are outsourced. These are outsourced. The people who are doing the banning, many of them aren't in this country, not on Slack channels. And I think the fact that we're looking at Twitter, this is why I'm making the point. Twitter censored Breaking 911 due to month-old information. It's a news story.
Wow.
That goes to show you the people who are flagging it are not communicating on what this news is.
But they're not doing it for peanuts either. It's always in the best interest of these bigwigs, like the Hunter Biden story. That was the most egregious of all. But the Hunter Biden story, they're protecting Big Pharma. It's all of these things. It's not peanuts that they're going after. But that's why we need the open source algorithm. That's why it's so important, and what Elon's doing is incredible.
I will say, to Ian's point, freeing the code. The one thing that we absolutely need to do is free the algorithm, the recommendation. All of that stuff needs to be open source. I don't think these companies should be allowed to hide that, because what do they do behind the scenes? They lie to Congress about censorship, manipulation. There was a really great question from a Republican. I can't remember who they asked. They said, why is it that when you sign up for Twitter, you are shown nothing but Democrats to follow?
Really?
Yep. If you are in Washington, D.C. and you sign up for Twitter on a brand new computer, it gives you all Democrats. And they were like, that must be an oversight on our part. Free the code.
Till last Tuesday, yeah.
Exactly. Release the code and let us know if you're lying or not. Because it's one thing, we had this discussion the other night about whether all of the code should be released. Well, the infrastructure that holds the building up, I disagree with Ian on. But in terms of how they're manipulating what we see and what we think, you shouldn't be allowed to do that.
A lot of people messaged me about security through obfuscation, which is part of keeping your security code private, and they said that's been completely obliterated. It is useless. You need to open source the security code too, so it can be poked and prodded and then resolved and made stronger. But when you say free the code, you got to be specific. You need to make these things become interoperable, and I agree that you need algorithm observation.
I'm saying
he's really smart. He's a coder.
For now, where I would agree on releasing the code to the public is, Elon Musk says when he gets Twitter, he wants to make the algorithm open source. And he should. That way everybody knows that they're not manipulating politics.
I think they're already doing cleanup, though. I don't think they want us to know. And we saw that the unthrottling of so many accounts. I was like, wow, all of a sudden I have all these things.
I gained like 200,000 followers in a few days. It's crazy.
I had been, stagnant. I was still gaining, but I was stagnant for the most part. And then all of a sudden it was like the floodgates opened up for so many people. But I think they're doing cleanup, and how fast they removed that warning shows it too. That they're a little more cognizant.
Well, I tweeted to Elon. I said, hey, yo, Elon Musk, check this.
We need Starlink.
Has restricted a news story about the vaccine.
People's Convoy needs Starlink.
1,000 retweets.
Okay.
That warning shows it too. That they're a little more cognizant.
Well, I tweeted to Elon. I said, hey, yo, Elon Musk, check this. An old fact check has restricted a news story about the vaccine. It got 1,000 retweets. I think, I'm not saying it was me, I'm saying a bunch of people were tweeting out like crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
Look what's going on.
Yeah, you contributed to that. The one problem with open sourcing the algorithm here and seeing is that it doesn't stop an errant administrator from censoring something in India if they're working remote and they are like, no, we're gonna downvote that. You may be able to track that it happened, but you still don't know who did it and why they did it. That's all like business talk. Now you're saying, do we have to open up their Slack channels so we can watch them communicate? And that's like basically the beginning of the end of the corporation. If you're gonna, but is that also justified?
Let's talk about that, man. I'd be willing to bet.
I like Ian. He's really smart, but he's got some
Twitter's
really
internal Slack channels, which is their internal communication between employees.
Assuming it's Slack or some other.
Yeah, whatever they
I like
use. I don't want to drag Slack. Slack's a great company.
I agree with
but if they're using some kind of messaging service, and you got to see the full archive. There's going to be tons of people saying, can we ban the conservatives? How do we get these people off the channels? And we know this is not opinion, because Project Veritas has already released videos where you have employees of these big tech companies saying, we tried to get them banned, we tried to get them removed.
That was Media Matters. That was Media Matters who was bragging about getting Project Veritas and James O'Keefe ripped off.
That reference I was giving was actually, I think, an employee from one of these companies saying that inside the company, we are trying to get them banned. But yes, you're correct. They also got Media Matters bragging about getting...
And I tweeted it out for them. I had never been mentioned by Media Matters that I know of. And I tweeted it out, and I was making fun of that... whoever was in the video.
Have you heard of Media Matters?
All of a sudden, I was mentioned in a Media Matters article.
I've never even heard
for
of those
nothing
people.
for my children's book. After I made fun of him.
Yeah, Media Matters
So
is
it
an
sounds like
interesting
they're
organization. We've
not
had a couple
worth looking
conversations
into
about
by
them.
what they're
And it's
talking
funny because you
about.
two are going back and forth about these different examples of the left basically being caught trying to suppress right-wing content, even though they claim that's something that isn't really happening. Isn't it interesting how the stories that conservatives promote about how our side is being maligned or unfairly treated are actually true in literally every single instance of the left upholding its persecution narrative with the story of some kind of hate crime is completely nonsensical and turns out to be untrue when you look into it just a little bit.
I just want to shout out that Gizmodo article is the best example of this. Former Facebook workers routinely suppressed conservative news outlets. This is what kicked off the whole story about censorship. And I see that, and it's 2016. I think I'm working for Fusion at the time, and I was like, hey, look at this news that I know and trust. Wow, they were censoring conservatives. Then I come out and I say that it's happening, and I get called a liar or right-wing for saying it.
Facebook's weird, though, because then they were giving a lot of money to Targeted Victory, right? And that was a Republican group to make things against TikTok as a competitor. So they're weird. They'll do things like that, but then they'll now they give money to conservatives, and so they're still censoring them. But it's just such a weird relationship because Facebook, I feel like, is different because they just do whatever for the money, whereas I feel like Twitter is a little more beholden to the mob.
Facebook has gotten in trouble lots of times for like inflating their ad statistics on how much business that they generate for these ads and basing their prices off how much business they generate. So these MFers have been scamming for a minute.
Stuff for a long
I'm
time.
gonna go back 10 seconds here.
Conservatives, and so they're still censoring them, but it's just such a weird relationship because Facebook, I feel like, is different because they just do whatever for the money, whereas I feel like Twitter is a little more beholden to the mob. But you're seeing how fast they cleaned this up. It took them how long for the Hunter Biden story, and this disclaimer is gone within what, a day?
I think it's really fascinating. Didn't Fauci say we're out of the pandemic or something like that?
That'd be, I did not hear anything like that. I didn't even know. I didn't even know Fauci still existed.
Well, maybe you should pay attention to the Fauci
I thought
news.
he vanished. I thought he vanished. Would you go to www.fauci.com? What are you talking about?
We locked him up, or at least no, we were dreaming about locking him up. I'm sorry.
I think Bill Gates is like,
it's going to happen.
Like, when we get into the next pandemic, he's getting everybody fearful about the next one already.
He's like, we're releasing an update.
There's the chicken flu now that they're freaking out about.
But what? So you brought up.
Wasn't that already a thing, bird flu?
No, but it's like
It's a new one.
Jump to a person.
I kind of felt like I derailed your comment about Fauci. Was there something you were gonna?
Yeah, that he said something about we're out of the pandemic already. I saw something like that, and I'm just wondering,
Hold on a second.
We
were outside of Fauci's. Hold on. Actually, I don't know if were you outside of Fauci's house with us?
I missed it. Yeah, I'm bummed. I'm really bummed that I missed that.
We were out there. Mike Mattingly was out there, and we were singing protest songs. Had our bullhorns out there. We're letting the neighbors know that he was a bad guy.
Address, by the way.
I've got it somewhere. Okay, here we go.
Myth Informed posted
I need his address.
Podcast where I asked Vijay Agade, would they ban someone for vaccine misinformation? He says, no, it's not against our policies.
I want to go to his house.
And, sure, they went and did it. So their policies changed because the pandemic happened. Now the pandemic's over. Is there the same level of risk?
Yeah, this is from WashingtonPost.com. If Fauci says U.S. is out of coronavirus, quote, pandemic phase.
Well, there you go.
From Fauci. That's from the science, and I'd say that as a joke. He is not the science.
So does Twitter now give up its emergency powers and stops banning people for these things because it's no longer a greater risk?
No, I mean, when does any organization, government or otherwise, take power from the public because of some kind of emergency and then give it back once the emergency's over?
I mean, what's this? WebMD says Fauci clarifies out of the pandemic phase.
He said, wait, I need another time cover.
What are they saying here? He said, we don't have 900,000 new infections a day. We are at a low level now. So if you're asking, are we out of the pandemic phase? We are. Okay.
Well, that's good. He
all right,
finally
pandemic phase is over.
Right. So why are we still in a state of emergency?
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, it's over until they don't want it to be over
accountability
anymore. This is
for
part of
the
what's so
violations
frustrating
of our
about this
rights?
entire thing. They can flip the narrative in a second, and then they say,
Correct.
oh, the science changes. And that would be all well and good if they were allowing any dissident who tried to provide the public data that didn't support their narrative a voice, right? But they silence everybody. And if the science is always changing, then that's all the more reason to allow people to speak out when they have a perspective that conflicts with the current narrative, because the current narrative could always turn out to be untrue, but they want to have it both ways. The science is settled. It's unchanging. Shut up and listen to us. We were wrong. Oh, well, science is a process. It evolves over time.
Well, let's
Karen Reed, have a good day, sweetheart. I see your message.
From CNBC. Elon Musk expected to serve as temporary Twitter CEO after deal closes. He also raised an additional $7 billion from friends. So we'll start there. This sounds like really good news. I like Elon Musk,
Texas
right?
girl.
He's going to be the CEO. So he's going to be able to go in
talk to
with his
Kimberly
own
later.
bare hands and start cleaning things up, firing people. It also means Parag Agrawal is out as soon as this deal is done.
And by the way, when they say temporarily, like Elon is going to temporarily be the CEO until he kills himself or dies of mysterious circumstances.
No.
I trust you, Texas.
I have a feeling he wants to get in there, make some specific changes, listen to a bunch of people, and then if he sees someone he thinks is more qualified, he'll let them start executing for him.
But here's where it's also interesting. He raised some money. I think $1.9 billion of the money he raised came from that Saudi prince who previously said he was not okay with the deal. So the new conspiracy theory, apparently, I don't know, you look this up, Ian. Elon Musk was wearing a jacket at the Met Gala that said New World Order on the back, but in white embroidery on a white jacket, so you couldn't really see it. You want to look that up?
Yeah, I'm looking it up
Did it
now.
really?
This is from investmentwatchblog.com.
Is it? Let me see if I can find it as well.
Yikes.
Bloomberg
That's
confirms
not good.
Elon is a young global leader for Klaus Schwab, WEF, Great Reset. This is the title from investmentwatch.com from April 16th.
I think this might be fake news.
That's a while ago.
Oh no, okay, here we go.
Like almost a month, 3 weeks ago.
It could be. I mean,
this
that
is
was Grimes. That wasn't this.
Yeah,
one.
this is old. What is it? Photo. There's an old photo, but the 2018 Met Gala is the 2018.
Okay.
That says New World Order. Well, there you go. Yeah. So he was wearing. It says
Pause.
Novus Ordo Seclorum.
We just went over this thing on my stream as an article that I posted in my chat too. On the WHO is like voting on like being able to control the pandemic for any future pandemics.
I knew they were pushing for that. Did they? So they voted.
They're
on
voting.
something?
It's like May 26th.
Really?
Yeah. Where's the headquarters for
We
the
seriously
WHO?
need some. We
Hey,
need to be
guys,
rioting that. Like
look up
protesting that.
where the headquarters is for WHO.
We seriously need to be organizing
Meaning
like some
new-
serious protests.
Yes. Look up the location of the headquarters for the WHO. Where is it? We need to know that.
That is so scary.
Yeah. That's a good point, Simon. Thank you.
World Order on the back. What is it? Photo. There's an old photo, but the 2018 Met Gala is the 2018 that says New World Order. Well, there you go. Yeah. So he was wearing. It says Novus Ordo Seclorum, meaning New World Order on the back.
Well, his takes are suspiciously based. Because it's all of it's like the red meat for what we want to hear. You're like, oh, you're calling out Big Pharma. Oh, you're calling out all of these people. Oh, you're replying to Cerno. It's what's going on. It was overnight.
So you have this wave of populism, and they're resisting it. They're trying everything to censor it and shut it down. No matter what they do, they can't win. So they say, okay, we need a ringer. Someone who's going to flank the populists who are calling out this BS and be on their side and say everything they want. Elon Musk is also the guy who's out running Tesla plants in China or whatever, or praising China on Chinese social media. That pretty sure. We'll check into that. But so I don't necessarily care for the crazy idea, because what he's doing is good for freedom, good for personal responsibility.
You're never going to agree with someone 100%. And the thing about Elon is when you hear him talk, especially about AI and stuff, he seems genuinely concerned about the fate of humanity and where we're going.
He's been warning governments for decades about the dangers of AI technology and throttling the release of his own production to really kind of try to slow it down.
So it might be genuine.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying this when we were in Nashville, and the story about Elon even discussing buying Twitter first broke. I am optimistic in some ways. I'm also cautious. I'm not like a giant Elon fan, but I have liked what he's been saying, and I'm going to take the evil I don't know over the evil I know, because the people currently running that website are absolutely terrible. So I want to give the guy the benefit of the doubt here, but who knows? We should consider all possibilities.
Elon Musk flanks the Liberty side, saying everything they want to hear. Oh yeah, the Epstein stuff. How come no one's talking about that? Oh, look at these leftist organizations.
Yeah, we
trying to
still
shut
do not
us
have a
down.
client list.
And then everyone's like, yes. And really, you're just buying into
It
the same.
seems too based.
Yeah.
It's too based. What are your gripes with Elon?
From the Epstein stuff.
So
No
some of
client
what
list
Tim
from
talked
the
about
Epstein
with him having plants in China,
He
it's
does have
not
plants
just
in
that though.
China.
My point isn't that I actively dislike him. It's just that I don't really know him or his agenda well enough at this point to say I'm a big fan or that I trust him.
I kind of like, I have the largest hope for Elon. Like, I really want to give him the benefit of the doubt. His actions have been speaking louder than words, you know. But when you do look at the actions, like plants in China, it makes you like a little nervous. But sometimes you just have to use the devil's instruments against him, you know, and succeed as a business individual as well. So, but the overall actions he's been taking to fight for freedom and freedom of speech, and you know, expose these tyrants, and you know, going through 2 different podcasts, actually multiple different meetings, you know, the chance and discussions about his ideas. You know, he takes questions all the time. So, you know, for people to be able to pick his brain and him just, they can't find an ounce of, you know, flaw, if you will. Right? Yeah. I can't even say that for myself. I mean, shoot.
Yeah, you got to take the big picture. I mean, you got to look at the big picture.
But he's not live streaming all day, every day either.
Yeah. Right.
Anyways, what did you say about the big picture?
Yeah. No, I mean, we can't lose sight of the forest for the trees. So, if in the big picture he's doing, you know, good things, you know, that's invaluable.
Yes.
So.
Have you done any digging into what Elon's been up to? Let me reopen this.
No, I have not.
Okay. I'm gonna. Yeah. So they're talking about.
I'm a dude's building Starship, Starlink. Those are awesome.
Yeah, I'm certainly a fan of.
Awesome.
I'm a fan of a
People's
lot of the
Convoy
stuff
needs
he's doing. And I don't actively dislike him. Like I said, I'm very cautiously optimistic about what he's doing here. I like the things that he's doing, but I don't want to quite sign up for the, you know, Elon bandwagon.
It's a very conservative take of you, sir.
I'm very cool with everything Elon is doing for the most part. You take a look at Jeremy's razors. They make their razors in China, I believe, and a lot of people got angry. And Jeremy explained to us, this is Jeremy Boring, co-CEO Daily Wire, you can't make these things here. Like, it doesn't happen. So they tried, right? And so he's like, if we raise enough money, absolutely, we're going to open a plant here and do everything. And
charge you 3 times more for the razors because there won't be slaves making them.
That's true too. Mm-hmm. And then you've got Elon Musk praising China. The way I see it is, I'm not as concerned about this. My concern is intent and what he's working on. So take a look at us, for instance. Here we are on YouTube, knowing we can't talk about the FISA data release.
Knowing what he's working on.
Do we not do the show and have zero reach on any of these topics? Or do we say, okay, we're going to do what we can with the platforms we have and then try and find alternatives? Elon Musk is doing so much good. Yes, he's got, you know, praise for China or plant in China. But I'm wondering what the total weight is going to be. If it's like 60% doing really good things, fixing things, and then 40% is in the bad area, I'm like, it's not absolute. You got to weigh the good with the bad.
Right. And I would agree with you on that too. I would absolutely agree. The one thing about Musk that I really do like, and I've mentioned this before, is the fact that he seems to be, at least in his rhetoric, very pro-human. Really? And also, not just in his rhetoric, in his behavior. He has quite a lot of children. The man believes that human life is
I don't know if you guys know this or not, but Elon Musk moved his business from California to Texas because of the legislation they try to pass into law, or have thus far even, in California there. So
interesting.
Yes.
Then he warns against the birth dearth, or the fact that we're going to experience serious consequences from being underpopulated. So he's trying to encourage people to have more children. I think those are all great things.
Doesn't that sound weird, though?
He's got like 7 of them. Doesn't
well,
he?
no, I mean, does he?
He's got a lot.
I just think it's weird for him to come out and be like, overpopulation's a myth. It's like, that's a little too on the nose. You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I just think every other billionaire on the planet, and really every member of that kind of elite class, says the exact opposite. It's fantastic to have a voice who's
Bill Gates
telling the truth about it, instead of spreading lies.
Bill Gates came out and was dragging Elon, and he was like, I think he's going to make it worse.
The billionaires are fighting.
But you know,
money fight.
What's really annoying? The annoying thing about Bill Gates is he's just such a
let freedom
evil
reign, baby.
person.
Yep.
You know, he's the kind of guy who's sitting there, he's talking in this interview about censorship. He's the kind of guy who would be like, I don't understand why poor people have messy homes. Just have your maid clean everything for you, and your butler can bring you your scotch.
Did he actually say that?
No, I'm making a joke.
Okay.
The point is, he says, we shouldn't allow people to have open communication on the internet. And it's like, yeah, you're a rich dude who can do whatever you want, and you don't want the poor people to have access to their rights of speech. I get it. That's the annoying thing. It's this vapid elitist, like, why don't you just have the help clean your floors? Because people don't have help. They have to do it themselves. But he's this rich guy who's like, why would anyone want this information? Dude, you are not the arbiter of truth and morality. You're some dude who sold software. You are also not a healthy person either. And then he complained.
And he's
Get
not a
this.
scientist.
He said, is Elon going to allow COVID vaccine misinformation? Twitter just censored new breaking information because of your stupid policies. So sit down and shut up. You have no idea what you're talking about, old man.
You don't think he's in good health, man? I was thinking about trying the Bill Gates diet. I want to figure out what he's eating.
Well, you let your gut get really huge. You have to make sure your neck is sticking forward, and then hug yourself a lot when you're nervous. I think that'll get you right to where Bill's at right now. Bill, heal up, man.
If all we get from Elon Musk is this meme, Elon Musk has done the ultimate good.
Sweet.
It is.
His neck. Bill, fix your posture. Get a back brace.
So he writes, in case you need to lose a boner fast. And it's Bill Gates.
This is the type of
and then
work
next
I
to it
want
is the
to
pregnant man emoji. But
If
can
I
I
could be
just
sitting
point
by my
out
laptop, I would
how
be like
strange it
learning
is
how to do this
that
better.
Bill Gates is wearing a blue shirt, like the pregnant man, with a big gut, like the pregnant man. But the haircut's the same. Same haircut. No glasses, though.
We're not overpopulated, by the way. The people are just mal-aligned at the moment. We have too many people in these small pockets of cities with not enough rail. It's hard to get food from the farm to the city, but if we have like low-orbit drone transfer, we can have like easily 17 billion people on this planet right now.
Did you see the slingshot they made for orbit launching, where it's this tube, and they put something in it, and then it spins around like crazy, and then
that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so you put an underground track where you have a magnet, push it, so it goes up, and then you kick on the propellers and take it the rest of the way.
It spins really fast, and then just
momentum will get you into orbit.
Yeah, it's an orbit launching slingshot.
And you can catch things like that from other planets. When you slingshot it towards the other planet, the other thing catches you and then slows you down, and then you're crazy.
It sounds really
Imagine if farmers were like, we got a latest shipment of corn, and they put it in space, spins it, flings it in outer space, and then lands in London.
Dude, by the time you got it, it would be popcorn.
Really?
Why would it
just get so much heat? You're shaking it up.
The fall.
Now that
I
use propellers.
Oh, that would be.
No. We're coming back into the atmosphere.
It's on fire.
I think we got to use ion thrusters in the stratosphere to guide it, and then once it gets out of the stratosphere again, or you press ion thrusters from above to push it back down, and then you kick the propellers back on to slowly bring it in.
Maybe
if it's lightweight enough, the friction won't destroy it.
When I saw the meme that Elon posted about Bill Gates and the pregnant man, I couldn't understand because
But even that, he knows we all hate Bill Gates. I mean, all the conservatives, the one billionaire, they're like, no, it's Bill Gates. They're even okay with Jeff Bezos.
But this is because Bill Gates shorted Tesla, and he said, I can't take your climate change.
When did he do that?
He's got a $500 million short position. And Elon said, I can't take your climate change activism seriously if you have a short against the company doing the most to fight climate change. I look at this meme and I'm like, it's like they made a cartoon of Bill Gates.
Yeah, it's true.
Because they made a cartoon of him.
Yeah. Elon Musk, I have to say that I definitely admire him because he's one of the only voices that I've heard being actively pro. Not pro-life as such, but being very like, we need to bring up the birth rate. Kids are very important. He does have 7, I think he has 7 kids by a bunch of different ladies, but he's doing his part. Like, he's not like not practicing what he preaches.
Well, you think it's better to have 7 kids with a multiple
I'm glad you got to watch it for a minute.
Well, I think it's better to bring 7 children into the world with one woman. I think that would be the ideal life.
You should
for those
watch
kids.
this episode.
But if you are going to tell people to have a bunch of babies,
one of my mods posted the link
with a bunch of women.
Pfizer data.
I don't know about that. I mean, who's the father? Who's fathering these kids? Who's mothering these kids?
Elon's the father.
Who's mothering these kids? Where are the kids at? Are they at the moms or they Elon?
I think that he had
I think
5
we need to
kids.
get that
Probably got
printed
a lot
off for
of
everybody
help.
in Canada.
So
I can't find my notepad, so I'm like really frustrated. So I'm gonna have to do some research and look up. I've got to make a phone call and do some stuff, but
okay.
We'll
Well, you speak good from the heart, so if nothing else, you can fill in until you get something going.
That's what I've tried to do, I guess.
I read some of those earlier, by the way, on my stream.
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
good deal. Yeah,
those are good.
But it was fun. I wish we could have had the day, but
no, that's okay. Maybe another time.
We'll figure it out sometime.
All right, Simon. Love you, brother.
I think I got everything.
Yes, sir.
But we'll see you around here.
All right, man.
I'll see what's happening.
Go get some pizza.
Yeah, I need some food. Some real food is what I really need.
All right, man.
We'll see you.
See you, buddy. All right, so I'm gonna go back a little bit.
Is it that it's refreshing to us to hear one of the most powerful people in the world say that they don't think there should be fewer humans?
Right. He's probably the only billionaire that thinks that, because many of them are like futurists and they're like, everything's bad.
Let's. I want to make this announcement now, guys, because we're moving on from censorship. We have this tweet from me. I'm excited to announce that TimCast.com is.
I guess you could consider this a
services and video hosting
reaction video.
In utilizing and building
this
more
is now a
resilient
reaction
infrastructure for
stream, a
communication
reaction
amid
live
the
stream to
culture war and mass
TimCast
censorship.
episode on
Big
the
news
J&J.
PayPal banned a bunch of independent
the new
media
Pfizer
outlets.
guideline.
Matt Taibbi wrote about it. The New York Post picked it up.
Or
This
the
is terrifying.
J&J
We don't know
guideline.
why.
I'm not sure how that goes,
Russian
but there was a Pfizer
disinformation
dump
or
of
some other
data.
nonsense.
The
When they
dump
come out
is the link in the bottom
with this
left of the
disinformation
corner
governance
of the
board,
screen.
You'll
have to type that
was
in your
like,
browser
it's not
and check
gonna
that out
target
for
Americans.
yourself.
No, I'll tell you what's going to happen. They're going to say the story about Biden is Russian disinformation. Then PayPal and other financial services will ban independent media outlets that are talking about or sharing this story. Considering we did an article deep diving into the Pfizer data that we can't talk about on YouTube, I think it's fair to say that the powers that be are going to be not too happy with what our website is doing. However, our web services are now hosted by Rumble. While I don't think Rumble is completely invulnerable or perfect, it's way better than being on Amazon, Google, or any other host that's going to be in Silicon Valley and going to have all these weirdo crackpot rules. So one thing we did is this. We've got a bunch of other stuff happening we're currently working on, but we're announcing it as it comes. So, step one, get the website off of big tech Silicon Valley. There we go. It's part of a different kind of cabal that's forming, but at least it's market competition. At least we're supporting someone who's giving the middle finger for now to Amazon Web Services.
Follow me on Rumble, y'all.
Rumble may become
MindPod.
the biggest. They may be Amazon Web Services, but as long as there's competition, things are getting better.
Chris Pavlovski, the CEO of Rumble, talks a lot about open sourcing stuff and decentralizing servers. I'm 100% on board with decentralizing servers. When you talk about open sourcing stuff, that's great, but the proof is in the pudding, my man. Open source the code, free the software, go AGPL3.
Yeah, we don't talk about this enough, right? But AWS and the hosts who allow people to keep their websites up, they have a tremendous amount of power. We generally look at the big tech companies like YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, the ones that really allow you to get exposure. But you should be able to have a website as sort of an escape hash, so you can direct your fans there in case you do get banned. But then it's the case that, like you said, Amazon could end up taking you down.
And the other risk is we use PayPal. A lot of people said they don't like it and they didn't want to use it. And I know, simply by talking about what PayPal has done to these independent reporters and personalities, we run the risk of putting ourselves on their radar, and they gave no justification for why they banned these people. And in one instance, I believe they said they're seizing the assets to decide what to do with it.
They've done that with bank accounts too, though. Chase was banning conservatives. I believe Laura Loomer was kicked off of Chase banking. There's so many of them that they can't even bank. She couldn't use Comcast services for her ads, I believe. So it's far-reaching.
And that's just the free market at work, and it's acceptable. But Elon Musk buying Twitter is fascism.
That's what they'll have you try to believe.
Yep. Thanks, Robert Reich.
So we got to do a lot to continually expand our infrastructure. The first step was we're definitely looking at payment processors. We're looking at video, we're using Rumble's video hosting for all our member stuff. We're using Rumble's cloud services.
Teach us.
The next thing we got to look at is payment infrastructure. But the reason we did this first was if they take the website down, like anyone in the chain says we're not going to service you, we're not going to link your domain, whatever. We're not going to provide you hosting. Site's gone. Financials, we lose money, but we'll figure something out. The next step is to secure this system, and then we will be much more resilient.
We got PayPal, Stripe, Stripe. I don't know if Stripe's on the site right now.
Stripe is our primary.
And then, did you mention the other one, the Rumble?
We don't have any other one.
I think cryptos is very promising for the future. You know, they finally started taxing it properly for the most part, so you can kind of get away with using it for payments. And then you don't have to dabble with the fiat at all. You still got to pay taxes on it, but I think that's really, really good. It's all digital all the time, and the Swift payment system can't mess with it, at least overtly. Yeah.
So here's my question, Tim. When we look at Rumble, we look at these other services. Is there a better way to do this eventually that we could, imagine down the line where there isn't some centralized service you have to go to in order to be hosted?
Yeah, you want a decentralized service.
Just look at Ian.
You
asked me a question.
You were talking about mesh networking, which is where all of our devices are a piece of the server. And if one goes down, the server is still up because all the other pieces are working together. It works near frequency right now. You can get things like Nostr, N-O-S-T-R. There's another one called Briar, I think. Services where you can communicate when it's not on the internet. You don't need an internet. You have a local net. That's kind of the future. If we can somehow link up some sort of global mesh net. Tesla was working on sending electricity through the ocean and underground to people. So we may be able to Wi-Fi each other.
Oh, you mean
underground.
actual Tesla?
Nikola Tesla, yeah. And so we may be able to communicate with each other through ground.
I thought you were talking about Elon Musk. I was like, wait, what?
Imagine you're swimming in the ocean, you get zapped.
That'd be wild. But it would be, I guess it'd be Wi-Fi. It wouldn't be electricity, it'd be Wi-Fi. He was obsessed with sending electricity, which was really kind of hard. I think that was hurting stuff and causing crazy, amorphisms in the environment.
What is that? What do you mean?
He caused an earthquake one time in Lower Manhattan.
Did he really?
Yeah. No, Nikola Tesla.
Oh.
It was like in the early 1900s, and they went down to his office. They're like, "What's going on, dude?" And they came and they eventually shut him down because it was too much. They shut down his what's it called? Warden Cliff, his big tower where he was trying to project wireless electricity around. I don't know if he was damaging.
I'm pretty sure they came in and seized
like
his
he might have
stuff
been.
too.
Yep.
They came in and seized his ideas or something like that, or made him stop, or took his equipment or something like that.
Ever heard the story about that dude who made the radioactive death ray in his garage?
No.
Yes, I did.
What's the element called? Americium?
I
don't know
forget.
what it is.
Americium? I don't know how it's
Cium?
pronounced. It's
Maybe.
like the word America.
He was collecting smoke detectors and then using the little radioactive bits and putting it inside like a container, and then it would focus the beam. And then he was covered in radioactive lesions.
Ah.
Yeah.
What part of that seemed like a good idea, though?
Well,
the part where you'd end up having a death ray.
Yeah, duh.
I guess.
Where was he? What was he going to do
No,
with
that's
that?
wild. I know. That is wild. Maybe the neighbor's cat kept coming over, bothering him.
I guess the government found out and offered him a job, but then he kept making death rays, so they just eventually arrested him.
What did they think he was going to do?
Is it illegal to make your own flamethrower? I don't know if it is or not. Probably, but I know they sell flamethrowers, so it's like,
What did they think he was going to do?
I don't know, but dude
What
made
would
a
you
death
do with
ray
a
in his
death ray?
garage.
It's just like you made a death ray. Here's a bunch of money. You made more death rays? For shame.
No. Think about it. They found a guy who made a focused radioactive beam. That's silent assassination, You could be in a cafe and point it at some guy and
Yeah, it looks like it was an Americium.
You're just
Americium 241.
radioactive them to death.
Yeah,
So
so
death ray people at the cafe, Tim.
Wikipedia calls him a nuclear radiation enthusiast who built a homemade neutron source at the age of 17. Holy crap!
Wait,
This guy
but
was
he
serious.
died from the death ray?
I'm not sure. He died in 2016, so could have been from multiple different things, but I'm assuming the radiation poisoning had something
David
to do with it.
Hahn,
Yeah, David Hahn.
radioactive Boy Scout or the
Yeah.
nuclear Boy
Imagine.
Scout.
Yeah,
If I
right.
die and my name
right.
is Radioactive Girl Scout,
Heck
that'd be
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, this is in 2007.
Yeah.
This was second time. Possession of a second neutron
Yeah, he did it when he was 17.
device found in his freezer.
Easy.
Larceny of smoke detectors. In Michigan, he was allegedly removing a number of smoke detectors from the halls of his
Where were
apartment
his
building.
parents?
Right, seriously.
Oh, that's just little Timmy building radioactive death rays in
Look,
the garage.
I think if you can build a radioactive death ray, death row, you could probably escape your parents' view, you know?
Yeah, probably. That's fair. That's a fair point.
His death was ruled as an accidental result of intoxication from the combined effects of alcohol,
Diphenhydramine.
Diphenhydramine and fentanyl. Yikes.
Yikes.
Oh, yeah.
Where did I don't remember where I read this story, but I remember reading it. It said
Crazy how
mugshot
much
is
that
covered
word
in
pops up.
lesions. So somehow we were talking about fighting censorship. Then we started talking about Nikola Tesla transmitting energy.
Hold on.
Where did I
They said he died from like alcohol and fentanyl and then some weird fancy word in the middle. It's crazy how much that word fentanyl pops up in people's death reports.
Death was ruled as an accidental result of intoxication from the combined effects of alcohol,
Diphenhydramine.
Diphenhydramine and fentanyl. Yikes.
Yikes. Oof.
Where did I don't remember.
It's almost like it gets you focused on the middle word that's like extremely complicated, wondering what the heck it is, and then you lose focus about alcohol and fentanyl combination. And like, oh, he died from something crazy.
I read the story, but I remember reading it. It said his mugshot, he was covered in legions.
Yeah.
So somehow we were talking about fighting censorship. Then we started talking about Nikola Tesla transmitting energy.
Talking about mesh networking.
Now we have
how
a
we
guy
would,
with a death
We
ray.
don't censor our death.
If we could build a stabilized mesh network, I'm really interested in the idea of sending Wi-Fi underground through the ground. That'd be
What
really.
do you think the effects of Wi-Fi
Well, you can
everywhere
create
would be,
mesh
though?
Man, that's
I
blowing
feel,
my
like it's
mind a
not,
lot.
I feel like it's not good for us.
I think
though.
it's driving people wacky, like swirling.
It is.
I think it's heightening people's
I
tension.
think so. It is. I think so
It's
too.
like
think
watching
that's why we're
TV all the
tense?
time, and your brain starts to get like really, and your I think that's part of it. Diet and frequency.
And the
Maybe turn
Wi-Fi.
up the
Diet and
frequency.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah. That might be. I've not seen a lot of evidence about it though, but it just feels like it. Like,
There's
have you ever held your
different
phone
studies
close?
about how the rays affect like women's reproductive systems and stuff, but I don't think we're ever going to know for a very long time.
Well, it's all non-ionizing radiation.
I mean, if you start adding in things like diet and what was I say? Diet and I don't know, other things of lack of exercise and I don't know, even education. It's really taking us backwards, I think.
Carry my phone in my left pocket from like 2000 to 2014, and all of a sudden one day it started getting really sore, my leg, right where I had it, took it out for like 3 days, and it was no longer sore. I've no longer carried this thing in my pocket. Never, unless I have to get it somewhere.
I did the reasonable thing, and I carry my cell phone in my underwear.
Yeah, that's the way to
That's
go.
much
yeah,
better.
that's good.
As
yeah.
a cod piece.
No problems.
That'll keep you safe.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll protect you from errant
Put it in the
baseballs.
beanie,
and
put it
things.
in the little
That's
pocket
right,
up
yeah.
there.
The beanie pocket.
I always actually wondered about that because when I was on the ground doing reporting, I would wear it on my chest, and the camera would be rolling and it'd be clipped to my chest, and I'm like, if I ever get cancer in my
Close to my
chest, I'll know
heart,
exactly.
yeah.
why. But it's like you have heart cancer. It's
But
like, oh,
I
that's
feel
why.
like we're not capable of operating as a species without all this stuff anymore. There's no way for us to disconnect now.
We went.
I
to,
think that's-
agree.
We went to when we were coming back from Nashville. We stopped and we stayed at this beautiful place overlooking this waterfall, but there was no Wi-Fi, and it was really concerned. Like I was really upset for the night. Kind of. I was like, how will I?
You know, they talk about how Wi-Fi and all these frequencies might be making people agitated, and that could be a real thing. Like our brains operate on certain frequencies like alpha, delta, theta, and I think there's like 4 or 5 of them. But they operate on certain frequencies, and they've even had studies where audio can make you thirsty. I mean, Coca-Cola got in trouble or had to stop using that type of frequency in their commercials. Look it up.
What am I even worried about? Like, how will I fill in the blank? How will I connect with? Just connect with nature, man. The waterfall smells great.
We'll get back on track now. We have a story from Fox News. Gavin Newsom savagely mocked as disgusting transphobe for claiming men can't get pregnant at abortion rally. Quote, if men could get pregnant, this wouldn't even be a conversation, the governor told the crowd of abortion supporters. You know what is missing from this headline, though? He was mocked by conservatives in jest as a transphobe, because the left doesn't care that he said this. But Gavin Newsom said that if men could get pregnant, this would be a conversation. I was told back in 2016 by the Daily Beast that men were getting pregnant. Yeah, that story about the pregnant man. What's he talking about?
He just referenced the Daily Beast. Yo, F the Daily Beast. Don't fly Delta. Don't give them your support. Don't give these dope heads your support. Like, you know who I'm talking about when I said that last one too, by the way. All right, look. I can't believe he just did that. It's hilarious.
Wait, so the left
doesn't.
I'm gonna go back 10 seconds.
any Seamus, but then by the time you got to the end, it knew it was me, and so it had to change it.
Yeah.
I think I just lost my spot in the podcast.
That's the one. This is from Merriam-Webster. One such as a human being.
And mix it back into other meat.
Well,
and
even
then
the
we
chicken.
eat.
Oh, I lost my spot.
No. Like, imagine being a kid growing up in the year 200. Doing these things. It's because she grew up in a bubble world with no requirements. Juan went on the swing. Sarah wrote her he, him pronouns for Blair because Blair is male. But in public,
so many things.
so what were we talking about? Oh yeah, Gavin Newsom changed his political position for convenience.
Yeah, so I said, pro tip, if they say no uterus, no opinion, just remind them that trans women are women. And somebody said sarcasm further entrenches differing opinions. You're literally doing their...
I think we're close.
Them though. I mean, they're giving them the freedom.
Well, no. What, like the first
restricting the state pass a law. They told the states you can't. They passed a law that, or they made a Supreme Court decision that states. What am I even worried about? Like, how will I what? Fill in the blank. How will I connect with? Like, just connect with nature, man. The waterfalls.
This is it right here.
Let's get. We'll get back on track now. We have this story from Fox News. Gavin Newsom savagely mocked as disgusting transphobe for claiming men can't get pregnant at abortion rally. Quote, if men could get pregnant, this wouldn't even be a conversation, the governor told the crowd of abortion supporters. You know what is missing from this headline, though? He was mocked by conservatives in jest as a transphobe, because the left doesn't care that he said this. But Gavin Newsom said that if men could get pregnant, this would be a conversation. I was told back in 2016 by the Daily Beast that men were getting pregnant. We have that story about the pregnant man. What's he talking about?
Oh, yeah. He mentioned the Daily Beast. Yo, screw that news organization. They try to twist articles all the time. We sent a convoy when we were outside of D.C. in Hagerstown. We sent a convoy to a local Christian school. The kids came out. They signed one of the vehicles, Dennis's vehicle. They honked horns. They learned about the Constitution. They were smiling. They had a great time. This was at like 9 a.m. in the morning. And then a guy that had a conceal and carry that was kicked out of the convoy at like 11 p.m. was at the front gate, got arrested for trespassing or something like that. And he had to let the authorities know he had a loaded gun because he was in a different state. And even though he had his conceal and carry, he still got arrested, you know. And the news article read, man with loaded gun arrested hours after convoy went to school. That was the headline, like one sentence. They're evil. That's hilarious that Tim Pool just shit on the Daily Beast.
So the left is not mocking him at all. That's surprising to me because they usually eat their own. I mean, I am not surprised that conservatives are ripping on him, but the left's usually pretty good at eating their own.
They don't care. They don't care. We saw how fast they were able to define what a woman was when Roe leaked, when the decision leaked. They're like, all of a sudden, we know what it is.
Don't make laws about women's bodies.
This is why I don't get sarcastic as a rebuttal to someone I don't agree with, because they'll take you out of context and make you sound like an elite.
I agree with the argument that men should not be passing laws on women's bodies.
Oh.
I completely agree. And that means that the Supreme Court in 1973, that was all male, should not have enshrined Roe v. Wade, right?
That's right. But they passed a law saying you can't pass a law.
They what?
They said they passed a law saying you can't pass a law. They told the states you can't. They passed a law that, or they made a Supreme Court decision that states can't pass laws.
Yeah, that's the First Amendment.
Yeah.
The First Amendment says
they said we're choosing to decide that they can't choose whether or not to decide if you can choose.
That's literally what the Constitution does. Like, it restricts the government from doing certain things.
Many
so
things.
This is funny when everybody got mad about the parental rights and education bill, like Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks. He's just he's always
so useless.
But he was like, you're opposing free speech, and it's like, yo, the government can restrict itself. Like, imagine if Ian declared, I will no longer be allowed to talk about freeing the code. They'd be like, you're violating your free speech. Like, no, he's choosing not to talk.
Also, I'm curious if Cenk thinks that not being able to teach creationism in schools is a violation of religious freedom.
It's a violation of free speech. Teachers should be allowed to discuss creationism with kids in secret.
That's right.
And say, don't tell your parents what we taught you here today, all right?
And the math problems are like, what was the one? Jesus rose.
Noah needs to get the animals on his ark.
Right,
If there's 2 animals in each species, there's this many species. How many animals do we have?
To create some nuance on the government restricting itself, you've got the federal government restricting the state government, and those are not the same governments. You might argue
that was
they're not restricting them though. I mean, they're giving them the freedom.
No. Like, the First Amendment at the federal level protects us against state repression as well. But that was a court case. Someone was mentioning this on the show, that it didn't used to be that way, that the federal government's only referred to itself and the states refer to themselves, but at some point the federal government superseded all of the states.
It had to do with the farmer revolt, like 1783, I think. I'm not sure if those years are right, but anyways, Shane, I'll talk about that later.
Well, yeah, also on this point of it being a restriction of free expression to not to not allow teachers to spread their perverse sexual practices for students. I mean, like, okay, even if that was the case, then fine, teachers shouldn't be expressing their, perverted sexuality to students. But it's not as if there is such a thing as a right, A, to have secret conversations with other people's children, but B, to be part of an institution that the parents are funding with their tax money and not give the parents a say in what their children are being taught. There's no such right.
Actually, Seamus, it's the 31st Amendment that teachers shall have the right to have secret conversations with children about sex and tell the children not to tell their parents.
That's right.
See, this is why I gotta study civics more, man. This is...
that's the Constitution in 20 years.
I'm sorry. If you want to talk about
that
sex
was a
with
joke.
My child, do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Stop it,
Straight to jail.
You might confuse
Straight to jail.
Yep.
Right to jail.
Will you homeschool? Are you or will you homeschool?
I don't know. He's peeing on me right now. I haven't really gotten that far.
You educated him about not peeing on you yet?
No, I just tell him elephants are not birds. You can buy the book at Brave Books.
Brave Books?
Brave Books.
You have to be like, excuse me, sir, please don't pee on me.
Please stop peeing.
No, you know what he does?
You
know what he does? He laughs and then he pees.
That's great.
Because he likes my reaction. I scream every time, so he laughs and then he pees.
Oh, good.
Someone else laughed until they peed last night. Who was that?
Gosh,
What? That was a dream I had. I don't remember.
Maybe it was a dream.
You had a dream, you laughed until you
No, it
peed.
wasn't me. No, I was watching scare videos on YouTube, and some girl was like, "Oh, ha, ha," and looked down to see if she peed herself.
Oh my gosh.
What kind of stuff are you watching?
Oh, so many things.
So what were we talking about? Oh yeah, Gavin Newsom changed his political position for convenience.
Yeah, so I said, pro tip, if they say no uterus, no opinion, just remind them that trans women are women. And somebody said sarcasm further entrenches differing opinions. You're literally doing their work for them by further adding credibility to the premise, even if you're trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be funny at all. I'm trying to illuminate to them the duplicity of their own arguments.
They don't
by
have,
using them.
They don't care.
I
tweeted, pregnant men have no say in abortion because they are men.
I don't care if they don't care. I care if the people watching care.
Well, yeah, but the people who already agree with us, I guess, what we're looking for is people who aren't paying attention.
Moderates, yes.
To see people who aren't paying attention. They're not necessarily moderates. They're also liberals who aren't paying attention. They don't know what's going on. But I tweeted, pregnant men have no say in abortion because they are men. And I really do feel like it's a perfect tweet because you literally can't argue anything about it. Because it's like they're both left-wing positions.
We're listening to Tim Pool's episode on the J&J and the COVID or the Pfizer.
So it's like, tell me I'm wrong, but which of your positions
and the new
are you
FDA
mad about?
guideline.
That men
They're kind of like off on a rant right now, but they'll probably come back to it.
I don't
and also the
Pfizer
data.
Like, men are not women. I don't care.
The Pfizer data. I believe that WeatherCat posted that down there.
I don't even need to make fun of your argument. Like, common sense is common sense.
That's what,
men are not women. And I'm so tired of living in this clown world. It's a clown world at this point.
Yeah, men are not really able to get pregnant, right?
It's a clown world.
Nope.
Okay.
No. Okay, good. Not at all.
Yeah. Not sure what.
Let's.
And in order for somebody to be intersex, they have to be having the complete reproductive capability. And it just doesn't happen. Okay, it's a birth abnormality.
Let's break it down. Here's what happens. Blair White is always the go-to example, conservative trans woman. But I bring up Blair because Ben Shapiro said, in writing, he would use he/him pronouns for Blair because Blair is male. But in public, it's too complicated to explain to a person that Blair is male. So if he was like, someone said, "Where should I sit?" "Oh, go sit by her," because he can't. If he says him, people would be like, "Where? I don't see."
Can you say Blair?
But if the person didn't know who Blair was, and so what happens then is, we recognize that, someone who is like a trans man or a trans woman, for ease of conversation, people might be like, "Oh, her, she, etc." But then it translates into a legal realm where a younger generation who's growing up with it says, then they are women, if you accept this. So it starts with tolerance of being like, okay, for the ease and purpose of communication, we'll just say we get it. But then young people are like, that's a woman. And so now you have men can get pregnant when man is defined as adult human male. Adult human males can't get pregnant. So I tweeted,
it's a farce.
Women are
It's a
not
lie.
Human females.
It's another lie.
Because they're literally
created
not
for
according
division.
to every dictionary, to Wikipedia, to every encyclopedia, to every understanding. And I got two reactions. One was, congratulations, Tim, you idiot. You just discovered the difference between sex and gender. The others were, you're a bigot. That's not true. Why would you say
I've
this?
gotten
And like, now we're
hundreds
gonna
of
have
those
to. And I'm like,
messages.
I didn't say anything to anybody. I didn't target anybody. I didn't insult anybody. I made a fact statement based on Wikipedia. That's all it was.
Yeah, well, also, you discovered the difference between sex and gender. Actually, there is no such distinction. It was invented by a pervert and pedophile named Dr. John Money.
Yes, he was a weirdo.
He was an actual...
He was
yeah.
a very... What didn't he had studies about, like 7-year-olds?
That's Kinsey.
Oh,
well, Money also did. So, yeah, Dr. John Money had an infant boy given a sex change at a young age because he underwent a botched circumcision and then had the parents raise him as a girl. And
then
he
both
forced
of them killed themselves.
Yeah, he forced him and his brother. He forced him to live as a girl, and he forced him and his brother into doing like depraved acts on camera.
Adult things.
Yes, on camera and filmed it. Disgusting pervert. He coined the terms gender identity, sexual orientation. He got the DSM to adopt the term paraphilia instead of deviance.
They both killed themselves.
This is the double-edged sword of TV, radio, internet, is that we see this crazy stuff now because people have probably been doing this for millennia, chopping people apart and doing, but now we see it.
But they weren't celebrated. Like
Exactly.
They are now.
No, it was. You saw how gross it was at the time, but the double edge of that is that the mind virus can spread. Like if people think they're frogs and people don't feel accepted and they want to be part of a group, they go to become part of the I'm a frog group.
Especially for children too, and it's really confusing to tell them it's interchangeable at any time you want. I mean, if you tell a kid they're a rabbit, they're going to hop around and ask for carrots. That's just how kids are. And I'm in New York City. You have 9-year-olds there that are saying they're transgender, they are presenting as a little girl presenting as a boy, and their parents are okay with it, and it's like a status symbol there. It's like, oh, I'm so loving and accepting, and they're putting it on these kids. Like, this kid's they have no idea what they're doing.
There's a Libs of TikTok video that just went up where the mother is doing a grammar lesson with her child, her son, and it's a bunch of sentences. Juan went on the swing. Sarah rode her bike, or Sarah, got on, on her bike or whatever. And it's like, which pronoun would you use? And he put they for all of them. And the mom was like, why did you do that? And he's like, because we don't know what gender they are. And she goes, but look at their names. And he goes, you said nothing is a boy or a girl. And she was like, but their names. And then she went, well, I guess I have to give you an A because I did say it. It's like she's confused that when she tells a little boy these names are not boy or girl, so he goes, I guess I'll use they. Because he doesn't know the difference between a male and a female name.
I mean, the ideological underpinnings of the left that have been forced on this country have actually mandated adults to become dumber than children, is the moral of that story.
Because they want to throw out rationalization and reasoning. They don't want you to think.
My fear is that it has
it's another divide and conquer agenda.
Acquiesce to a chosen it because they feel so dissolved of the future.
You know what it is? It's an attack on our compliance and our inability to think for ourselves. Okay? So when people ask, why do you think that wearing a mask is testing your compliance? Well, they're testing to see if they can take this country down without firing a shot. These communist lobbyists from other countries have been lobbying into our politics for decades. Let's just be real, people, okay? And it's no different than this transgender topic. It's another category of divide and conquer, testing your inability to think for yourself.
Kids are pressured. They are
kids
pressured.
are forced into it. The adults, however, are
You guys-
disenfranchised. They have no hope, so they revert to
No,
insanity.
that's you're missing the big picture here. We used to grow up in the real world. We used to have animals. We used to watch animals. We used to watch each other. We used to be on farms. We used to work hard. We used to recognize that if you didn't wake up at 6 a.m. and till the field, you didn't eat. Now we have everything. We have good times making soft people. They don't see livestock. They don't know how animals work. They don't know where their food comes from. So they're growing up completely detached from reality. That's what's happening. That parent who's like, why is my son doing these things? It's because she grew up in a bubble world with no requirements. So it's just this confused state of I should have things for free. Nothing is real. Blank slate. All of that stuff. You look at people who grow up in rural areas and they're like, better farm or that's it, no food.
Yeah, we had a
Winter's
guest
coming.
on a couple weeks ago that said that they'd never even had to do, I think it was, the cowboy. Braxton McCoy. Philosophical cowboy, someone called him or something like that. He said that he never really had to have sex ed talks with his kids because they grew up on a farm. So they already
Look at
knew.
the chickens. Check this out.
You didn't even need to give the chicken sex ed, Tim.
We have Chicken City.
They just know.
We have Chicken City out in the basement, and I can't remember who it was the other day said, a fight's breaking out. And the chickens were doing it.
That's not a
And I
fight.
was like, bro, the male jumped on the back of the female and then started thrusting, and you thought it was a fight. Another thing that happened is I had someone say to me, so why would you want to have roosters? Do they lay different kinds of eggs?
Yes,
No.
they do. Yeah.
And I was like, roosters are
Deport
boring.
them immediately.
Look,
Deport
I don't blame people. I blame our society. But it's like it's a natural process. We've come to the point where we are so pampered, where we have factory farms. I know a lot of people dispute the idea, but listen, I'm talking about the pink slime that is chicken nuggets. You used to have to go and you raise the chickens and you're throwing, grains or whatever, or you're turning over the wood for the bugs. And then eventually you're like, time to eat this chicken, time to eat these eggs. You know what was really crazy to me? And I mean, craziest experience. Growing up in a city, the first time I ate my own chicken's egg, I was like, do I have to do anything to it? Do I have to clean it?
Yeah, to clean it.
Can I just
Sterilize
eat
it? Should I
And
put
I know,
hand sanitizer over it?
Tim
What
got
do you
the
do?
dish
Just
soap
wash
and a
it off.
sponge out. He was scrubbing that thing
so
off.
ready.
The only reason I haven't been eating them is because I'm afraid they're fertilized.
They
Does that
are
matter?
all fertilized.
Does it matter?
No,
you
it doesn't.
just get
If
a
you grow
little
them yourself or whatever.
half-grown chicken fetus in there when you crack it,
No, it's like a little white dot. On
which
yolk.
is the
I don't know.
chicken fetus, basically.
It's the spunk from the rooster.
Is it okay to eat?
Hatch your own
Yeah.
chickens for a
See,
couple
that's the
generations and they'll
crazy
be
thing.
pure.
Throughout human history, we've had, since the chickens were like 100 AD. That question was not asked.
Is it better
People were-
for you to have a fertilized?
No. Like, imagine being a kid growing up in the year 200 AD. Actually, did you guys see The Northman? They mentioned, something about like being a slave, like because they were like Nordic slaves, and he's like, you'll go out work with the Silkies. Silkies are kind of chicken. They've been
I
around for a long
love
time.
they're so
Yes.
fuzzy.
Yeah, they're fluffy and they're funny and they're goofy and they make funny sounds.
Little blue
But-
eggs.
Listen. People would walk into the forest and grab chives right off the ground and go, food! And they would walk back and put it down and they go, hey! And they'd all just eat it. It's like, that's food.
You can't do that. I get anxiety going to the grocery store because I'm like, what's in this? I'm like, is this real chicken? Is this pumped full of saline? What's in?
Probably is. We're better off with cleaner foods, but to a limit, right? Like I watched some documentary about how they mixed like beef with ammonia to like get rid of the bacteria from it, and then mix it back into other meat.
Well,
and
even
then
the chickens we have now are like mutants. They're mutant chickens that we have now. They're nothing like. I mean, the difference between chickens now and 100 years ago, they're flavorless. They're giant. They're mutants.
Exactly. Yeah. Good times create soft chickens.
That's right.
Good times create
actually,
mutant chickens.
That's right.
Mutant chickens create hard times.
It's
hard
true.
times create normal.
So here's my point. Here's my point.
Preservatives. McDonald's.
I remember it was like 2014. I got first chickens ever. They laid eggs. And then I was like, okay, I've never done this before. And I'm, how old was I like then? This is what is this? 8 years ago. So I'm like 26, 27. And I'm like, I have never eaten an egg from a chicken before. What do I do? And I'm looking up online. Do I have to wash it? Do I have to like
skip backwards?
cook it to a certain temperature? And it was like, it basically said, if you keep your chicken safe and healthy, you can eat it raw. And I was like, what? No, you get salmonella. It's like, nope, that's because of modern poultry conditions and stuff. And I was like, really?
So Timmy's like, I'm going Rocky. Crack that egg, put it in a cup, threw it back.
Oh yeah, do you eat them raw at all?
Saying Eye of the Tiger.
No, I use them to make, I've been making like a nut bread. It's amazing. You just mix some nut powder, like walnut powder, and some almond flour with the egg, and then you microwave it. You get a little bun, and then I put cheese and egg and bacon.
You know what I
on
love?
it.
I do bird's nest. You cut out a little circle in the middle, and then you crack the egg, and you can dip it in it. You make it nice and runny.
But the other thing too is we have chives in the yard all over the place because chives grow early season. And I just went out and we grabbed a whole bunch and chopped them up and threw it in our beef. It was so good. We have wineberry
Probably
season.
got more flavor than anything you buy
yeah.
at the store too.
Yeah,
It was
refrigerating
so
it can destroy the flavor, especially with tomatoes.
Wineberries. You see these? They got
No.
Appalachia all over the place. They're little Chinese raspberries that are everywhere. During wineberry season, you walk outside and you get like 2 pounds in like 20 minutes. You just shuffle them into bowls. But people who live in cities don't know anything about this. So they are like children. So, I'm not trying to be overtly disrespectful. I am saying quite literally, 200, 300 years ago, people had to mature, they had to survive hardship. Today, it's so good that these people are confused about whether or not they can eat an egg.
Yeah.
No, and the food we are getting is just so bad. I think you can fact check me on it. I think you have to eat like 8 peaches now to get the same nutritional value as a peach like 50 years ago. Yeah. Everything, even fruit, veggies.
Wait, fact checker on that. 8 peaches just to get the nutrition of 1 from back in the day?
I don't know what it is. That would be a...
They were probably, I bet people would eat the eggshells back in the day,
Yeah, probably.
I bet people would eat orange rind. They'd be like, don't waste it.
Of course,
You know what I bet's good is putting the eggshells in your bathtub when you're taking a bath and soaking in that water. I bet that's really good for your skin. Just a thought came to me, yeah.
I was thinking about this. My
so good.
I had a
It just
friend
goes right through porous.
I had a friend in Arizona who lived by what she called a citrus tree. And it was because she was like all the different citrus like crossbreeds or whatever.
Yeah, they're kind of hoes.
Weird fruit. But I'm looking at this tree.
It's true.
I'm looking at this tree and it's just got like 500 oranges or whatever in it. And then I'm like, man, imagine being some just, like nomadic tribal person and you're looking for food and you come across this one tree with all...
And go get some food. I think there should be some food somewhere, right? Let me see here. Do you guys know where the pizza's at? You guys probably know better than I am. I've been sitting in my car doing this. Trying to educate myself. So how many of you guys have checked out that link with the Pfizer data yet? Hold on, I want to go ask B where the food's at. Hey, didn't they order pizza? It's over there? Yeah, thank you. Been too busy listening and sewing. Yes, that was a podcast, one of Tim Pool's. Tim Pool's a really stand-up guy, if you ask me. He does a great job of presenting information. That's the type of podcasting I would like to do. That's why I've been working on my OBS and trying to learn it, and actually providing references to the information that I'm talking about. I want to go over that Pfizer data with a fine-tooth comb. A mighty fine-tooth comb. Where is this pizza at? I'd imagine it's over here by the trucks. They normally take the food smokers over here. So I bet you that's where the pizza's at. Maybe they're on the Hey, do you guys know if Oreo's driving around or what Oreo's doing? He might be going to the might be going to the James O'Keefe thing. Trying to find the pizza. Oh, I see Simon. Hey Simon, where's the pizza at? He can't hear. He's like, what? Oh, I see somebody eating over there. I'll find it. I'll find it. Real quick. Uh-oh. What's this? Hi. Yeah, baby. There's a couple left, right? Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Wait, play. Heck yeah, man. Who'd it come from? Have you got the roof signed on this new edition yet? It's looking good, man.
I left a bunch of space on top up here. I wanted them for Canadian truckers and shit.
Yeah, if we ever get over there.
I'll find out this may not happen.
Yeah, it may not. We'll see.
Bob, Mr. Mike, well, I can be better, it's going to be bigger. And I don't want to be bigger.
Well, jumping back to the Canadian truckers, who knows, we might pull an audible. I know, right? Looks like Simon wanted his friend to talk to Saznak. I'm looking here. Do you guys know what Oreo's up to? I can check my other phone might be over there. Pizza came from Mud Pig's viewers. Thanks, Mud Pig. Looks like Oreo was streaming an hour ago. Maria Lambert or Liebrandt, I'm sorry. She suggests if we want to learn about the Pfizer data, we should look up Dr. Ben's YouTube channel. There was a new FDA guideline released and J&J blood clot information released and a data dump on the Pfizer data. And people have gotten banned for posting the new information. All right. I gotta get something to drink. Take y'all out of the gimbal. I gotta use the restroom quick. I'll be right back.
And you just take it all and you're like, look what I found, and everyone's like, oh, food. Because like food's hard to come by, and they're like eating it like crazy, and they're just eating whatever they can get.
Yeah, and not just food. Oh, sorry, Lindsay, you go. But no, not.
Okay.
No, you go.
I was just gonna say you can get these citrus like fruits that have like horns like a devil because they're so weird and kind of incestuous, and they like mix with all different kinds of citrus. You can get like grapefruit crossbreeds with lemons, crossbreeds with limes. You get these weird funky things that are really good. They're great for humans. But anyway, Seamus?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, if you came across that, it's not just that you found food, it's that you found a very rare and very sweet and very delicious food. Nowadays, we've sort of been spoiled by these foods that have very intense flavors that would not occur naturally in nature, right? Well, that was redundant. But you'll come across, like, historically, if someone found an orange or a strawberry or an apple, I mean, that was really a treat for them. Like, this is delicious. And nowadays, people are like, fruit, gross. I want a Kit Kat.
Yeah.
Let's circle back. We're going to circle back to this political story. We have this from the Daily Mail. You guys want to talk about Civil War? Let's talk about Civil War.
Uh-oh.
Louisiana advances bill classifying abortion as homicide. Republican representative behind the bill says the state cannot wait on the Supreme Court. The move on Wednesday came 2 days after the leaked draft about Roe v. Wade. Louisiana State Rep Danny McCormick, a Republican, introduced the Abolition of Abortion Act in March. The legislation, approved in a 7-2 committee vote, now moves to the state's full House. The Louisiana bill is one of a raft of proposals by lawmakers in conservative states. Such restrictions could go further than the so-called trigger laws, bans, and other regulations that will take effect in some 26 states should Roe be overturned. Let's talk about what this means. If abortion is homicide, that means a lot in terms of what happens to abortion providers.
Can I ask you something? Is there a difference
liable.
between the legal classification of homicide and the legal classification of murder? If you're to write a law that says X is homicide, does that mean it's open to being considered murder, but not necessarily considered murder in every case?
Or is it a different degree?
Homicide means a human killed a human.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, but so homicide could be involuntary manslaughter. It could be first-degree murder, second-degree murder. I'm curious if this is specified in any way in the legislation.
Did they mention the degree?
They're just calling it. They're saying it's homicide, which means they're granting life rights to the fetus.
Yeah.
Which means what? Are they part of the census? I asked this before the show. It's a silly question, but like, are they going to classify these now humans as part of the census when they're taking a census? Come on. I mean, they're not human. They're not people yet.
Well, they're not giraffes, man.
They're not people, though. They're developing fetus humans. They're not people until they get a birth certificate legally.
I don't agree with that.
That's the logic they used to keep
weird.
slaves in.
Well, that's the law. That's the law right now. If you want to change the law and say that they're people and give them a birth certificate on conception.
No. The law isn't that you gain personhood with a birth certificate. There's no law that says
there's
that.
There's no person until there's a personality.
No, that's not true.
Or until it's legally called a person.
No
I mean,
personality.
what is a person? Let's look up what a person is.
Yeah, look, actually, that's a good idea. Let's define.
Let's get some.
I mean, it's a philosophical distinction, right? But I would actually make the argument that the distinction between, so I guess you can make an argument that there are persons who aren't human, right? But every human is a person. You can't not grant rights to a living human being.
Well,
a person is the body of a human being.
That's been the worst civil rights violations in our country's history, is when we've tried to define personhood and who is or who is not worthy enough to be a person.
So this is where I think the abortion issue is very much our second Civil War catalyst. They had actually argued in pre-Civil War that slaves didn't have personhood. They didn't have the same rights. The Constitution didn't apply to them. They had no personhood. You cannot allow someone to arbitrarily decide when a human being is a person.
Or women weren't even granted the same rights just a couple decades before Roe was passed.
Yeah. Well, the argument I would make, and part of why I'm saying that there are persons who aren't human, is like, so for example, it is a little tricky. It's a little tricky definition-wise, and I appreciate you asking the question, because my first thought was, well, maybe it's a false distinction, but also I know that, like, as Catholics, we will use the phrase person to sometimes apply to the members of the Trinity. But that said, when you're talking about human beings specifically, and people try to create this distinction between a human and a person, to me that sort of smacks of the arbitrary distinction between gender and sex. I think it's just a false distinction created so that you can do depraved things.
You have right now, Ian, what you're saying is these human beings are not people because we haven't written the paperwork for them.
Basically, yeah, legally.
But that's not.
There's
that's not
7
true.
definitions of the word person, which is annoying. But I'll pick the 6th one because I think that's the one. This is from Merriam-Webster. One, such as a human being, a partnership, or a corporation that is recognized by law as the subject of rights and duties. So if they change the law, they become people, I guess, is by that definition.
The point is, you asking for paperwork.
Thanks for the super chat.
I reject outright. That means you would assert the right of the state to say, we've decided that Ashley's not a person for these arbitrary reasons.
So do they count towards the census?
That's a question for the census.
For this governor,
not for personhood.
Ian, can I ask you something? Because the birth certificate also mentions the sex of the child. Are they ambiguous with respect to their sex prior
once
to
the
getting a
kid
birth
is
certificate because of that?
If you don't know what
has a heartbeat.
But there was tort law for years and decades in this country that recognized the unborn as persons as regards to, inheritance and different things like that. I mean, we had those laws when the 14th Amendment was ratified, tort laws identifying the unborn as persons.
And it can also be, I mean, there are people who have also been punished and, for killing a woman who was pregnant and killing the baby as well.
So kill a baby in the womb.
But you were about to explain. I'm sorry, I cut you off. I think Ian asked you a question.
Yeah,
tort
said,
law of
what were those tort laws?
Yeah, so tort laws, I mean, they're laws that, from what I understand, and I'm not, a legal scholar, but they were laws that were like kind of not laws, but they were recognized for the most part as like common law in the United States. But tort laws mostly refer to property, but there were tort laws in terms of inheritance for the unborn in the United States. And what's interesting is the Roe v. Wade decision, they hinged it so strongly on the 14th Amendment and this, right to privacy. But when the 14th Amendment was ratified, we had these tort laws recognizing the unborn as persons and, having rights to certain things. So it was just the mental gymnastics that was done in the Roe decision in general, just as an abuse of discretion and constitutionality is insane.
And also, when someone uses a phrase like "we found this in the penumbra of the shadow,"
penumbra, right?
You can say there could be a chance that this is mental gymnastics.
And we saw this was like they said like it was unenumerated rights followed by unenumerated problems, right? And first of all, there's not a right to privacy at all. There's no right to privacy in the Constitution. You have some right to privacy as it refers to the Fourth Amendment and unwarranted searches and seizures, but you don't have a right to privacy at all.
Oh, this is interesting. What is this?
I'd have to think about that.
So, concerning the tort law you mentioned, is it so like if a woman is pregnant and the father dies, is an heir, and say the mother and the father dies?
You'd have to look it up because I don't want to, say the wrong thing, but there was tort laws that recognize them as persons.
I'm on PubMed. It says prenatal tort law and the personhood of the unborn child, a separate legal existence, but I can't find. I'm looking for documents.
So I have a docket from the Supreme Court. I just pulled it up. I got to look into it a little bit more.
There's a fantastic book too called Abuse of Discretion.
The Supreme Court opinions from 1850 to 1880 suggest that an unborn child is a person within the meaning of the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution.
Fascinating.
So I have to look up what this is.
I want to read.
So many people think that the argument is just, I think abortion's moral, but no, there was serious abuse of discretion as it comes to the way they decided this. There was populationist theory in the clerk's memos. There was incredible influence from populationists when they decided Roe. It is incredible when you look into it. You look from the clerk memos and everything like that. There were so many more things that influenced. Even Ruth Bader Ginsburg said it wasn't about women at all. It wasn't about women.
No, abortion is not about women. It's about the abortion it's about the abortion industry profiting off of slaughtering unborn children, and it's about allowing men consequence-free access to women's bodies, like consequence-free sexual access to women's bodies.
It really is, too, about keeping people that are poor from having 50 kids.
Yep.
It's sad, but that's a big part of it.
It's very sad. I agree, because human life is only valuable if that person is born into a middle-class or upper-class family.
Yeah,
it's very sad. I mean, that seems to be the dominant modern view.
The challenge here with not recognizing personhood for the unborn is like a baby at 8.5 months who's not yet been born inside the womb next to a baby that is 8.5 months from the point of conception that was emergency delivered via C-section. That baby that's out of the womb can't be touched. But the baby that's still in the womb of the exact same development could be executed.
That is the way to go. I agree with you. That is so weird.
You had Northam talking about not resuscitating babies after they're born.
No, resuscitating them and then having a conversation about what to do next is what he said.
This is the question I have. Look, evil. I can understand an argument from the point of first trimester, nothing second or nothing third in terms of abortion. But when you're talking about a viable baby that outside the womb of its own independent life could not be harmed under penalty of law, and a baby exactly the same but in the womb can be, something doesn't make sense.
It seems like all these laws were written way back in the day before modern technology, where you could do an ultrasound or see the baby struggling during an abortion process, trying to avoid the forceps or whatever. Before you knew the gender before it was born, because the 14th Amendment specifically says after they're born.
And their standard was much different. So their standard was quickening back then for abortion. When they did have abortions, even back in the day, the standard was quickening, which was when you felt the baby. And then when they found out that, this dude's actually alive.
What do they got going on in here?
They amended it to, hey, we should not be doing
this. This is where all the cars
as soon as we know that they're there. It was they thought that was conception. They didn't know that quickening was not, okay, I'm pregnant, this is when the baby, it's just...
What is quickening?
Quickening is when you can feel the baby moving. And so they had no idea that was not conception.
Yeah, exactly. And so the development of embryological science has made it so much more clear that it is a living person. I mean, I've mentioned this before on the show, 95% of biologists surveyed say life begins at fertilization. And so the science is very much settled.
What's up, y'all?
Issue.
I would say it makes it very clear that it's a living organism. Whether or not the person is a legal distinction.
Oh, look at that.
What do you call a living human?
Hi there.
Is a living human not a person?
You get exercise pushing him around?
If it's the I'm making them do donuts. You could argue it's about to be a human.
I just did a donut.
Well, where?
Right there. I know, I just did. No.
A person,
See you, buddy.
be on the wrong side of that argument, right? Because like I said, the worst civil rights violations of our country have been when we've tried to decide who is or who is not a person. And I just don't want to put that. I don't want to be on the wrong side of history.
Well, we're kind of creating history right now.
Yeah,
and I don't want to be on the wrong side of it.
There's no right or wrong here. We just got to do the best we can.
Who cares?
Well, Ian, so here's why I would push back on that. So I think there are arguments that I could make against your definition of personhood and in favor of the idea that the unborn child is a person at all stages. But I believe that the burden of proof is actually strongly on the one who says it isn't a person. I think you actually have to prove that because, for example, if I'm going to detonate a building, I need to know that there is no person inside of it. I can't say, well, there might be, we don't know. It's a complex philosophical discussion about whether there's a person in there. We're just going to detonate it. It's, someone dies, someone dies. I think we all recognize it needs to be 100% perfectly clear that the activity or person is not the killing of a person before it's permissible at all. And that hasn't been proven. And it hasn't been proven because it is a person. But I don't even hear left-wingers, I don't even hear people in favor of abortion try to advance an argument that it's not a person. They just say it isn't, or they say you haven't proven it is a person. It's like the burden of proof is on them.
I mean, I don't want to make it emotional. I mean, you had a baby. You had it on your side of it. So you understand, I guess I would think that it starts to develop a personality before it leaves the female out at some point. Whether or not you can interact with it or not. What does personality have to do with the personality is derived from the person? It's a vague term. If there's a unique deaf child, you don't really have to know. So, like, I would say that's personality, like you might react differently to consumer in the movie. So there's a type of personality. This one doesn't like Rob. This one likes Rob.
So what about when someone's unconscious? I mean, when a person is unconscious, they're not displaying any traits of personality.
No, but they've already established a person.
But
let's say someone finds a naked person in the hospital, a naked person in the forest, who's completely unconscious and not responsive, but has a heartbeat. You just grab, that's not a person I really don't want to. If you find an unconscious woman and you do anything to that woman, you're going to prison. So if you find a body, someone like you said, I don't know if that's going to call it, but if someone has basically zero brain activity, I mean, the heartbeat and the body, then is a person.
So, yes, but also
you will go to prison for doing something to that body, like physically harming it.
And then even then, that there isn't really a perfect comparison there, right? Because in the case of an unborn child, we know that we are, 99% sure that they will end up developing all of the cognitive faculties that you're mentioning a person with coma lacking.
Yeah, this is why I brought up birth control at the beginning. That's also,
but it sounds anything
Can I also mention something? I just want to say, the definition of personhood given by Google is the least helpful. The least helpful definition is the quality or condition of being an individual person. Thank you so much.
What about conjoined twins? What about conjoined twins? Are they not people?
The other definition of a personhood or personality is the status of being a person. Oh, thank you. Yeah. It's the first thing in an etymology class. You can't use the word in the definition.
In or as within a play. That's the definition of person.
According to Webster's dictionary, a child is a quote person not yet of the age of maturity. So we are using the word person. Understand that someone who is small is just a person who has a consent. In the age of trans children. So this is something that they were mulling even back when they were looking at abortion.
I say it's kind of simple. Can you kill a human unprovoked? Only if you're in the military. Well, that's not possible. In the military, you see a big walk going and they have the power to, and they have done it in the past. Yes, sure. And you can My Lai massacre in Vietnam. You can physically do a lot of things. The point is, the law is yeah, but don't get protected. The My Lai massacre, all those guys got protected except for the captain. The point is there a...
But did the children have personality?
Is there a reason? Yes. What was the reason? Can you walk up to a random person and just end their life? No. Is a fetus a human being? Yes. And your lives are not the same. So that's to find a way when life begins. Otherwise, abortion. If you were to operate under the pretext of the 14th Amendment as per Roe v. Wade, the actual ruling could be that you can't perform abortion because you violate equal rights under the law of Now, they'll try and use the argument that says the person is born. But then you run into the context of it earlier. A baby who is born at 8 months, a baby who is still born at 8 months, identical in every way, one doesn't have rights because it's the end of the Yeah, that's modern technology. It's forced to know. No, that's not modern technology. There were many circumstances in which a baby was born at 8 months and survived. 8 months.
Okay, I'm gonna pause this unless you guys want to listen to it. Do you guys want to listen to this?
And what baby is a little bit longer than that?
The law right now is a baby at 9 months fully delivered, healthy, crying, and a baby that hasn't been delivered.
Hey, I'm
And they're the same thing. They're the same thing. And then they have that 40 ultrasound. Like, that's the same when he came out and he's only saying that it's a time. Like, the same like that. But I saw.
I just saw a picture of somebody like this.
They showed the ultrasound and the baby.
No,
Yeah,
with his arms up. Yeah.
And I want to mention, I mean, yes, it is the case that in 1973 our prenatal science was not as developed as it is today. We didn't know enough, but that's no excuse. It's horrifically irresponsible to say that we don't know a whole lot about the circumstances in the womb, so we're just going to err on the side of go ahead and kill it.
Well, and even then, you know, they said it should be brand, right? And that was a big thing. Even Joe Biden was saying it should be brand, and we've gone so far that not only is it legal and acceptable, but they're shouting no abortion. It's constant. They look at like it's removing a wart, and it's a simple, easy procedure that has no consequences.
And I just want to mention one thing. I know I'm sort of talking about the science here. I think it's straightforward. I think it's common sense that it is a person the entire time. It is a human being, because that's the only reason anyone wants to kill it. You wouldn't be killing it if it wasn't a human person who would be responsible for it.
I want to make the word person too.
What would happen if you took a newborn puppy and put it outside the country?
Cassandra would come kill you. Cassandra Fairbanks. No, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure what the animal protection laws are, but I assume you would kill it or something like that. Aren't there laws on the books that prevent you from abusing animals and neglecting them? Well, yeah, I mean, if you leave a dog outside, right, that's an animal. But I think Tim is saying if the dog dies due to negligence, is that correct?
You take a newborn puppy and put that dog.
Oh, like a newborn puppy that needs to be with its mother?
I didn't say anything. I said, what would happen if you did it? I don't know. Nobody would care. Like, if you took a baby and walk outside, put it in the grass, and walk outside, what's going on? Are you nuts?
Even helplessness, they don't help us for so long. What is really doing? Brain. Like, he rolls over on his stomach, he's so tiny. Like,
let's jump over this next story real quick. Let's start with the meme.
Oh, yeah.
The meme is an NPC guy saying he's radicalized. And then the chat thing, the guy says, no one, I'm looking at my person 13 years ago. The reason I stuck with this for a second is that I posted this because it's funny. And then all the progressives are like, you're showing me true colors. We have 10 years of progress. The people in the 1950s said the same thing about interracial marriage. And then I was like, and you know what I'm saying the same thing about? HHS Secretary Becerra argues transgender surgeries for minors should be aided by the government. Yeah, I'm the kind of guy who's going to be like, we should expand civil rights for people and leave kids alone. And you're telling me it's progress? The government should be funding surgeries for minor sex changes? Yeah, okay, well, I'm okay with saying that.
All the Roman Empire, time can pass and you can regress.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is what I want to point out. I don't know how to explain this to people, but let me try to think of something. The fact that people in the past at some point opposed a good thing that ended up happening does not mean that opposing change is a bad thing in all instances. That is the dumbest possible argument you can make for this. Oh, you're against things changing? Well, people were against civil rights. Gotcha.
People were also in favor of eugenics.
Yep, the progressives, and not just people, the progressive movement, the left.
Yep, but now it is not socially acceptable. So when I say I'm gonna humble a normal person to 2012, and they say, ha, that means you're a conservative. Does that mean you're still in favor of eugenics? Does that mean if you're not, you're a conservative? Anyone on the left who opposes eugenics must be a conservative along with every other person on the right.
What they are saying is you need to mindlessly accept every single social change that is pushed on you by everyone above you, and if you don't do so, you are far right. That is their entire argument. Be a sheep, go with the crowd, do what you're told. If you stand up against the modern orthodoxy, which is going to be different 5 years from now, then you are worthy of contempt. You should be excluded from public life. You're not truly a human being. You don't have rights. We're not going to listen to you speak. You are a far-right psychopathic bigot.
Part of why I don't like calling people leftist is then they just turn it around. It's like going, right.
They can tell me I'm on the right. That doesn't bother me.
They are leftists. They're the ones who do it.
It's all this identity crap. It's like, for real, you just gotta use common sense. But that's even that's not common sense.
Funny because I feel like no amount of evidence will show you one way. About what? About you always say this all the time, like you can't say that, you can't say that, you can cover your mouth, you can't actually like yeah, you talk about language a lot. And then no matter how many times I tell you like the left being an umbrella term describes a kind of person that are authoritarian, that believe fake news, And then no matter how many times we invite them on the show, they react the exact same way. Like screaming lunatics who don't actually want to have their ideas challenged. And I keep showing you the evidence of these things you try to do.
There's definitely examples, yeah, but to generalize is where
yeah, at a certain point, you know,
but you generalize that unborn children are persons.
Okay, well, that's just, you have a pattern of behavior. We've exhibited this pattern of behavior in like 9 out of 10 times. We've invited the so-called left onto this show. 9 out of 10 times, they behave the exact same way. They create nonsense statements, try to use the invite as some kind of own, or try to in some way attack the show because of it. So it's like, what do we do at this point? When I'm like, hey, you're a person who's pro-choice, and you're very angry, let's come on the show, and then they say something ridiculous like, I want to punch you in the face.
Well, then you're already playing identity politics. If you're like, I'm going to go after someone that's pro-choice, you're like,
play it. They
why don't
put
you
the
go after
label. They have distanced themselves from people who believe the way that it's not us who's putting them in a bubble. And this is, I mean, there's studies that show that conservatives will follow left-leaning people, and left will not. They're able to quantify that because there is a difference. And the people that are more on the left do not consume different opinions, but people on the right do.
They're also significantly more likely to cut someone out of their life and have a different political.
You're talking about like radical ideologues, and there are people that are like that.
Well, this is the difference between the left and the right. Okay, so left-wing people will go, you don't agree with every single part of my niche left-wing ideology, like my ideology that I discovered online 2 weeks ago. Therefore, you're anti-human and I can never talk to you again. And then people on the right are like, someone told me that they're okay with infanticide. Can I still be friends with them?
Let me show you this from Ground Up News called Blind Spotting. I pulled up myself. 56% of the news Timcast interacts with on Twitter leans left. 20% dissenting, 24% is right-wing. Michael Malice, fairly balanced. If you look at Michael Mouse's profile, you can see that it's about 45% left-wing, maybe about 20 to 25% centrist, and then 20% right. Jack DeSoba, a conservative, gets most of his news, 2/3, from conservative sources. Center, Bosch has no right-wing sources. So why is it that I, who have rather left-leaning policy positions, are considered on the right? Because I consume news across the board, even though I do kind of consume most news from the left. Bosch gets none of his news from the right at all.
Because they're creating it. They're creating the flag. They're the ones doing it. Yeah. They're putting the box.
If I'm on the left, then anyone to the right of me is on the right. You gotta understand that. Okay, so it's all relative.
Well, so here's the thing. I wouldn't argue that it's all relative, but you're right that there's no...
People don't like long.
I see a lot of left-wing people say things like...
It is. It's short attention span.
Our political leaders on the left are actually right-wing by European standards, but even that isn't...
All right, I'm going to listen to this podcast.
...that most of them have on abortion is far, far less compared to anything that's enshrined legally in Europe. But we need to strive for some objective standard and say, like, okay, if you support, like, you know, perverting... children, if you support like forcing perversions onto children and killing unborn children and you know even other things that aren't so necessarily intrinsically bad in that way, like just left-wing economic policy, some of those are horrible, some of those there's a discussion to have. Like, you are on the left, but they will try to argue that person's actually a moderate because from my stance they're on the left. It's like, well, you actually have to look at the political structure.
A lot of assumptions
sort that
to
out.
assume what who even they are. I don't even know what that means. That they would that they would think
I'll explain it to you. So I've actually over the past 4 or 5 years repeatedly referenced these tribal data maps showing the left and the right. They completely exist. If you look at Twitter's data maps, I've done extensive reporting on the different tribal spaces, the digital, they call them digital countries or digital nations. You have like the progressives, then you have the staunch Democrats, you have the conservatives.
I guess this food came from James O'Keefe's rally. That's just hearsay.
Then you have like marketing, which is on the border of progressive. It's really weird. Twitter marketing brands border the Democrat voter. I can actually, I've actually done, I've done so many segments talking about all of these things. Now, I think for you, Ian, you need to look at those data maps and see they exist. It's the picture I drew of the two umbrellas pushing up against each other, where you have the right sphere of influence and the left sphere of influence. Here's Blind Spotter again. Take a look at Luke We Are Change, our good friend Luke Rutkowski. His news is perfectly split between conservative, left, and center.
Wow.
I love Luke.
Sour Patch Lids gets most of her news from liberal left-wing sources.
Look me up.
Seamus
I don't want to know mine.
Ian Crossland.
That's a crown on my head, by the way.
Ian Crossland gets almost none of his news from the right.
That's interesting.
But
you know,
tell me
Ian,
where I get most of my news.
From
the middle, because that is what it's all about. The left and the right combined form one large center.
I think that's actually very interesting, Ian, because most of the people I'm looking at on this don't really have a wide spread on the middle. And you seem to have a very wide spread on the middle.
That was interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know who's deciding what's right.
Oh, that's not Seamus. So that is not me. Seamus _ Coughlin. That's hilarious. Not
it's underscore?
Seamus _ Coughlin, yeah.
Other Seamus.
Underscore.
Yes, what do you think? What percent?
Yeah, see, 68% left. Look at this far right wing conservative bigot mostly interacts with left wing news sources because we know what they think. But you're right; it could just be me making fun of them.
Research, right? You want to know what your enemy. I mean, obviously, any good warrior wants to understand what their enemy thinks. And if this is really a social war or a culture war, you've got to go pull from all sources, and that doesn't mean you're on the left. If I go hang out with a bunch of people that want to kill babies and transgender their 6-year-olds, it doesn't mean that I'm a leftist. And if you put me in a box, if you say that, if I hear you say that out loud that I'm a leftist, it's going to mess with my mind.
Isn't it hilarious, though, that everyone instantly knows that murdering babies and transgendering children is like the left? How much more do you have to do to convince people that a group is evil?
Liberal radicalism can become a dangerous ideology, and the liberal radicals in the French Revolution sat on the left side of the aisle, so that term gets applied to them. But it doesn't mean that people are in some box somewhere. You've even acknowledged this multiple times. They're meaningless phrases. They're just some sort of tribe. But there's so many miniature tribes within tribes that coagulate them to get a point across.
I don't think I heard it very well either.
Right? You know how we classify animals?
Freedom!
I think you don't understand the concept of this.
I appreciate you.
When we say the left, we're talking about a character.
Yeah, but that's you're talking about like a cultural idea, not like an animal species. That's understanding science. We're not being scientific when we say left and right. It's just a cultural idea.
It refers to tribe. That's why the left calls me right wing, because I'm not in their tribe.
And the right calls you left wing because it's all relative.
Because the right knows the political arguments, and so they look at me as my political arguments, not which tribe we're in. So the way I've described it is, at some point, we had this American sphere of influence, which had a left and a right that mostly agreed on American values and a constitutional republic. At some point, a multicultural democracy emerged to our left with crazy ideas.
2012.
And they think everyone in the original sphere of influence is right-wing. In that sphere of influence, the right and the left still call each other right and left.
That's very dangerous, too.
Because they're tribal signifiers.
Yeah, tribes is a very dangerous way to go.
But that's the reality. It exists.
It's human nature, too.
Tribalism
is human nature.
Yeah, and using those words left and right, fortify that nature, that dangerous nature of tribalism.
It's just a way to explain an idea.
But it is a way to do it. I just don't think it's an effective way. And as a journalist, it's not an accurate way to portray reality.
No, it is. I want nothing to do with them. I'm
but
fine
who are
with
them? What is them?
The left.
What does that mean? Who?
The left. The people who want to teach my child about sex in 3rd grade. That's who I want
so
to be.
Let's talk about it very, very simply. When I come out and say kids should not be getting sex change surgery, that is overtly supported by prominent left-wing individuals. Not all of them. However, the other left-wing individuals who aren't advocating for it call me a transphobe, bigot, or a liar for calling it out. Yep. When I say Joe Biden did illicit dealings in Ukraine, and that's a fact, there are people who don't care that he did, like that he did, or will just tell me I'm a liar. But every person on that side will say, well, I don't know if that's true, but you must be right-wing then.
Yeah, exactly.
If it goes against their tribe, you're the other. So when we talk about the left, we talk about a collection of policies and ideas that are not intrinsic among every person on the left, but they all defend it. Progressives hate neolibs.
I took care of it for him.
Massive generalizations. All of them, all of them hate all of them. It's like, come on, dude, you're a journalist. That's not a way to get specific about things.
Ian, just because I make a general point that is true does not mean I said every single progressive hates every.
You just said it. You said they all hate them and they all hate them.
Progressives hate neolibs.
That's a generalization.
It's a fact.
I am progressive as hell, man. I don't hate people.
It is a fact that if you go into, I don't think you understand nuance is the problem. If you go into a room full of progressives and say, how many of you like neolibs? They'll go, boo, boo. And one person might be like, they're not that bad.
What about this? We split this room into boys and girls. You think we're really going to get along if that's how we think about things in here?
I think if this is
it's going to immediately create
they are actually girls.
Yeah, if I'm like, no, only boys get to speak now. Okay, now it's the girls' turn. It's going to create a division.
Nancy Pelosi does not like AOC. AOC does not like Nancy Pelosi. They both routinely go at each other and rag on each other, and then they vote together.
Yeah, but they're catty, man. It's not, I don't care. I'm not creating a political party.
That's irrelevant.
I think that's a generalization about women.
And that is a catty thing for people to do.
You're ignoring the point. Answer the argument. They both don't like each other. They both publicly express disdain for each other. They vote together against their collective enemies.
That's the problem of politics.
We quantify these by saying there are two parent tribes that are opposed to each other, the left and the right. Libertarians do not get along with conservatives on a lot of issues. Conservatives don't get along with libertarians on a lot of issues. They don't hate each other, though. But they will vote together on most issues. Like the pro-life issue right now, you see Dave Smith, you see Michael Malice, very much against the establishment, the cathedral. Progressives lined up to vote for Joe Biden, even though they say they hate him. That's why we say they are the left, because there are certain things they would support even if they don't like them. But they wouldn't support Mike Pence. Mike Pence is the other tribe. There's a parent sphere of influence called the left and a right. They're not absolute. There are some overlap, but it's overwhelmingly two different spheres of influence.
They are unified in a way. I was not allowed into a mom's group using my name because of my right-leaning politics in a very liberal city.
I have problems when people use past actions to define future. Like, say, I think there was a.
I think that's the best. That is actually the best indicator.
You got to be careful because, in the past there was I think it was black violence statistics. There was a bunch in the past, a lot of it was some random number. 20% of all these crimes were committed by this kind of person, this black people. So therefore, black people are 20% or 5 times more likely to do this than white people, but you're assuming the future based on what they did in the past. So
but they were just taking it out of context because it was black on black crime.
Ian, also
they were projecting.
But I don't think this argument works because you're saying that there have been unfair generalizations in the past, therefore we should dispense with the idea of generalizing altogether.
No, I'm saying if someone made some decisions in the past, it doesn't mean that in the future they're a part of a tribe.
Sure, but if there has been a consistent thread throughout the entire history of a group, such as the left, where basically anytime they've come to power, they have oppressed people. Every time they've majorly seized power on the extreme left, they've slaughtered people. No, I'm not saying that the right hasn't, but when we talk about the left, there are certain threads that we can see through. So they are.
There's authoritarianism of all ideologies.
I never said there was. I never said there wasn't. I'm saying when you look at the common threads on the left, it's fair to say that this is what the left is about. There's a reason we use that term to label ideologues in our country. It's not fair to. So then you're making his argument. It's not fair to define the left and right differently. There are common threads. Are there not common threads on the left?
You saying that the common thread of the left is authoritarianism and oppression?
Yeah.
That's a common thread for humanity.
Okay, that's fair, but I think that when you look at left-wing ideology, it breaks down social structures in a way that you need the imposition of authoritarian rules with their specific ideology to shift the social structure. We saw that in revolutionary France when the left was incepted, when they first came to be. We saw it everywhere that there was a revolution where the left took power afterwards.
We see it in Germany. We see it in Chile.
Sure, I'm not saying the right doesn't become authoritarian or violent either. That's not.
I don't think authoritarianism is the right way to define what the tribes are necessarily. Today, certainly the left is overwhelmingly authoritarian.
Mm-hmm. I would say that the left's tendency is always towards becoming authoritarian. And I would also say that when we look at the common threads, they're basically always against the Catholic Church, they're always against the family, they're always against the traditional order. Basically, everywhere you see the left.
They're always against the traditional order.
That's
the right is typically for...
Would you guys agree?
Yes, but the issue right now is the right has a spattering of moderates within it who have rejected the authoritarianism of the current left, and thus you end up with a more libertarian right and a more authoritarian left.
And part of me wonders if that's just a consequence of the fact that one group happens to not be ascendant. So when the right is not in power, it's going to attract more moderates and people who feel they're being persecuted by the left.
Yeah. I mean, if you
and
look
vice versa.
Look at Gab, for instance. Gab has banned discussion of porn. You know, they're not okay with it. And so, but they're also not
stop the discussion of porn?
Institutionally powerful. So no one's threatened by that. if the law of the land was that certain political advocacy was not allowed, moderates would start moving away, saying we don't like the idea of the government imposing its ideology on us. Let's go to Super Chats.
It is time.
If you haven't already, smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, and remember, if at any point you don't agree with anyone on the show, you put a 1 in the chat and smash the like button.
And Super Chat.
And Super Chat. And explain to us what you disagree with, and we'll do our best to read those.
Yep.
All right. Vosh says, YouTube brought to you by Pfizer. When can we chat on Timcast again? So shout out to the SPLC who wrote a hit piece on Timcast IRL. And their smear was that people super chatted us naughty things. And I'm like, I have no power over that. I didn't read those.
It's a good thing that the super chats come from Tim directly. He's writing them all himself.
He's the one.
We have like one guy, it's like all the money. And they were like, Timcast IRL makes an average of $2,000 per night, but some of them are bad. And it's like, tell YouTube, I guess. I don't know. Like, what am I supposed to do about that? There are like YouTube auto restricts words and people get mad about it. I don't know.
It's not us.
It is what it is. All right. I see a lot of people are smashing that like button. Seriously, thank
smash
you so
that
much.
like button and.
All right, let's see. We got the Core Saga says, inspired by your call to great culture. I'm now 900 plus pages into the all-new naval voyage into the unknown. You said we need a naval voyage novel? The most epic historical fiction saga since Homer's Odyssey with a sci-fi twist. Let's talk. Interesting, the Core Saga.
Little self-aggrandizing to describe it that way, but you know what? I'm very proud of you. I'm very happy for you for creating culture, because a lot of people are not doing that. And so I very much want to encourage what you're doing.
There's a big difference between putting the pen to paper and just thinking about putting the pen to paper.
It's so true. It's so true. So many people have, we've talked about this in the show before, so many people have ideas. It's like, okay, are you going to do something with it? Please do something.
I have ideas. I like ideas.
Keep going.
I try to bring
Amen.
ideas to
and
life.
you know what? If you're watching this right now and you have an idea,
Hey, really quick announcement. My name is Alex Glasgow, and I like ideas.
Please do it.
That's all.
All right. Lee Fagan says, you guys hear human events?
Okay. Did you reserve this?
Yeah. Well, that's for Tom.
I do.
Back up. They need to park their RV.
Well, if they can park it there, but Tom's gonna block them in.
Yeah.
Because they parked Tom here to so he can get in and out because he's got a bad knee.
Tom let me out. Going back, and I pulled over here because I had food.
Okay.
Chronicles of Chris says, I'm
All
not.
right.
They can pull all the way back.
Yeah, as long as
5 a.m.
as long as they don't mind being stuck in there or working with Tom to get in and out.
Oh no. No, you know who it is.
Who is it?
It's Grandma and Grandma. Dan and Sarah.
Oh, okay. Okay, let me get those cones out of the way. We can probably get.
He's the guy who Hunter Biden left his laptop in his shop. I heard that. That's crazy. Yeah, thinking about that. I wonder what's gonna come of that.
Can you believe it? A crackhead left his laptop somewhere?
Yeah, it's funny.
Fake news. The crackhead did not leave the laptop.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. And if they sell it on court, they're going to go, it was nuisance money.
Michael Brogan says, I've never seen as much from my 2A bros on Twitter until 2 weeks ago. Meanwhile, AK Guy was banned and unbanned from Instagram the last 48 hours. The top levels are definitely panicking. Happy to see it. Mima Type says, open source code can be just as secure, if not more, than closed source. Security is from good code, not secret code. Internet sites and government agencies use Linux all over, which is 100% open source.
I forgot about that, Alex, because he said, I'll save you a spot.
Here we are.
Pull out so
Alex
you can get
says,
in.
Happy Cinco de Mayo, Timcast. Drew, Shayna, and Miss St. Clair. Drink the expensive tequila.
Yeah, I was like, well, I got these cones, I might as well use them. How'd you know that was me? Because of the cones?
On Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, I did.
Cinco de Mayo of my life. And
Yeah, it's because he's got a bad knee.
Oh,
I know it's not the Mexican Independence Day. I know, but I don't know what it is. What are you doing? What?
I can pause for this.
Took place on May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, 1862.
I thought you were going to tell the Mayo story again.
Also, there was Mayo involved. Oh, Cinco de Mayo, that's a different story. Yeah, Cinco de Mayo. When there were 5 Mayos, there were 5 Mayos on the table. And one of them.
The joke is that it was a shipment of Spanish mayonnaise coming to the New World when it sank. Oh my God. That was the lesser known Boston Tea Party when they sank the ships with the mayonnaise on it, and we called it the Cinco de Mayo.
I would have believed it, I think.
I don't know if they shipped mayonnaise.
Well, how else do you think they got it, Tim? Where are you going to get your mayonnaise?
Yeah.
But here's the question: is the mayonnaise a person?
Probably. You ever make mayonnaise?
I've never.
Fertilized or unfertilized?
Eggs and
I won't survive post-apocalypse, man. I can't make mayonnaise.
And then you like mix it up and it just like turns to, it's like aioli. It's like watching it
I love an egg.
emulsify.
Don't talk about food.
Oil, egg, lemon juice, or something like that. All right. Let's grab some suggestions. Connor O'Brien says Elon's just trying to convince us to trust him so we can jab a computer into our central nervous system. Love his current move, though.
It is important to never trust. Not in
Don't
general.
say that,
Well,
Ian.
it's important when you're using technology, have no trust with it. Have a trustless system where you don't have to trust or not trust. It's built in where it's all transparent. There's no one
That's
person.
why he only consumes the center. Reject both sides. Healthy middle.
I told you I trusted you a couple days ago. I trusted you. I don't normally say that. I appreciate that. You know the Times of India is talking about India is giving personhood status to elephants.
About time.
Yeah, well, that's
Elephants are good. James Moning says, is Elon playing both sides in order to further unity and technology? Appease China trying to keep America together since they are big powers. And Seamus, big fan of freedom tunes, got my dad to laugh at the World War II soldiers coming to the future episode.
I am so glad. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Can I actually give an answer to the Elon question? So, again, I've mentioned I'm somewhat skeptical. I do consider myself I consider myself cautiously optimistic. I will say this. There is a question that is asked by many left-wingers. Is it the case that the corporations that forward our news actually care about left-wing, or are they just conveying a message of fear? The answer to that question is it kind of doesn't matter. They're still forwarding their causes. And they won't forward their causes when it's not popular for them. But I would say the fact that Elon wants to make Twitter a space which is more open and friendly to conservative thought is a very good thing, even if he's necessarily doing it for the right reasons. So, as I said,
all right, I had to help them get in there.
Stories behind the spinning UFO and what actually also, like the Mexican flag behind Shim.
It all
Excuse me? Excuse me?
It all began on one summer night.
Well,
when
I
the glowing
actually-
thing spun the UFO.
I actually have the story. It's kind of a crazy story, actually. A lot of people might be surprised to hear how this UFO thing came to happen. So I was taking a dump one day, and I was scrolling through Instagram. And as I was scrolling through Instagram, I got an ad for a floating UFO lamp. And I clicked buy now, and it auto-filled, and then I forgot about it. And then a couple weeks later, a UFO appeared, and I was like, oh yeah, that thing. Well, and then we had a keyboard cleaner, and I was like, oh, I bet I could spin it.
Sure enough.
And what's especially creepy is that Tim was muttering to himself on the toilet about how bad he wanted a UFO spinning lamp, and then immediately the ad came up on Instagram.
They heard him talking about the space slingshot.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. I just Instagram advertised. One day, Instagram started advertising electric bikes to me, and then I was just like, okay, buy some electric bikes. You're giving them what they want. Or
Do you remember what brand this is, by the way? People ask from time to time. I'm like,
Is it just a magnet? It's a Bluetooth speaker.
It's a electromagnet.
Yeah.
So it's floating magnetically, and then it's a Bluetooth speaker, which we haven't really utilized.
We gotta turn that on.
Tim, I didn't realize that you took the flag of my people down from behind.
Oh, I'm sorry I did that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The buck stops with you,
He's
Tim.
hugging it.
Sir Timothy Cass. It's your show.
Seamus, the guest last night wasn't as Irish as you are, so I had to swap the flags out.
So they needed it more.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, I didn't think about that.
All right, let's read some more. Lori MC says it's 8:40 p.m. Timcast IRL is not showing up via the YouTube search. What's going on? You know what's going on. So head over to timcast.com to become a member because I regret not setting up the website sooner, but you can only learn when you learn. And we set it up over a year ago, and we should have done it in 2020 because it was an election year. But we are building up our fortifications. So in the event we get booted from YouTube or whatever, the company still exists, the show still exists, we're on multiple platforms. We actually get tons of views on other platforms. So I think we're good. I think we are good. We're going to be implementing a lot more infrastructure changes moving forward. We're starting with this one. I can't wait till we get our TV app, because then you're going to be able to go on your TV, download the app, and then it's going to have a bunch of shows. Now, of course, the app stores have their rules too, so we're doing what we can with what we can. But
I want to point out Adam Krigler, because people in the chat are pointing out Adam Krigler may have been the inventor of the "let's spin the UFO." I'm not sure. Was he the first one to spin the UFO?
He may have been for the
Shout
show.
out Adam Krigler, you wild psychonaut.
I think what happened was I posted on Instagram, spinning the UFO with the blower thing, and then I think Adam decided to make it a show element.
Such a good element.
But I could be wrong. It may have been Adam.
Yeah.
I don't
Adam's a superstar. So
yeah,
he
was the man who spun the UFO. It was not me.
He was the UFO spinner.
And he has the original UFO.
He does.
This is a cheap knockoff.
Spins it. Yep.
Ours is a humble knockoff.
Adam's been very cool to me. Gave me free shoes when he was moving. He didn't have enough shoes. Or he had too many shoes to take with him. He's like, do you want some? I was like, I guess I could use some shoes.
Wow.
Very
He
nice,
sampled
very
some of his Krigler coffee, which I highly recommend.
I said, can I have some of your coffee? He's like, no, absolutely not. He started screaming. I was like, all right, dude, I'm sorry.
That's not what he said. He said, yeah, for money.
I was like, I don't have that. I'm a cartoonist.
All right, let's see what we got. David C. Cooks Sr. says, Ian, the earthquake Tesla caused was because he hooked up a Tesla coil to a power supply and cycled the output back into the coil. He stopped it by smashing it with a sledgehammer.
Whoa.
Is that real?
What a great story. I love that guy.
Don't you hate when that happens?
Super Chatter and Nicola.
They accidentally make an earthquake. That's so rough.
Or death, right?
So many super chats.
It's wild.
Omega says, when they say no uterus, no say, I say no gun, no control. My point to them is, I keep my hands off your uterus as you keep yours off my gun. Very libertarian approach. But I don't think that answers the conservative perspective.
I mean, like, people have a responsibility to behave in ways that don't harm other human beings. And even if you don't have the specific body part that they need to be responsible with, does not mean you can't comment on it. It's such a ridiculous
I was talking to my brother, and he was mentioning how some people were like, abortions need to be legal because what if I'm in a bad relationship and need to get out of it? And it's like, that's actually the arguments put forward by a lot of people, especially liberals. And it's kind of a crazy thought. It's like, you're in a bad relationship, quick, kill my son?
Yeah.
I don't understand that argument.
It makes zero sense.
Well, there's the threat that she would leave you and take the kid, and then you have to pay money to her for the rest of your life.
Well,
Well,
you probably should have thought
happens.
about that
Yeah.
before you were
Imagine-
having unprotected sex with them. They couldn't have been that bad. for
Imagine
that long.
having a 5-year-old kid and being like, son, I ran out of money. Turn around. Like, that's insane.
Well,
No, I'm talking about
Tim, that's a
before it's
deeply
born.
personal decision.
I ran out of money. Quick, kill the kids? No. All right. Mega Samer Ernie says about the radioactive Boy Scout. He didn't try to build a death ray. He tried to build his own nuclear reactor as a Boy Scout. He succeeded to a point. Really interesting story you can hear on YouTube.
What badge was that for?
Is that why he's called Radioactive Boy Scout?
Yeah. It's the nuclear reactor badge.
You got to build a nuclear reactor that can power your house. You get your badge.
Dude, we were just like making fire. That's wild.
Texas Best Mobile Notary says you need to invite Kirk Cameron. He runs Save the Storks, an organization whose purpose is to support pregnant moms considering abortion. You have to see their mobile facility. Didn't he do this really awful banana argument?
I don't know.
He was like, he argued that the banana was like evidence of God because it's perfect.
It's easy to say when he's not here, Tim.
It is. I remember watching this video, so you can correct me if I'm wrong. But
I think I might have seen that.
He was mentioning how the banana has its own wrapper. It's biodegradable.
Pretty cool.
The fruit is inside it. It fits our hand perfectly. And everyone's response is like, yo, we cultivated the banana. Like over thousands of years. The actual wild bananas are starchy and hard to eat.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the argument.
Yeah, the banana argument was made by Ray Comfort and Kirk Cameron.
And
sometime
then
in the
the
2000s.
banana. And then there was another thing where he's arguing against evolution. And he showed a picture of like a duck with an alligator head or something. See if you can look that up. It's been a long
What
time.
were the movies
Also-
he did? He
but-
did a good series of movies.
But he said...
Kirk Cameron, right?
Well, Growing Pains was one of the best shows in the 80s.
But I think the argument was, if evolution was real, where is the species cross? And so he showed like a duck,
a duck alligator head Kirk Cameron.
something like that. I could be wrong.
Look it up with
It's
me,
been
guys.
like 20 years.
I just think there's a much stronger
Like
argument for
Croco
bananas.
ducks.
The
I think
crocodile.
it's
Right,
got its
so-
own Wikipedia.
So here's my point. The platypus. That's where it is.
Yeah.
Well, also,
That
like,
thing's venomous. It secretes.
Are they venomous?
Yes.
I thought they were cute.
No, they're venomous.
They're all
wait,
cute.
hold on. How does cute preclude venomous?
That's right.
They can't hurt people.
Is it not cute anymore?
You ever
Because
seen
it's
Barry?
dangerous?
And I think
You have to be dangerous to truly be cute.
That's right. Thank you,
the
Jordan.
crocodile was an argument he made.
Yeah, I think so. Let's see. The crocodile is a
The
fictitious
platypus.
hybrid
There's
animal.
not a
with
lot
the
of
head
cute
crocodile
animals
body
that are
duck,
dangerous,
Proposed by
though.
2007 by Earth
right, y'all.
Creationists is what they call them, but whatever. Ray
Or is
Comfort
out here
and Kirk
eating dinner. I think it came
thank
from
God.
James
I
O'Keefe.
think like the existence of the universe in general is a
I don't know,
stronger
it's a
argument for
rumor,
God
though.
than bananas specifically.
I have to agree. I
Yeah.
thought it was a terrible.
It's like,
argument.
why is there everything instead of nothing? That's a really big
It's like,
question.
look at this banana. It's proof of God. I'm like, I mean, not in the way you think. Like the existence of life in the universe, perhaps, but the fact the banana fits in your hand, I don't know about that.
It's like Peter Griffin watching the plastic bag circling in the wind. And God's like, what are you looking at? Look at all this cool stuff over here. He's like, this is amazing.
All right, what do we got here?
Thanks, Chris.
DD says, Tipcast, you guys always talk about factory farms. I suggest you have someone on from one. I live on a dairy farm that many people call a factory farm, and it's a business that is so misunderstood. If you need someone, I can send some your way to hear their perspective. I got a better idea. Why don't we send documentary filmmakers to go to misrepresented spaces and film them?
Ian, you want to do it?
No.
Well, no, I've got some documentary.
Well, I guess.
Well, wait. What is misrepresented spaces? If you're talking about like Bali or like under the water off the coast of Indonesia, I'm down to go rectify the perception of that area.
I think we should send people to
Would you do it?
everywhere. Luke Rutkowski went to Somalia, and I think he did a really great video on what it was. It was like very honest. It was like there's crime, but it's also not so bad in certain areas, and there's a lot of like I think it was great when he went there and he just made videos about it.
I want to do documentaries with Lauren Southern off the coast, literally off the coast of Indonesia. There's all these temples under the water since the last flood, and she was like, "Oh, we should do it."
That's fascinating.
Yeah, that'd be really fun.
Cool. Yeah, that'd be super cool.
Yeah, dude, you'd be perfect for that.
Yeah, what's it called? The Bimini Road, I think, is that there?
Now that you can fly without a mask on, the world is your oyster.
Yes. I'm gonna go to Moat St. Michel and
by the way, we're gonna be shameless Seamus over here. We did a Freedom Tunes cartoon about the masks being lifted. Y'all need to check it out. Fans really love it. I think you guys will love it.
I was sending Seamus a message, and I used voice to text, and I said something like, "Hey Seamus, we need to record the voiceover for the chicken thing." And then it said, "Seamus, we need to record the voiceover." And then when I clicked finish, Seamus turned into Shameless.
If that isn't big tech trying to malign me, I don't know what is.
But it was weird because it got Seamus right, but then turned it into Shameless. Oh, like you know when you're doing voice to text, it real time translates.
Yeah.
So you know what happened at the beginning of the sentence? It was like he could be talking about any Seamus, but then by the time you got to the end, it knew it was me, and so it had to change it.
Yeah.
I got a correction on the Bimini Road. It's off the coast of the Bahamas, and it's underwater, like rectangular, sub-rectangular limestone blocks that stretch for 0.8 kilometers.
And you need to remove yourself from this documentary immediately.
Let's read some more of these super chats. Richard Knight says, quote, "If the Civil War was the price the United States paid for slavery, then God help us when it comes to paying the price for legalized abortion."
It's gonna be fun.
Ann Coulter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm concerned with factory farming, what God's going to do to us for that.
So cool.
You know what I was thinking? Can you name points in history in which people were stripped of their personhood? Like in American history specifically, since the inception of this country. I'm not saying that there isn't one. I'm saying, can you bring up an example of when something went to the courts and they said this person no longer has any constitutional rights?
That's a really good question. So I think an argument that would be made would be just slavery in general. When you're talking, you're saying the court actually saying you're not a person.
See,
so personhood was revoked, is what
right?
you're
Like
trying
someone
to say.
had it and it was taken away, and a mass like a Supreme Court ruling. The reason I push back on the slavery thing is that actually slavery existed before the inception of this country, and then it started with this country, and then eventually the courts ruled to grant personhood. Has there been a circumstance where they're like, this group of people hereby is revoked of their constitutional rights?
In the U.S., I don't know. I don't think so. Criminals.
I'm not saying it's not true.
I think you could argue.
Process.
Also, I think you could argue that the 3/5 compromise was a revoking of personhood, because they actually ruled that this is not a full person.
Well, that's interesting because the South argued slaves had full personhood for voting, but not other rights. So they didn't actually have personhood.
Really?
Yeah, it was the North that wanted them to have no rights. The North argued that slaves without personhood should not be granted the right to vote. And the South, of course this makes sense. The South was like, we want more votes. We have people here. And the North was like, no, you can't have slaves and then say they can vote as well. Because then the slave owner is telling them who to vote for.
Yeah,
that's fascinating. I'd never heard that before.
Yeah, it makes no sense the South would take away their own votes. So the issue is, I don't think the slaves ever had personhood. It was only that they were granted some more. The reason I bring this up is because I was thinking about the abortion argument, and I wondered, what's the right side of history? Will unborn babies be granted personhood or be denied their personhood? And here's what I ultimately came up with. And again, could be wrong. I'm not a historian. Plessy versus Ferguson was an instance where they were like, hey, we're not going to enshrine absolute rights because, it's basically like separate but equal. But eventually, that gets done away with. So there was a ruling where it was like, we will enshrine the existing infrastructure, but eventually it gets dissolved. I wonder then if the only possible outcome in the abortion argument is that personhood will be granted to unborn babies, and I'll layer one on top of that. India is going to grant elephants personhood. If we are, but it's kind of funny, but if we as a civilization, as a species, are coming to the point where we're recognizing the personhood of animals, then certainly unborn humans will likely be granted the same personhood
when they
rights.
start neural netting babies in the womb and mom wants to communicate with the kid when it's 4 months developing and they're going to have like mind melds with it, then for sure they'll have personhood.
And the program will default that all babies have Patrick Stewart's voice.
Hello,
That'd be
mother.
awesome. You can ask them what they want to eat.
number one. Are you comfortable?
Make it so, mother. I enjoy it when you eat fudgicles.
I
am craving
pickles and peanut butter right now, mother.
I have to admit, I am ripping off the Family Guy joke.
Yeah,
because they have the little baby girl.
Or is that American? Oh no, yeah, that is
Yeah, the
Family
baby
Guy.
girl is
Yeah.
voiced by Patrick Stewart.
But to your point, I would say that they did almost revoke personhood in a way. Like if you go back and look at tort laws, it refers to the unborn, and then all of a sudden Roe passes, and abortions go by. I
That's
would say that they
interesting.
did.
I did pull up an amicus brief that said in 1850 to 1880s they viewed the unborn. So I wonder. I don't know. Let's read a couple more super chats. All right, let's see. Free Men Die Free says legal abortion is state-sanctioned murder. Yep. The government giving women authority to be the arbiters of life or death. It's a mockery of the classical liberal idea of equality and equality under the law. There are interesting arguments about the right of the government to mandate a woman provide her body to another being, though. I understand the arguments about responsibility, and then it's completely unique. I was talking to somebody earlier about this. If you invite someone in your home and say, you can live here, you can't kick them out. Like after a certain amount of time, it's like you can't just kick them out.
Yeah.
If someone sneaks into your house and sleeps there for a certain amount of time, you can't legally kick them out.
Squatters' rights?
Yep.
Yeah, but that's not
But if-
everywhere, is it though?
I think probably most places. I could be wrong. If someone kicks your door in and comes in your house and says, I'm living here now, you call the police, they'll remove that person. Now, that's not a perfect analogy for, a baby in a womb, but I understand the argument that if a woman invites a life into her womb, you can't then be like, I'm going to kill it.
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is none of the analogies really work because ultimately we're looking at the relationship between a parent and a child, and parents do owe children the means to support them.
Not even that. We're looking at something that is unique. There's no circumstance in which someone runs up to you and then bites you and then their veins go into your veins and I'm like, oh no, now I'm attached by blood. What do I do? It doesn't happen.
Well, and even that wouldn't be the right analogy, right? Because the child is not the initiator. The child exists because of you.
Right. So there's a question about the right to evict in the instance of rape, where the woman did not choose to allow someone to use her body.
Kid's fault.
But then it's not the woman's fault. The state is going to mandate she has to give her body to somebody else.
Yeah.
I would never allow the government to say I had to give my blood to somebody by force. Never going to happen.
But that's different. I'm looking up squatters' rights, and most states are 10 years or more. There's 6 states where it's 7 years or less: Arkansas, California, Florida, Montana, Tennessee, and Utah.
But you're looking at something I think that's kind of different.
This is from Anderson
If someone
Advisors.com.
is living in a house for 30 days, they could make a legal argument to not be evicted. Well, so there's an issue of whether or not they gain rights over the property to own under squatters' rights, or are they tenants?
It's how long you've known that they're in the house, or how long they've been in the house. Because if the mom doesn't know she's pregnant till 20 or 30 days,
what are the arguments?
What's Plan B? That birth control, would it actually it causes a fertilized egg to get passed out of the body? Like, is that murder?
No, I believe Plan B stops the fertilization from
That's
happening.
debated. It's debated.
I'm just saying, dude, if I was responsible in every single way and someone forced something into me and then the state said, and now you have to provide your body to it, I'd be like, no.
I don't think that's an apt analogy. So, for example, you cannot be forced to just provide food to a random stranger, right? But if you have a baby, you can't just stop feeding them and allow them to starve to death because
We're
that's
not
your
talking
child.
about
It's a
you having
different
a baby.
relationship.
We're talking about
someone, a child that's in the womb developing.
Forcefully putting something into your body to consume your blood.
Yeah, but I don't think that's an analogy that can really. I don't think that works as an analogy to pregnancy.
Bro, I got to tell you, man, I don't know if it matters what you think in terms of the analogy. What matters is women would kill themselves before allowing the state to do that. That's actually one of the issues we have. Like, I understand the argument about elective abortion for no reason. But there is a serious problem when a woman gets raped, and then the state says, and now you have no choice, and then they slit their throats.
I mean, do you have any statistics to verify that is an occurrence in places where abortion is illegal?
And I understand what you're saying, but
that's not an argument to what I just said.
No, you're saying that if we don't allow people to kill their babies, they're going to slit their throats?
I'm saying
I understand what you're saying.
There are absolutely people who, if they were forced to have another life form attached to their body, and they did everything responsibly, abided by the law, and someone else pins them down and puts a baby in them, and they say, I did not choose this, and I will not give my body, I was responsible, and the state says you have no choice. If it was me, I'd be like, either no, the state has no right to force this position on me because this crazy person did this to me, or I'd probably just say off with my own.
That's such an extreme example, though, because it's such a small percentage of abortions that I feel like it's exaggerated to be this. Well, what are you going to do if they're raped? To mask all of these other abortions that are for no reason.
I completely agree. Elective abortion, I think, is people just being like, time for birth control. But I'm saying there is an issue there in how you deal with it, and if people look, maybe it's 1 in a million. I'm just saying, I'm the kind of person that will not tolerate the state coming to me and stripping me of my rights.
We're on the verge of nanobots.
But you don't have a right to kill a baby, so you're not being stripped of your rights.
No. If somebody commits a crime against me, and puts me in a negative position, and then the state seeks to impose something on me because I was victimized, you ain't playing that.
But then, what are your limitations on that? Do you have?
No. They can give the baby everything it needs to live, but it's not getting my blood.
What are your trimester limitations on that then? Do they have to get it taken care of right away?
Absolutely.
Can they think about it for a minute?
After the first trimester, I say my personal opinion is no.
But is it not an imposition at the third trimester? You're giving it your blood.
It is an imposition, but this one's called compromise. It's called. If someone kicks your door and lives in your house for 30 days, the government's like, well, you could have kicked them out.
But what if they're raped and they don't know they're pregnant until second or third trimester?
That is a very serious challenge. It is. And there's a problem of, if you want to make the argument that someone made a choice to have a baby in them, if you want to make the argument that the baby should not be killed, agreed. But if you want to make the argument that a person who was forced into a position by a criminal now has to provide their body to someone else, I won't do it.
That someone else is their child.
Doesn't matter.
People should have to provide for their children.
If someone victimizes me,
that would be horrible.
And the state tries to victimize me further, trust me, that game will not be played by me.
You're not being victimized by not being able to kill your baby.
But I don't know that. I mean, that's assuming that having a child is, traumatizing or victimizing.
I mean, for somebody who, I think you guys are not being, I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying. I think you're making it about a matter of personal choice. What I'm saying is you can't kill babies, even if the circumstances are really difficult. I think it's a tragedy when a woman's raped. I think it's unbelievably horrific.
And I think
I think abortion is also a crime against women as well. I don't think it heals them. I think they have to carry around the burden of the fact that their child is now dead. I don't think it's a good thing for the victim either. And ultimately, you are killing a child. That just can't be justified.
I don't fault the baby. I think we need to develop better technologies for saving the life of the unborn child. But I also think the state saying your blood, your body to someone else is a line too far.
But it's your child.
But where does it stop, though? I mean, you could go into reproductive coercion. You could say, maybe I was in this relationship and I didn't really want to have a baby. I mean, where's the line, though?
It stops when you're like, I was.
If it's only forcible, violent rape from someone you don't know. Because rape still happens with people you know, or
I would never say anything about people you don't know. The issue is, if we're talking about someone being personally responsible, I do not agree the state has a right to impose responsibility on you in terms of the body autonomy. I don't think let's say you have a son, right? And that son has a kidney problem. I don't think the state can be like, you need to give your kidney to this kid.
But your kidney does not exist for you to give it to your child. The uterus literally exists for a child to grow in it.
But it's
that is the purpose of the organ. The organ's being used properly.
But a gun exists to stop a rapist.
It's a question of personal responsibility. If a person does everything and they're personally responsible, then it's unfortunate, but you can't force someone to give up their body to someone else.
So if you're raped and you go to the hospital, they will give you emergency contraceptives.
Great. Well, so hold on, but I think you're conflating fault and responsibility. You're right that if someone is raped, it's not their fault that they're pregnant. It's still their responsibility to not kill their child, though.
I just think I get it. I completely get it. But for someone like me, I'll tell you right now, I would not allow it to happen.
If you're
End of
raped,
story,
you go to
no
the
matter
police and they take you to the hospital, you're given Plan B or an emergency contraceptive.
And I'm glad that we're doing things like that. And I'm glad that we have restrictions. I think the left's position is psychotic, but I think there's got to be personal liberties.
But if that solution exists, and Plan B you can take up to, I believe it's 72 hours, if that solution exists, why allow abortion? Because there is a solution that's not abortion.
Well, but that's debatable. There's an argument to me that Plan B is actually an abortifacient.
Let's read one more super chat because people are saying read more super chats.
Yeah.
But we'll talk more about this stuff with the Pfizer data too in the members segment. All right, let's see. We'll read one more here. Or this Dorktanians. The state isn't victimizing you; it's preventing you from victimizing innocent life. Aside, rape is such a small percentage of abortions. It's disingenuous to make a policy off of it. I don't disagree with that. That's why I mostly disagree with abortion. But, I think we've talked about it to a bit ad nauseum. So instead of just dragging on, let's do the member segment. If you haven't already, smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, head over to timcast.com, become a member, because we're going to talk about Pfizer's data. And I don't think YouTube would allow it. I don't know for sure. Maybe they would, but it's just crazy stuff. So we'll have it over at timcast.com. You can follow the show at TimCastIRL. You can follow me at TimCast. Ashley, you want to shout anything out?
Thepostmillennial.com. Check it out. We're going to have a lot of really cool stuff coming up.
You have Twitter account?
I do. At St. Clair Ashley. Follow me on there if you're brave.
I've got a YouTube channel called Freedom Tunes. We make cartoons and animations. I think you guys will really enjoy them. We just uploaded one this week about Elon Musk getting his clutches on Twitter and how the left is reacting, and I think you guys will enjoy it. So go check it out. Love you.
I'm getting the vibe that a lot of YouTube admins tonight really wanted us to talk about the Pfizer dump. So sorry, I know we're treading lightly. I would love to get more raw. Let's do it. Let's do it in the future. But we need to know that it's going to be okay beforehand, because Tim is cautious in these regards, and that is why he's successful in many ways. Also, Bear Kennedy in the comments yesterday said that every time I roll the 100-sided die, he checks the Wild Magic Surge table in Dungeons & Dragons. When you're a wild mage, sometimes things go wrong when you're trying to cast spells and some random thing happens. So I'm going to do that for you tonight. Bear Kennedy with the idea. What happens is you roll the 100-sided die, I got a 22. Ooh. Then you go to your Wild Magic, and something crazy happens when you get a 22. For the next day, you have advantage on the next 2d6 rolls you make where you don't already have advantage.
That means he wins all the arguments.
That's very good for me.
Wow.
So if I didn't succeed first, I get to try again for free.
Great.
For the next 24 hours, and we'll do it on the after show.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to that. I was going to say, too, that we don't talk about it on YouTube so that we can continue to talk to you guys here, although I'm very excited to get over onto Rumble. Hopefully, maybe someday we could live stream from Rumble in the future. We'll see what shakes out. Very excited for that branch. You guys can follow me on Twitter and minds.com at sourpatchlets, as well as sourpatchlets.me.
We will see you all over at timcast.com. Thanks for hanging out.